Watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as you can see, I am Rebecca, and I'm happy you all are here, always am. And I already see a big crowd joining us between YouTube and TikTok and Twitter. So hello, and I'm happy you all are here. Thanks for being here. Let's go ahead and get our one and only Sam Hofman with us here. Right? Hey Sam, how are you today?
I'm fine. Hello, everybody out there in YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter, and all the rest. And here we go, another Saturday show, and aloha from tropical Montana.
Speaking of Montana, how's the weather? What's the weather?
83 degrees. It's 83 degrees today, and it's quite dry, so it's a dry heat.
Right. Not too bad.
And of course, nothing weather around the world.
Where I am. Right.
Yeah. From it's about that from LA to Caribou, Maine is having a heat wave, and I am sorry for all of you folks out there that are sweating yourself to half to death and having power failures. And New York City, of course, has got a major pollution inversion because all that heat dome pollution from Los Angeles all the way to New York City is gathering over at the coast there, and they have the worst pollution they've had all year already, months early, and we can go into more detail with that later.
Sure. Well, let's go ahead and get our next co-host here with us, and where is the button? It's our good friend Gillian Watson in Scotland. Hey Gillian, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you all?
Evening for you. Yeah. Well, how's the weather there in Scotland? We'll start there.
It's an absolutely beautiful day. I could get to do my gardening.
Yes.
I've got so many plants growing, but courtesy of our second son, I've got like monster potato bags full of potatoes growing, tomatoes growing, petunias, awesome stuff. Yep.
Well,
and I was brushing down my shed because it's about to be painted tomorrow.
Congratulations! Are you painting it? You're doing it?
Yeah.
I figured. Okay. Well, I'm excited to see it. I know you've been planning it for a while.
It's going to be a special surprise color.
Okay, I can't wait to see the pictures. Well, let's go ahead and get our next co-host here, and that's Mr. Christoper Kuchuris in Las Vegas.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, Chris, how are you today?
I'm good.
Good to see you. Is it still pretty hot in Vegas?
Oh, God.
Is it cooled down yet? No.
109 today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
So,
it's like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. I think this is here to stay for a few months.
Yeah, Utah has heat warnings. So even north of you, they're suffering bad. They've got actually red flag heat warnings in Utah right now.
Wow.
Let's see. I'm checking on Jesus.
And we're a balmy 83 degrees here, you know.
Oh, I heard Jesus might not be able to join us.
Okay. Okay. I haven't heard from him, but it's understandable. That is fine. So, let's go ahead and take a peek at the comment section. I haven't checked it yet today. So, wow. Hello. Okay, so here
everybody's already here.
Hi, Dubaloo. Dubaloo is here. Good to see you. And it's going to be a stay cool. You're right. And Marcus. Hello, Marcus. How are you today? Great to see you. Looking forward to the podcast. Awesome. Let's see. And then we have Katie Jo. She's bummed out that she might not be able to stay here for the entirety, but she will check in
and out.
Yes. Well, I'll be looking for you, Katie Jo. So
we'll talk later.
And let's go here to Amy. Hi, Amy. Good to see you. She says, let's see. Okay. In Paradise. Is it California? No, it's not. That's Newfoundland. Yeah, no. Yes. Yeah. Newfoundland. I remember. Okay. So nice. 25 Celsius. Is that very hot, Gillian? I don't know.
Yeah, that's nice. That's kind of like me. But ours, I think, was about maybe 20, 21. Or somewhere between 18 and 21 today. So yeah, she's similar to me. But actually warmer.
Some sun. Yeah, at least she's getting some sun. That sounds nice. Good to see you, Amy. And here's Dennis. Hi, Dennis. He is in the house. He checked in on time. So good to see you, Dennis. And our good friend Brendan in Ireland. Hi, Brendan. I'm happy you're here. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Brendan.
She's freezing. Oh my gosh! Can we trade places? She's lying in her with a hot water bottle. Perfect. Well,
yeah, our start of summer is their start of winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I have to remind myself of stuff like that. But yeah, you're right. It just makes me want to be in their, place at that time. I'll get my turn here in a few weeks. So good to see you, Audrey. And I don't know what time it is there, but I'm guessing evening. So
yeah, I think she's an hour to 2 hours ahead. I can never remember because there's one part of the year we always knew when we phoned Granny that she would be up and it was an hour before her bedtime. And then the next time I called her around about my birthday or whatever, it was 2 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a couple of hours.
Hi, Irene. Irene is in Florida. And thankfully, I don't think she was affected by all those floods. That was terrible here recently. So good to see you, Irene. And nice. She's super nice lady too, everybody. Just so you know. She is. So okay.
I talked to Irene. I seen some of my pictures of Irene on years ago.
She was in Sam's group before I was, I think.
I
think so. So long time member. So
Irene is a very long time member of her church member.
Right. That's cool. Freezy Peach is here. Good to see you, Freezy. Oh, good. Here's Carol Ann, everybody. Our team cheerleader, Carol Ann, doing their cheers for us. She's watching over everybody. Thank you, Carol Ann, for everything. Happy you're here. And here is T. Racy. Hey, T. Racy. Good evening. Good evening. Good to have you here. And our friend Michelle is here from Indiana. I was thinking earlier, I was like, it's about time to have Michelle back on the show. That's the only time we get to hang out and visit with her, so I have to have her back on. So we'll have to figure something out, hopefully. Hey, Robin. Good to see you too. Louise is. Okay, good. Joyce is here. Hey. I like that. Good to see you, Joyce. And I see some chatting. Let's go back down here to Bart. Hey, Bart. Bart 96. It could be Bart T. Bart T 96. I would say that. Good to see you. And then Maria is here. And that's another
Maria.
nice lady. Very, very nice lady. So she is in Alaska. And I will listen. She's not able to chat. In the 70s, clear skies. That sounds ideal.
Right?
I wish I had like a tunnel I could go through. Like, what's it called? A time warp? I don't know. Travel, space and time. Good to see you, Maria. And Karen is here. And it's going to be 97, 88 now. Well, that's the same as me. Where are you located? Because it's 96 in Oklahoma. So it's getting there. It's going to be in the upper 90s for a good while now. So it's, yeah, like Christopher said, it's here to stay.
Yeah.
There's Audrey again. Hey. And then here is Susie. And she is Slovenia. And she has like a knack for taking pictures. Well, she's got the talent and she's got the view. And so you combine the two and she has some really beautiful captures.
Yeah, Europe gets good views as well. I think they might be higher up than me, some of them.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the lower inclinations as well. I don't know.
Good to see you, Susie. I do this every time, don't I? It's Wire. Help me out. Is it Paladin? Yes. Okay. I don't know why I always want to say it the other way around. Those middle notes, they don't stick like they used to. So, but it's good to see you. And it is 99 in North Carolina. So that's hot too. I think we're all sitting in the same boat. Okay, let's keep going. I think. Did I get experimental? I don't think so. Hi, experimental. Good to have you. And James is here, everybody. James Whitehouse. Nice to have you. Always is. And I think we're all caught up. Thank you, everybody, for being here. So there's so much to talk about. Always.
A lot of return folks. Very nice. Thank you for being here.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Right, for sure. Thank you. So one of the things that is being talked about a lot is the heat dome. You know, I mean, we were just talking about how it's all in the upper 90s. Isn't that like early? Is it too early to be this hot?
2 months too early. This is normally temperatures we get into August, and the behavior of the jet stream and the Gulf Stream and the new onsetting transition of the hurricane cycle for this year, which just started June 1st. That's all unusual as well. And we've had occurrences where there was the tropical storm that just recently flooded southwestern Texas shore in the Gulf and the Bay of, let me look at let's see. All right. Campeche, the eastern coast of Mexico also got flooding, and they had 30 deaths during that flooding period. And that's just recent totals. It may go up yet. And they had been very, very dry, and they drastically needed the rain, but they did not need the storm surge and the tropical storm that did come in and cause a great deal of damage. And that is going to reform again in the next couple of days, and they're going to have another wave. And what literally is going to be coming across from Africa along the trade winds at this time of year is going to go into the Gulf of Mexico, literally across the northern shores of Trinidad, between Trinidad and Grenada, and it's going to affect Venezuela and Belize, and then run into Mexico, and then the Gulf again. The temperature in the water of the Gulf of Mexico is running 30 degrees Celsius, 87 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is going to cause some rather interesting occurrences for next week as well. So we're going to see the heat dome moisture from that area. And as we're looking on this picture here, you can see a direct dividing line between the red area and the blue area. And that is coming mostly from the heat temperature coming off the Gulf heading north as the jet stream runs from west to east in the upper hemispheres of the United States. And so it's going to continue to drag in that moisture heat dome, literally from the side of Mexico through Texas all the way up to Caribou, Maine as well. And then it's going to go across the Atlantic Ocean, and then it will affect, of course, England and France and Spain and etc. And Europe and on and on and on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the heat index is way high for this time of year, and I believe it's directly related to the second star. They call it global warming, but I think they're mislabeling global warming for it should be solar system warming, because all the planets are heating up, because we know that there's a second star here, which would account for why it's 110 degrees in the beginning of summer when it should be in the 70s and 80s. And it's broken heat records all last week across the East Coast. And if you live on the East Coast, anywhere from Chicago on, I'm sure you are quite aware of that already.
I think that fire is right there where Katie Jo and Carolyn is.
Oh, yeah, there's fires. There's fires in Mexico. There's there's fires in Mexico. Yeah. There's fires in New Mexico.
Fire,
California. Yeah, but I mean, I grabbed on the word fire.
Yeah, there is fire.
And right after last week's show, immediately after, on Saturday night, we were talking about, remember I talked about the big burn. And I was pointing out everybody to these wildfires that could occur in the Northwest. And literally that evening, a very large group of areas in California, Northern California and Los Angeles area lit up in fire, and including New Mexico, as there's a very large area that's burning now as well. So there's going to be a lot of fires this year, and people should be mitigating early, removing ground shrubs and trying to have metal roofs and all of that. So, and then clear trees that can fall from your, in your house, and have a kill zone area where you literally have no fire anywhere close to your home. So that, and then, even think about perhaps installing quick hookupable piped roof sprinklers, where you just, run your hose to the ground pipe, and that comes down the wall of your house that has a sprinkler attached even on a PVC pipe that runs up to the eaves of your house. That way, if you do have any water pressure at all during a firestorm, you can be spraying down the top of your house, and then your house won't ignite as easily. So think about those mitigation possibilities if you do live in California or forested region, anywhere from Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, etc., where we're Oregon or Northern California or Idaho or Montana, even anywhere that you're in a forest. Think about fire saving mitigation, and even have a storage tank and maybe a handheld gas fired pump or something. I mean, it depends on if you have the money to go through it. Think about this stuff where you could actually put a mist of water over the top of your home structure in case of wildfire, and with a tank and a pump, and you could actually save your own home. And don't have materials that light up easily anywhere, including your skirting of your house, etc. Mitigate all of those grasses. That happened to us last year. We had a fire go right past our house. Had I not had a green lawn, we would have been in trouble. So there's more to that story, but anyway, go back to our other show.
California. He's talking about he had a fire near him, it sounds like, in California. So
yeah, I never passed. You have 5 minutes and everything has changed.
Right.
We got evacuated, and then I came right back because I didn't trust them, and I snuck back in the back way and parked in a nearby neighborhood, and then just walked in, and then I sat there in my yard and my garden hose and kept putting across the road for me, which was 20 yards across the road from me. I kept putting all of that out as it went past my house, and the neighbors kitty corner from me lost their house entirely. So it's random, and it jumps from place to place, so you have to be really aware of it. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, no, it's so. Have you? Did you mention what you think is starting the fires? I mean, that's something.
Well, we have adverse conditions. The sun is way hotter than normal, and stuff grows. Just like my grass is already, burning in certain areas, and it's June.
Yeah,
and that's not supposed to happen until August. Although I have a soil issue because I'm mostly on gravel and I don't have, and Gillian is back, I don't have a lot of stabilizing soil to hold the moisture that I need, but it's already burning. So, the sun is, and everybody knows the sun is way hotter right now. And I believe that has to do with the transition. We believe that the two stars are separating from each other. We can't prove it yet. We've had reports from the southern hemisphere, but we have to maybe wait a few months to actually see that up here in the northern hemisphere to see the transition. But we know the planets are moving. We have different sightings, and everything has drastically changed. Excuse me. We just stepped into summer orbit from the summer solstice that happened on the 20th. So it's a whole new ball game, and we're gonna have lots of fun finding all kinds of neat things we've never seen before.
Right. Hi, Nancy.
And I'm already reaching for a cough drop.
107. Wow. Now that, when you get into that's when it all changes. I don't know. I can handle 98, but 103, it's too much. It's like it changes. Yeah. Anyway, hi, Nancy. And I see
anything above 87, 85 is too much for me.
10 p.m. in Germany. I have a video coming here shortly from Alexander. All of some of his
Alexander.
Clips. So we have that to look forward to. And speaking
I
of,
watched it. I saved a bunch of his material today.
Russell will be hopping on here shortly to visit with us and tell us what he is seeing. So I'm excited for that. That was a surprise. Guest. So good to
I've
have
been paid to fight fires
you.
before too, and I'll never do it again. I'm
God,
not going to go out and fight fires. I've seen the
exhausting.
beast, and I'll pass on that. Thank you.
Right, scary.
Of course,
And
I'm not
Darren is-
of that age that I would.
Right. And you're right, 50s and 60s out. No.
When you did the logging thing.
Yeah,
Sam,
I'm not trading
20
up.
years ago. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I did a lot of that, and I fought fire and stuff like that before too. And I'm not running up a mountain with a shovel in my hand in the smoke. No, thank you. I'm done.
Yeah.
That's
Darren
for
is
younger men than I.
Darren wants to know if the Texas cube or the long box cube passed by 2 nights ago, because he's got a picture of it in New York City.
Cool.
I bet it did. Because they're always here.
Well, it's been cited heavily.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been highly cited last week, and it was very evident to a lot of people. So the odds of you capturing it are quite high.
Yeah.
So we'd love to see a copy of it. Send it to us somehow.
Yes.
Send it to Rebecca, and then
They're
she'll make note
especially
of
at
it.
sunset. They're there.
So yeah,
you'll see them.
well,
always
they're
there.
all, they've been in the same spot since 2019. So, and they move up and
Right.
down and
Yeah,
up and down. They get close and then they go back up and they get close and they go back up.
Let's look at your drawing. Here it is.
That could have to do with
That.
also how close path. Maybe they're staying in the same place, and just the planets actually get closer to us, and so it appears the cube being parked next to these certain planets, whichever one, the Texas cube or the long box, being that the planets are passing over us more closely than they ever did really before. Perhaps our out view of them says to us, "Oh, they're getting close," when in actuality it's the planets, and they just happen to be underneath them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Samuel.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was dealing with my cough drop.
That just
All
makes
right.
no sense.
Yeah, and then when if
Just-
you find look at this. It's got the side orb
look
on the
at
right
these
hand
things.
side sticking out of the
okay.
square there, and the side orb matches all the drawings and stuff over the years, and that's one of the criteria when you find the square of the cube. Does it have the side orb? And there it is, blatantly evident in front of us. And I've got drawings of it going back years, and it matches.
They're out there.
Yeah,
I see people
they
also.
are here.
Here's
They
Great
are
Guy
here. They are here.
asking or telling Sam happy birthday. So Sam does have a birthday coming up.
Thank you. That's a little early. My
and
birthday's in a few days,
so,
and
Let's see.
thank you, everyone.
We have.
I'm going to be old next week. Oh,
Sam too. So if you want to donate, I
Don't tell them, Sam. Don't
put the
tell
link
them.
in the comments earlier, but I'll drop it in the link. I'll drop it in the comments again. Hopefully, it lets you see it or click it. But anyway, it's a PayPal.
I
link.
definitely need to take my Geritol, and for you older folks who know what Geritol is, I don't even think they sell it anymore. But in our lifetime, we saw more Geritol
Oh my
commercials than
gosh.
anything else back when you were growing
I
up.
don't think they sell that anymore either. No.
You should
Geritol.
Geritol. Yeah.
That's like
Oh, it's an iron. It's an iron
Right.
tablet plus supplements for elderly, and it was a product market for many years.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't even think it's on the market anymore. But I mean, when I was a kid growing up, you were constantly seeing those commercials for decade after decade. Yeah, you should take Geritol.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm taking my Centrum Silver, thank you. Yeah. A little dry in here today because we have like 19% humidity in the house right now. It's just dry.
Do you all hear an echo by chance, or is it
Echo.
just me? I don't know.
No, I don't hear one.
No, just the music.
I hear a
still,
wind
and
thump, sort
that's
of.
it.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Oh no! Don't start, you two.
Yeah, Alexander, the temperature has changed ever since the second star got here in 2010-ish from underneath Earth. We watched it arrive from Antarctica live cams. And after that, we saw a very bright intensity light change. All the normal planets tipped. And then when it got visible and came up to proximity of our star, our sun started coming up. Well, I think it's actually our star was moving. But anyway, or attractively pulled or whatever. And then after that, all of the planets started heating up. And Earth's temperature and jet streams and axis tip and everything has changed ever since. So we know why the entire solar system is heating up, because we have a very large standard red, and not our dwarf yellow smaller star. We have a very big star that is visiting and heating everything up, including why we're this hot right now.
Yeah, it's been
Drastic weather change beyond what they projected for climate change according to CO2 sequestration, which is why it blows their science right out the window, because they're basing their science on CO2 sequestration rather than the secondary additional star that goes along with all of these planets, because these planets do not travel along without their own star. There would be nobody living on them without them, and they'd be willy-nilly rogue planets, the rogue dark planet X floating in space where nobody knows until it shows up, and that's not how it works. Binary solar system, electrical solar system, not gravitational. We are a compound. We are a chemistry compound. Their star, our star, always go binary solar system. And the other races on the other side, and the bigger part of this solar system, are technologically much higher advanced than we are. And we are the Backwater factory planet, and I could go on and on and on and on about that.
Like, what does that mean? Like, just for people that don't know, what does Backwater factory planet mean?
Well, the reality is that humans do not understand what humans are. Humans believe that we own Earth. We do not own Earth. There are numerous higher tech level extraterrestrials around us in our solar system and in our universe, or our galaxy, excuse me, I take that back, our galaxy. Countless races in our galaxy. And then there are countless galaxies out there. So there's far more than people are even prepared to understand. And it's a monumental ponderance beyond realm. And the longer you think about it, the more you learn, the more you're going to learn. So I'm going to hint at it and get you guys to start looking this up. Look it up. It's real. It's, there's so many life forms out there. It's beyond Star Wars. It really is.
Wow.
Yeah, the Texas
And
cube. So the Texas collider, is it?
Right.
Did
What
they
about
have
it?
a collider? Well,
Yeah,
I
they have a
just found
collider
my
in Texas.
yeah, because I found my old photos were trying to remind me of memories from 2018, and it's actually quite amazing. That's when I seen the cube in the early morning, and it was when you were teaching me about A2 being on the left side with its moon, and that potentially it could pop out from underneath or between. And I got that beautiful picture that
Right, it was parked in. Yeah.
Yeah. I just found it again.
Yeah,
so when
the
you were
Texas
talking about
cube, we believe it arrived. We believe it arrived in 2015, and we believe that the long box cube arrived in 2017, or that was at least when the sightings started occurring for that. Now, there was a live sighting of the Texas cube arrival through a wormhole over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas cube.
yeah, and you get those
And of course, then
spirals in
the
sky,
earlier
everybody-
visitation and arrival. The Empire Orb arrived in 2009, and that was another story, and that came through the Norway Spiral. And the Norway Spiral was a highly documented opening of a wormhole and a very large, round, cylindrical body, just like the Death Star on in Star Wars, and that's why we call it the Empire Orb or the Norway Spiral Orb. Came through from that wormhole into our space over the top of Norway and Germany, and it was sighted by thousands of people in Norway and Germany. And that was 2009, prior to the planets getting here.
Yeah, because I seen the first evidence of it for me in 2017. I think I started seeing them in the early morning, rising the ecliptic, and they would just be there.
We have thousands of pictures going back.
Yep.
Just for anybody watching that has not seen this video, that's what we're talking about. That's the Empire Orb. I know I show it a lot, but it's the best.
Think it's the moon.
Nature is. Yeah.
And that blue light you just saw is real. I have seen it by eye. I watched it drop out of the clouds and then turn that light on out of an iris area that actually has an array of 4 other lights around it, from around the central in a sort of a box, a rectangle around the eye opening. And I have close-up pictures of that. But yeah, I saw that, so we know it's real. And then we got this picture or this capture, this live capture, like what, 5, 6, 7 years after we started talking about it, and that's why we know what we're looking at here. And it's the size of a small moon, and it's occupied and driven because we've seen it stop, drop out of the zenith minus 5,000 or whatever, drop out of the clouds, and then change direction. So we know it's an occupied, driven Empire Orb craft, very massive. And there, it's literally what a show of force. If you show up, on the high, we're here. This is our tech level. Give us what we ask. We're here to collect the tribute to the gods, the commodities that they pick up every cycle called passing planets of Nibiru. And I believe this is an exterior force separate of the Anunnakis. So be aware of that as well. I don't know how the rest of the world's going to deal with that problem, but I'm giving you facts and not fear. So I'm sharing the information that we have, and what you want to do with it and what you choose, how do you choose to react with this information is not up to me, but I am giving you time-proven fact, F-A-C-T, not theory, not premise, not conjecture, but fact, because we've documented for so many years, and we have thousands of captures of this.
It's right. It's
Otherwise,
so well
we wouldn't be
together.
telling you this the way we are.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's well documented. We know it's real. And then, of course, I love this, the smaller craft flying behind it. Yeah, I mean, wow. Argue with that, I dare you. And it looks exactly like what I saw drop out of the clouds, and then that blue light, man. Unbelievable. And when I saw this video, I immediately knew it was real. Like, yeah, this is a real video, because nobody could come up with this, because it's exactly what I saw.
That's awesome. I've not seen. I don't think
But
I've
the
seen
blue light
Wildfire.
stared at me longer.
Yeah.
When I saw that blue light turn on and it was pointed my direction and it sat there for, God, 3 minutes. And this one, you see it on for, 15, 20 seconds. But I saw that blue light stare in our direction for a very, very long time. It's hard to say exactly, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever, but it was on facing our direction. And watching, had I not seen that blue light turn on, if it would have been on when it popped out of the clouds, it would have been one thing. But then watching it drop, change direction, turn its entire body, like it was scanning from, the south looking east and then to the north and then looking my direction. And then that light came on. And it was like, wow. And from that moment on, I was so prior to that, I didn't really believe in it until I saw it. But we'd had captures, we had comments about it. And I was going, oh, okay. And I didn't really fully openly report it on Montana Skywatcher 1 way back then. But then once we started getting more sightings of it, and then I saw it by eye personally as well, then it became a subject we could publicly talk about. Because Skywatcher wasn't about alien craft, and we avoided that for many years.
Yeah.
We avoided talking about aliens altogether for a long time.
Why was that?
We didn't want to jump in with the money boys and all of their.
I see.
Excuse me?
I was asking why you didn't want to go there to talk about aliens.
Well, without defining, we can't call the small stuff, those blurry dots that fly across the sky, and all. We think it's this, we think it's that, and then we're talking about conjecture, and usually it's just one sighting or another of this little tiny little blob that we saw when you can't identify. But when we started getting close-ups of the damn thing, and then we started getting captures of it besides the sun in NASA footage, and then stellar A and B pictures and all of that over the years, and all of them matched over and over and over and over and over again. Well, then it became, a proven capture ratio was above and beyond reproach, and therefore, and it was all matching time after time, year after year. And then we watched the cubes and everything arrive and all of that, and it just added to the approach. And then we stuck to the big stuff, and we still do. We talk about the little stuff once in a while, like the Star Destroyer docking stations or the support craft, or pretty much all this week. As a matter of fact, today even we got some more pictures in of the space tube and it glowing again. We talked about that last week as well, and there was a lot of sightings of the space tube. So those things that are the big, huge megaship, the megaships are being talked about, and the little stuff, and anything pretty much smaller than a fighter or a Star Destroyer, which is huge, 3 football fields long or bigger. A lot of space tube sightings came in last week. This is a great example.
And Esri Colette is here. Hi, Esri Colette. And Let There Be Light. Good to see you all.
Hi, guys.
Let there be light. And it was a good thing.
She's asking about, here's a question. She was wondering why some call the second sun a brown dwarf.
Because that's a misrepresentation, cross-representation of some information that came out in the early 80s. That's
So
the short sweet of it. I could go on and more. No, it's incorrect. The brown blob, the brown-orange blob behind it is actually what holds the 2 stars. And then it was also mixed in with Nibiru and all, and and the dark star and all of that crazy crap. And I love this shot. This is a great shot. That is the freaking space tube. When you're actually watching it, it's not wavering, it's not warbling out. There is no digital reproach around it whatsoever. And there it is, moving right in front of our faces. And the question is, what are they putting on board there? What else? The commodities. It's a shipping container. Part of the share that the Empire gets, or the Federation, I should say.
Any estimates
We should
on
call it the
how
Federation, or
big
they
it is,
really could.
how long it is? Any estimates?
Oh, it's probably huge. It's probably massive.
Like
And
many
you
football
you pop
fields
open a
or-
wormhole and then you send it home, just like pods or shipping containers.
Look at that thing.
I'm just staring.
Yeah.
Imagine that flew over there.
And we've been citing it for years now. It's been about almost 5 years now. Oh, I hate it when they call it mothership. The only mothership you're going to find is on the Led Zeppelin album.
Okay. There's no such thing?
There is no mothership that's going to come down and save anyone until well after the shit hits the fan, and it's not going to be a mothership.
No.
I see.
And the only time they're going to make a landing is when they're trying to help clean up after the shit hits the fan. And this is according to my off-world information. When there's far less of us to complain about it until we've learned our lesson. Because remember, we always have a tendency not to appreciate that which we have. And only when we lose it do we appreciate it. So I'm warning people in advance that you should be very thankful for what you have today, because it's going to change. And look at the heat dome from LA to Caribou, Maine. We have an example.
So
I told people in December.
After the shit hits the fan, I'm sorry. Do you mean the physical?
Well, everything that we consider normal. Our weather is going to be so uncomfortable that we're going to have to change everything. Our daily pace is going to completely change. We haven't, this is, I thought about this even before the show. We haven't even hit August yet. What in the hell is August going to be like? I mean, are we going to ignore the fact that we know it's coming? Are we going to be 120, 130 degrees this August? We don't know. But I've been telling everybody, because the weather, I'm good at pattern watching. And I knew in December of last year that what I was watching with our weather and where we were headed and where we are headed right now. And I have been watching the weird new jet stream going over from the Pacific Ocean over the Mexican Rockies, over Mexico proper, and into the Gulf of Mexico. Now that's changed. Now that this La Nina thing is kicking in, that pattern has reversed, and it's coming straight across from Africa, billowing into the Bay of Campeche and all of that. And then it's going across the Yucatan now to the Pacific, which is good for those people down there, because Panama and everything was in drought, and Mexico was in drought, and all of that in between, etc. So that has changed, but now they're going to get so damn much water, they're not going to know what to do with it. And it's going to come in for literally, let's see, as of the July outlook, early July is above average rain. So, and it's going to be this stream coming straight across from Africa of moisture, and storm after storm after storm. It's going to cross all the way into the Gulf of Mexico, and over the Mexico, and over, Peru and Panama and all of that, and they're going to get flooded out, because that weather has changed. Now the equator is weird right now, weather-wise, and then the South Pole is really unbelievable in the jet stream formation that's going on. And then our jet stream is almost not in comparison to what's going on down south, but our northern hemisphere jet streams are weird. And so we're going to see a lot of really strong, exemplarily powerful electrical storms and tornadoes and winds. And then hurricane season is going to kick in from the Gulf, and we're going to get kicked into Louisiana and Texas and Alabama, and all of that are going to get just rain soaked from what's going to be rolling in. It's going to have to go somewhere. And the west-east jet stream is going to be pulling, rotating, and circulating that. So, Arkansas, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, all of that are going to be affected as well, all the way up the East Coast. So we're going to see, a rain event pattern that, more rain, but also with more heat as well. Because they're 87. That water temperature in the Gulf of Mexico is so hot right now, it's unbelievable. And that's going to fuel those storms.
Sorry, Sam.
Hi.
Yeah, as well as
I can take a sip off my pot.
But she's here, and that's Christopher's mother. So I thought that was cute. Sorry,
hey,
Sam.
Glad you're here. Thank you for listening and coming to our points of view, and thank you for allowing it to be possible, even. And we hope you learn and enjoy. Yep. And hint, we'll try to hint you forward into a new quest. We're in trouble, and our example right now is the weather we're seeing 2 months early. It's not supposed to be this hot.
Did you see the question of Darren Morrison?
I was just looking at that. So he's asking about Billy Carson. You know, Billy does talk about there being a binary system, but he and also Mr. MBB333,
do not remember
they
who
both
that
are the
is.
same. Oh, yeah, I sent you pictures of him not too long ago. Billy
Okay,
Carson.
And Terrence Howard,
Okay.
he also
Yeah.
talks about it now.
So, okay, he believes there's a binary system, but it's not here and it's not visible, and that's Billy. That's what
Okay.
Billy talks about. Okay.
Well, it depends on how many.
I would say he's
Are you a
reliable.
decade? Well, are you a decade behind in the information? Because if we've been talking about it for 14 years, and if you're just now stumbling onto this information, I can see where you could, maybe believe that. Yeah, look at the shape there. Look at the shape of what we're looking at. What if our star is behind this star on the right-hand side, which is what we think saved this picture, because this is important.
Yeah.
Our star is behind the standard red, in my opinion, currently. I think the second star, the bigger star, is closer than 93 million miles, which would account for our heat wave. See that bell shaping that goes to the right? There's more illumination because the star is behind the bigger star. And then the big blob is Nibiru behind it that holds the two stars. And it's massive. And you can see that in this halo as well. There's a blob behind the two stars.
It's just stunning. But
this is a great series of pictures.
Powerful.
Yeah, the misshapen alone shows you there's a star behind a bigger star in the front. And that's our smaller soul. So we're looking at, perhaps they're even broadcasting the facial activity of the star, the second star, not even telling us that what they're filming is the bigger star now. They may have no choice in their, disinfo, and why the activity is so violent and everything. Because, during separation and joining back in 2012, when they first joined up, there was the backflow CMEs, and we had solar events that were beyond ever recorded history. And that just, fell by the wayside right away. They announced it, they talked about it for a month or two, and then it just sort of didn't get mentioned anymore. So I believe that because of the reports we've had from the Southern Hemisphere, I do believe that our star is slightly behind the second star, because I think the separation is occurring. It's a slow process. And I think the bigger star is moving slightly to our right side and slightly towards us, while our normal star is maintaining its normal placement versus us, because we are thread connected in placement to our normal star. We are directly connected. And so it's leaving, and they're leaving. And so we're going to see the separation of the two stars anytime now. And it could be this summer. It could be all the way until next year. We don't know. So I believe in seeing this shape adds to that premise.
We're going to be watching it do this separation for many years. Is that right? It's going to happen over
it could be a couple of years. It could be 2, 3, 4 years. 5, 10. We don't know. But then when they leave, we should be able to see that, the separation of the two stars. We should be able to see, just like in the movie Star Wars, we should be able to see two stars in our sky, depending, as they exit, because they're going to go up above us. So anybody in the Northern Hemisphere would have a better view than the Southern Hemisphere or the equator. But I think we will see this after the fact, and then there won't be any denying it. But then currently, I do believe that the second star is overshining maybe even our smaller star, which it did as well in 2011 and 2012. And then everybody just thought, oh, weird, the sun's rising in the northeast. And that wasn't what was really happening. The second star arose visibly in the Northern Hemisphere in the northeast. And while all along our normal star, Sol, was due east. And then people missed that because the sunrise of the larger star literally blocked out the view of the morning light of our smaller dwarf yellow Sol. And then over time, they crossed paths with each other and pretty much co-orbited, joined for a couple of years, about 5 years. So 6 years. So, and then the sun cycle charts went off normal, and then the sun activity died way down. They couldn't explain that. And then they started saying, oh, Earth's magnetosphere is dying. No. I think a lot of this halo activity that we're seeing is due to the refracting second star. Because look, the line on this right-hand sided picture, or the left, depending on your point of view, is beyond halfway. And there's a rounded object more to the left. And so
does our one go around the big one?
I don't know. We'd have to have live footage of it, and there's no way to prove it, but it's entirely possible that they are spiraling around each other prior, moreover, to separation. We don't, they could slingshot away from each other. I don't know how it's going to work, but, and I don't want to really jump into supposition and guessing, so I just use with what we have. And there's been a lot of interesting solar activity, and the misshapen sun here is also very, very interesting.
You can practically
so we have to, and then we have to also keep in, we have to keep in mind that what's possibly happening. And, expectation sometimes will lead you into good science, and sometimes bad science. Because if you make predetermined suppositions, then it can be blind you to the facts as well. So, good side, bad side of every coin.
I was gonna say hi to Wendy, and I've tried.
Yeah, of course, the little flare on the.
Oh, I think
the little green guy. What's that one?
Yeah, Wendy, we looked at your pictures this week. Thank you very much. You're always doing a great job.
She gets great pictures. I don't see a recent.
Came up really fast and started seeing it right away.
On Montana
I sent you one of them.
You did.
Yeah, I sent you a picture of hers today on PM on your Facebook PM message. I sent you one of those pictures, and I thought it was important.
Let's get it. 1 second.
Yeah, there's been a lot of weird sun pictures this week.
Tell me where you posted your pictures, Wendy. Tell me what group, and I'll find them. I'll get that one that Sam sent me earlier. Let's see. Nope. Don't tell me I did not get it added. Oh gosh, sorry. I'll get it. I did not get it added.
Stuff and you don't pick it up.
You did. But look what I did get. Let's talk about this one for a minute. Hang on. This one.
Okay.
Wow.
Love it.
Oh, wow.
I can't see it yet. Take a long time to give me a picture.
Yeah, shoot.
One. Yeah, that is a Saturn yellow moon on the right. In the middle, in the upper left, is lead asteroid. In front of is Saturn.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an awesome shot.
Wow.
It's an awesome shot.
They look like they're doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, tip tack.
Look like they hit each other.
Yep. And then you sent me this one. No, I sent you this one. It was that, which is this. So it's always, you can verify by pictures. There's always something to the right of our sun. There's always something to the left. They're always curved in.
Yep.
It goes on and on and on. There's always something.
Yeah, I was very surprised how fast you made a comparative today on that. That was a big smile when I saw how fast you did that.
Oh yeah. It didn't take too long.
I hadn't even pretty much switched back to Facebook yet, and there it was. You'd already done it. It's like, okay.
I like those when they go quickly. But I am getting this picture added so we can see it real quick. Oh, I'm curious what this is.
Nibiru watch alternative astrophysics.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I'm actually confused on this. I don't know what I'm seeing here. Okay, let's get it.
Is it the Uri and the tan asteroid with the wings and?
Oh, maybe we'll see here in a second.
The one that Wendy.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still looking at the orange one with the plane. It takes forever for these pictures to come to me.
Yeah, it could be faster on my end too. That's for sure. Oh, here it is. We got it, guys. Thanks for being patient.
Ta-da!
There it is. What is this?
I can't see it yet.
Oh, okay.
Still scrolling.
It's like, what
Still
are we seeing?
scrolling. Still scrolling. Come on. Oh, yeah. Okay. That
just down so.
I am so tempted to say it's the Skull Asteroid poking out there, and I'm torn. But that winged area is that group of the Salamander asteroid group that sticks out of the bottom of Uri. And I'm sitting here staring at this, and the more I stare at it, the more I'm tempted to say it's the Skull Asteroid popping out. And we've had a lot of those sightings last week as well. But generically, that's the asteroids just underneath Uri. And if you'll notice where the sunshine is coming out, the eave of the house and the telephone pole are illuminated from the sun behind us. So that shows you that Uri is going beyond Earth, and it's also in the northern sky area as the sun. This is probably early in the morning or early morning before noon, and we'll probably have the sunlight in the east behind us. And we're staring up underneath Uri and the Salamander asteroid group, and very likely the Skull Asteroid, because I kind of see it in the middle, right at the edge of the picture there. And that's a whole bunch of asteroids as well that is directly attached to and affiliated with the Salamander asteroid group under Uri. And that's all part of the 180-day, very close path cycle where we see these asteroids between that planet and us. There's very little room in between as it is, depending on the size of the asteroid. So, we have to be highly concerned about the 180-day cycle this year.
Because close passing
we've
asteroids.
seen prior years where there was trouble.
Right. They tend to be what starts those fires. Is that right? The close passing
lightning storms, really high winds, very quick. Weather that isn't laid out on radar, and yet they come in and then they completely drastically change everything. And so that's spooky stuff. We're going to have an. Go ahead.
You know how you were just talking about the asteroids, and it seems like this week a lot of my feeds from the science groups that I've got were sending near-Earth objects. The names, Apophis is mentioned, and they also mentioned.
Yeah, that's coming back in about 5 years.
Yeah, so they were talking about them. You know how they're talking about.
Now, with Apophis coming back within about 4 to 5 years. Apophis is coming back again 4 to 5 years from now, and they expect it to be so close to us that we should actually see it go by eye in our atmosphere, literally skirting our atmosphere, or hitting Earth. They don't know yet, and that's why they've named it the inappropriate name that they named it. It's a distraction as well, because there's more. Wormwood is flying over our heads right now, and they're trying to point out something to you that's coming about 4 to 5 years. It's already been by once, and that's in Earth orbit. And you have to remember that these asteroids and orbitoids under Uri and Atu are not within Earth's orbit cycle. Nothing to do with it, completely separate. And that's why we see all of these asteroids daily, rather than every 6 months or every 3 years or every 5 years or whatever in a standard Earth orbit, depending on the speed that it's going, et cetera, et cetera. So you cannot associate the other planets, the other sister planets, as being in the normal orbit of the Earth realm. It's not at all in our normal planetary orbit with, Pluto all the way back to Mercury. So it's different ball game, and yet we're two spirals attached to each other, but we're just trading paths and switching places, so to speak. That's the simplest way I can put it. And these are asteroids that are orbiting underneath Atu and Atu's moon, and we're seeing them going vertically away from us. That's why they look like they're going straight down. What they're doing is they're orbiting underneath Atu and Atu's moon, and in our out view, that's the spiral asteroid dead center. The red asteroid is behind that. Little Sister, Lorraine, etc. are there as well. Poppy, these are asteroid names. And then underneath, at the central bottom, is the bottom base core of Nepesity, because Nepesity is farther back and behind Atu and Atu's moon in this shot.
Yeah, because you can see purple on the left there.
Our sky is like right above, like where the trees
and
are
if
at.
you look on the left-hand picture, if you look at the horizon line, that pink line right at the tree line, That's the bottom of Saru over there on the lower
Yes.
left picture. You can actually see the bottom of Saru, which is behind Uri and Atu's moon. And we know it's there because we see glimpses of her all the time. And in placement, it's also in the orbit chart. And on the drawings, yeah.
Yeah, right. Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
those
gonna
drawings are getting
show-
quite busy. There, there's lots of words in that. And this
There
is May,
is.
and you don't even have
All
the
those
June one up here.
asteroids, especially. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's been
I'm gonna show
transitions
a
in the
video.
June orbit.
From Alexander.
Okay. Please do. I will
So-
run back and go to
Let's
the
see what
kitchen real
Germany
quick, and I'll
looks
be right
like,
back.
y'all. Okay, Sam. Let's see what Germany
Ew,
looks like.
Germany.
He actually-
Yeah, I love
he
European
did
shots.
He did some cool
I mean, I'll
work
be
with-
quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good. He did some really cool work with, he's got all this professional equipment and decades of knowledge. And so I'm excited for you all to see what he has put together. So,
Yeah, I want him to tell us how to do the darkening so we can actually see them through the atmosphere kind of. That was really stunning. Those
It is.
during the week ones. Wow. He tried to explain it to me.
I saw these.
so apparently it just looked really
Yeah, I'm
plain,
wondering.
like that.
I'm wondering which star that is. If that's ours or theirs.
Wow.
Because that sure don't look like our normal star.
No.
Yeah. I thought that too when I was watching this. I'm like, what is this? But I read his comments and he said it was 8:30 in the morning and he was looking up at the sun.
I'm beginning to wonder if the standard red has moved in front of our star, why our temperature shot up so quickly. And we did move in through summer solstice, so we're moving.
Yeah,
And it
because
all
that
depends
looks
on altitude,
different when I
so,
started
you know.
to take pictures of the sun. It looks different.
Yes.
I want to be wrong, but I really, really, really think we are going to fry our asses off this year.
Wow, that's incredible.
And I hope man learns from it. I hope this, on one hand, it's, a good slap across the butt might wake up these anti-climate change people to show them, that we have to drastically change our behavior now. Not that man can really greatly do anything about it, but maybe, preventative medicine, to start learning about, making sure you have a basement to crawl into, or a cooling system that's adequate or, properly maintained, and, to reinvest into our electrical infrastructure so that we're not burning everything out every time everybody turns the AC on. And watch what happens to Texas and their electrical grid. I read a report earlier today that there's parts of Europe, because of the electrical grid it's like 40 degrees Celsius in some parts of Europe, right, Eastern Europe right now, that there's massive millions of people without power.
I've seen a lot of 50s that
And
were going.
their electrical grids have failed because of the overuse of air conditioning. So, they're getting that lesson already. And I think us, coddled Americans or spoiled, entitled Americans are going to get a very valuable lesson this summer. I hate to see it on one hand, but on the other hand, perhaps it is time for people. I noticed these Alex, thank you. They're not horrendously usable, but I do like them.
They're cool. Hi, Thunder.
They're different. Oh,
See
you're
you.
so cool to get
And-
those.
And Slim. Slim
Yeah.
is here, everybody.
Hi, Slim.
Good to see you.
Go out of full screen so that we have
I
to
just
read
think
the
they're
comments.
cool. I don't know what we're seeing. I don't think he knows either. But it's just things in our sky. This is what's out there,
Yeah,
when you zoom in. Okay.
Well, we did, I saw a couple of his works there. We do see the big three up in the upper left, and we do see the blue asteroid and everything, and some facial. And that could That could be Matim for all I know, but asteroids in front of planets and little small craft or two, and there's a bunch of craft shots. Yeah, those could easily see. That looks like a Star Destroyer.
That's cool how you made it so dark.
So does that. Well,
Right.
he's colorizing them to bleed into what he's capturing. Yeah, we know there's Star Destroyers galore up there, and cubes, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I just think Star Wars.
That could easily be the lead asteroid. See the striping?
Yeah.
The bottom half of it is not visible, but we don't, it's hard to call unless I really know where in the direction he's shooting in, etc.
Sure.
Before I'd even reach to think what he's showing us. But it shows us there's large objects. And this could easily, be two objects here with something in front of it as well.
Yeah, it looks like a thing in front of two big objects. Well, even like something else in front of it.
Well, that could easily be the Texas cube in front of Batu's moon.
Wow.
There's a side orb in front.
That's so weird.
Yeah, that could be the side of Batu's moon, see, because it does look craterous. And then the shadowing, and then you're seeing a crescent of Batu's moon with the Texas cube in front of it.
Oh, okay.
And we know the lead asteroid is usually just to the right of Batu's moon, because we know that the main larger big 4 or 5 asteroids are all directly related to the orbitation of Batu's moon. And then, of course, Tan asteroid comes in on the left in front of the facial of Uri, and the Salamander asteroid group partially poking out of the bottom atmosphere of Uri and all that asteroid debris that goes along with it. Vast amounts of asteroids, thousands, if not millions. And his camera shots are making me seasick. That could be the blue asteroid in front of the sun, and then the big 3 to the upper left. That could be the blue asteroid. Yeah, I hate to throw out supposition. I really do.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to identify these, but
Yeah.
I do think they're probably asteroids.
That's like the big 3 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the big 3 because of placement. Now, some of the placements I do get. And I commented to him, but I don't want to throw out a whole bunch of hooey at people. And that's Uri cutting into the left side. That's why it's flaring that way. And there to the right is the Saturn's yellow moon, but we're seeing the dark side of it. That's that dark area in the right corner. That's where Saturn's yellow moon is. And it's very large right now. And then, of course, the spiral asteroid is in the upper left. And then we're looking at the bottom of Uri, which is that dark area right there in the upper left. And it's cutting into the out view of the sun. As you can see, part of it's missing. And that's why that cross flaring is going on. And, because only half the sun is there. Some of it's that blue line is cutting in right there. Is the blue line side edge of Uri cutting. That's the red asteroid dead center. Very big. The little sister in front of it, to the left, in the front of that. And there, right there, that's the spiral asteroid to the far middle left.
Yeah, bits of debris thing falling down as well. Like trails.
Yeah, well, there's even, there's like 5 or 6 smaller ones around the red asteroid in the back of it, and there's like 4 of them in front of the red asteroid that we're just now starting to actually see regularly increased sizing in them. And that right there almost looks like the skull asteroid. If it wasn't me with the camera out there, it's almost impossible to say like, or there could be the skull. I mean, there's a lot of spooky crap up in this shot. And thank you, Alexander, for your video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
And it showed you over and over again. They're here. They are here, and they're repeatedly captured around the world. And on the right-hand side, of course, you just have the Gallimony. You can kind of see it. Remember, it's between us and the sun, so we're seeing the dark sides of them. So their side illuminated.
I see Carlos is here.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm still
Carlos.
thinking this is the red asteroid dead center right. And the red asteroid is very large right now.
Yeah.
So perhaps
What is that round
summer at night,
object?
we might even see a very large red
Big
object.
round blob on the top, right?
You know, we might see a
Sorry,
nighttime
guys.
red object go by, and it's going to be huge. So we'll see what happens this summer.
It's so red around.
Boy, there's Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos is here. He had a really good video I just saw earlier today of Necessity like clipping into the sunlight. I want to show it to people here. Maybe
Okay.
today we could show something, but it's really, really good. Let's see. Yeah, Shelly. Shelly is here, everybody. Hi, Shelly. Good to see you all.
I had a lot of people all week talk about our last show being very, very good. So thank you, everyone out there, for your good
Okay.
comments. I haven't seen any negative ones in weeks, so that's good. And knock on wood, I was noticing that our peanut gallery has not been attacking us lately. And pity that Jesus isn't here to laugh about it, too. But,
It's true.
I don't know what's wrong. I kind of miss them.
Oh.
That's so funny. Yeah, it's actually been extremely quiet. Have you noticed, Sam? I mean, it's like you said, no drama.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, it's like I kind of missed them. You know, I got used to
It's quiet.
proving to wackadoos and small-minded people on a regular basis,
Yeah.
and now I'm not getting them. Where'd they go? Not that I'm
That's
complaining, but I do kind of miss them.
No. It's
Well, you know,
entertaining.
it became a
I
part of
guess.
my highlight of my day. You know, I do all this other work, and then okay, now let's check the trolls. You know,
Yeah. No, they just gave up. I believe they did. So
I hope
'Cause you
so.
can't
I
really-
hope they realized that,
can't-
14 years worth of work. And,
yeah.
you know, and it's not like we're, you know, and I don't know how many times I've been called a cult leader and all this other crap, you know, and it's like, I'd be a whole lot better off if I was a cult.
No kidding.
I'm joking, but
Yeah, we need
yes,
special-
absolute loyalty or away with thee. Yeah.
That's cool right there. I was like, what is that?
Yeah, remember, you have to look at the dark areas first.
Like, you can see
Otherwise-
them. You
otherwise
can see
you're not
little
gonna see the
dark
whole show.
specks, like asteroids.
This video is this one.
Alexander in Germany.
The music. I was like that, and then the thing is like up
Our
to
normal
the
clouds. That's the horizon
Yeah,
are our normal clouds.
Explain out how the sky's going in two different directions.
Alexander, he's asking you, Sam, did you see the pattern above the houses?
Okay, let's see.
Let's,
Yeah, that
let's
right
scroll
there is what
back.
we're looking at just as you read it.
Let's see.
Yeah, that looks. Boy, that kind of looked a little. That could be the long box cube sitting under the sun right there, because we had a lot of sightings this week coming in where it was. And then if you go more over to the left, is believe where it heads.
Oh, I see.
There could be star destroyers in the upper clouds to the left, because there are a lot, and they, you know, star destroyers move around a lot more than the other ones, and we are constantly seeing them just partially embedded in our outer atmospheres. And the big triangle, and also think 3D, because sometimes they're going away from us, sometimes they're going facing down. Sometimes they're facing sideways. That really looks like could even be the Texas cube. That looks really cubey.
Flickering for you too.
Light-wise, a little bit.
It's jiggling around. It's like jiggling.
Yeah, that looks more like the Texas cube than the long box, and the long box could be right there in the shot as well to the right. But and they occasionally are seen in out view as to really close together, even though they're not, because the right side rotates inward and the left side rotates inwards towards each other. That's what we call the scrolling in the sky, and it's weird. But like these straight lines over in the horizon as he pans left and right. Right, come on, just a little bit. Yeah, keep going. Right there, looks like a big, huge Star Destroyer right there.
Wow.
And the upper, with the eddy and covering the what do they call the conning tower at the end of the thing, and then the cloud reach to the planet above it. I mean, that literally looks like a very close Star Destroyer right there above the houses. Buried in the clouds.
You see those little.
But then it's supposition, but it really looks like it. We've had hundreds. Go ahead.
Towards the top right, there's all these little dark specks. It looks like somebody just threw a handful of gravel. You see those? You see them?
Yeah. Well, that could be smaller ships too inside in the cloud groups above the Star Destroyers. Like TIE fighters or something,
all in one area. Like,
now, we haven't gotten very many shots, and we haven't found any TIE fighters in any of our shots, although it is entirely possible, because even Gillian captured a whole bunch of really good pictures above Scotland where she got literally like 15 or 20 Star Destroyers in one shot. And they were small and far away, but they were so perfectly identifiable as triangle, it was unbelievable. But this could be one that's very close to you and hovering over the top of our atmosphere. Partially buried in the clouds, so your average craft that would be flying in the 40,000 foot range wouldn't see them, so they're probably hiding in the cloud levels. Depending, I don't know, on the treaties they might be openly known, but that does look like the edge of the Star Destroyer facing inward to the right into that cloud bank, and the back end sticking out. And then smaller ship flying around, I'm guessing, and I hate to do that. Normal clouds, and the rainbow, of course, is asteroid groups up in space to the upper left, and then the orange on the right-hand side is Saturn's yellow moon.
Yep, that's it.
And all you got to do is look at June's height drawing.
Right. Thank you, Alexander. As always, I always look forward to he posts.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'd say 1 or 2 videos a day. I don't know. It seems like a lot, but maybe not 2, but still.
Well, we see material all the time. It's very nice. Thank you.
Okay, and
now the question is everybody going to go to YouTube and make sure that you are subscribed and you hit the like button? Because the likes and everything help Rebecca's page.
It all adds up.
We need her algorithm, and we still need that big silver plaque from YouTube for the lady.
Yes, I'll get the.
So come on, get your friends to watch.
Plaque.
We send
okay.
Send at least 2 copies to people. After the show is published on YouTube, at the end of our show, it'll go public, and then grab that link and send it to 2 of your friends and say, "Hey, I watched the show. Tell me what you think." You don't have to tell them any more than that. They can either laugh at you or tell you how crazy we are. Those guys are nutters or whatever. But if you send it out there, then Rebecca's going to get the views, and then the subscribers is what counts. She needs a lot of subscribers to get her channel going. And I'm along for the ride. So
YouTube is the slowest growing of all the platforms I'm on. Everything else.
But it is number 1.
Larger.
It is number 1.
It is number 1. It is, and the one and only Twin Solar System podcast channel. So we got that going for us. I see we have somebody here to be on the show. I see person at the door. So give me 1 second. Go ahead.
Wonder who it is. Wonder.
Yes, I know.
Wonder who.
Okay. It looks like he's wiping the sweat off his forehead. So let's go ahead and get him added here. It's Russell Neal in California. Hey, Russell.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi, Russell.
Hi,
Oh,
Julie.
Russell. I can't see you yet, but well, there you are.
Yeah.
Hi, Sam.
Yeah, okay.
Glad to have you back.
You said
Happy
pretty
birthday,
warm where
Sam.
you are.
Thank you, sir.
What was that, Rebecca?
I said you said it was pretty warm there. 100.
104 today where we're at.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
too bad. Not as
Not-
bad as Chris, I'm sure.
In the shade, right? Sure. So you said there's a fire near you. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a couple. About 30 to 40 minutes away, we had this little Copperopolis fire. It's in the lower foothills of the Sierra Nevada, so it's mostly grass. But I think it was like 4 or 5 hours. It blew up to 5,000 acres. It's pretty close.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I think I even might have sent some photos when it started smoking that day. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I'll
But
have to look for them. I haven't seen them.
how have you guys all been?
Busy. I've been so busy.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't. I'll briefly mention we have like a new kitten in the house, right? So
I've seen that.
I've been. You wouldn't think a kitten would keep you busy, but they do. I spend a lot of time with her, and so I'll show you all a picture real quick. But yeah, she was like basically rescued by a couple that found her at a gas station. Where is the picture?
Nice.
Anyway, right. She was, I don't know how she got there for sure, but she was there and needed a lot of help.
Saving
I
lives.
can't pull her pictures up.
And
Yeah,
she
but
was
we
lost
took her
and
to the
needed a
doctor.
friend.
Yeah, I don't know why her pictures won't pull up. I see that. Anyway, but we took her to the doctor and oh my gosh, you guys. I mean, she went from being, really sickly and not able to do or play or anything to now it's like she was never sick ever. She's happy. She's playing. So
good.
it's all good. We named
That's
her
good.
Mittens. I know. Yeah, Michelle, she already knows. I'm looking for pictures.
Mittens. I'm trying not to preempt you by saying her name because she's so cute. Little tuxedo
So
baby.
sad. Oh, here she is. So the first picture is when she arrived. And
Poor
then
thing.
the second picture is 2 weeks later. And that was yesterday. So she is a whole different kitten. She's playing this morning.
Good for
So
her.
And I still can't see you. Okay, there it is.
yeah, little Mittens. So she's our new.
That face
I
says, of
didn't
course
know.
I'm supposed to. This is my pillow.
Oh yeah, she loves that little cat stand by the window. That was her yesterday while I was cleaning. But I had no plans on getting another kitty, but I know.
Right.
Yeah. But
Kitty's pick cute.
I'm
She is
infatuated
so
with her.
Oh,
She is. She's precious.
she just sprawled out. When you showed me the first pictures of her, you sent me. Oh
Uh-huh.
God, what was it? Like more than a week ago now, and you were like, "Oh look, Jill, I found another one." Oh no.
I know.
As
But
if
one
I-
of
Yeah, her eyes look better now.
She looks so much better.
it's a
She
whole
was
big
curled
difference.
up and she didn't want to do anything, and now she's all rolled out.
You can see that she had poor little thing. I'm just glad we got to her because I don't know if she would have made it out there where she was. I don't know. She was getting passed around from person to person, and they ran across Taylor and asked him to take her. So that's how we got her. So poor little baby. And then I got to worrying about her mother and her brothers and sisters, and I'm like, darn it. Try not to think
What
about
did they say? She's 7 weeks.
Yeah, don't go that far. Don't you?
No,
More
Rebecca,
than-
you're not going out to look for 7 more.
You can go around.
Yeah, but yeah, she's awesome. I'll have to show it.
Oh my
I'll
goodness.
show her live later. So, but yeah, I made her a little Facebook page, Little Mittens. So if you want to follow along. You can join her
Name is Cat.
page. I know.
Name is Cat. There you go.
Yeah, she's cute.
Yeah, the Skywatcher mascot.
My hand is all covered in all the scratches, from playing. So it's like that. So she's super happy. So I see here is it Aether? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Aether, yes, Aether Organ.
Okay. They sent me pictures. She did. I wanted to know where you sent them. So was it on email or messenger? I'll find them. So let me know and we'll take a peek. And let's talk about the heat dome for a minute. I have a short video of some people going over the heat dome. Okay, here we go.
Dome? Well, I never have, so I looked into this, and it's a little wild. Okay, so before I get into this, just know the world recorded its hottest month on record in May. Yeah, the hottest month ever in history.
There is a major heat wave ongoing in the eastern half of the U.S. This is meteorologist Andrew Marquez, and here's what you need to know. This is caused by a massive heat dome that is developing in the northeast and is likely to be the strongest this region has ever seen. I do want to emphasize that this is more than just typical summer heat in this part of the country, both in terms of magnitude and duration. This is expected to be more intense than we normally see this time of year. Currently, we have heat advisories in orange, excessive heat warnings in pink, and excessive heat watches in maroon in the Great Lakes and Northeast, impacting tens of millions of people. High temperatures will surge well into the 90s, perhaps even lower 100s for many over the coming days.
Everything is dying. This all used to be grass. This used to be a field of grass. It's been so hot here in Florida, and I made a video about it the other day. But I just want to, kind of show you guys how bad it is where I'm at. The grass just isn't growing. Usually at this time, I cut my grass about twice a week. And this year, I haven't cut my grass in 3 weeks. Watch this. This used to be plush green grass. All of this. Look at this.
So where's this
is now a sandbox.
Whoa.
If you live in New York, Ohio, Illinois,
Yeah, I've got
Indiana,
patches of dry spot in my grass already.
North Carolina, Boston, Maine, anywhere in the Northeast, you are in for record-breaking heat this week. So a heat wave, the first one of this year, is expected to hit the Northeast, but especially from North Carolina to Maine and over to Illinois, where over 230 million people are going to have temperatures over 90 degrees.
Saturday, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, even in parts of Pennsylvania.
There was 100 yesterday in Washington and Virginia.
Risk, but still a good portion of the country, from Florida to Louisiana, all the way out into California, seeing extremely hot temperatures.
Extreme heat wave is sweeping the Midwest and northeastern United States. Here's what we know. At least 265 million people will experience temperatures above 90 degrees Fahrenheit this week.
Wow. This must be a pretty big heat wave. The New York governor, Hochul, is calling in the
on the 19th, Caribou, Maine was 130 degrees. Caribou, Maine, 103.
Y'all,
and I think that was like Wednesday.
This is how hot it is in Texas. So look, we are out here. This is how hot the sand is. Dude, as one spot, the more you move it, it's over 150 degrees. That is hot. Let's move around to another spot. 150.3.
I can't wait till August.
Dude, another spot.
Oh, that's not going to be good.
154, 153.
And just to let you know, April was the hottest month on record, which has been breaking a record every month for the past 11 months.
Look at that white band.
More than 260 million people in the U.S. will see temperatures reach or exceed 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, folks in Las Vegas are used to the triple-digit heat during the summer months, but they are not used to it getting this hot this early. Now, with this late spring heat wave, they're expecting temperatures here in southern Nevada to get over 110 degrees. Clark County.
The Atlantic Ocean has never been this hot before in June, and this is going to have major consequences for hurricane season and marine life. Severe marine heatwave conditions have rapidly developed in the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, and off the coast of Florida, with water temperatures already peaking in the low 90s in Florida. The Florida Keys and the Bahamas are already under a coral bleaching warning as ocean temperatures are at record warm levels for early June. Water temperatures in some areas are up to 5 to 8 degrees above normal. In the Caribbean Sea, water temperatures have already exceeded peak hurricane season levels. This is completely unprecedented. Also, nearly the entire tropical Atlantic is currently experiencing a marine heat wave. These record hot ocean temperatures across the Atlantic will provide more fuel for developing hurricanes. More heat in the ocean equates to more energy for hurricanes, exponentially increasing the upper limit and damage potential of hurricanes. The combination of a developing La Nina, which leads to favorable conditions for hurricane development, and the record warm tropical Atlantic has prompted NOAA to issue its most aggressive hurricane season forecast on record for 2024. It's time to buckle up for what could be an extremely active hurricane season. And make sure to like and follow for more updates on extreme weather around the world.
Can be or will be.
It's West Africa's worst heat wave in living memory. Since late March, the region has been plagued by scorching temperatures, averaging above 40 degrees Celsius. Day or night, there is no respite for the victims, like this woman who was hospitalized in Niger due to the heat. In Mali and Burkina Faso, temperatures soared above 45 degrees Celsius between the 1st and the 5th of April. According to a report by World Weather Attribution, temperatures were so high they equated to a once-in-200-year event. The severity of the heat wave led WWA's team of climate scientists to conduct a rapid analysis, which concluded that temperatures would not have been reached were it not for human dependency on fossil fuels. A lack of data in the affected countries made it impossible to know the exact number of deaths, the WWA said, adding there were likely hundreds, if not thousands, of other heat-related casualties. According to the group, with the current trajectory we are on, these extreme temperatures are set to become more commonplace, and we will have to get used to it.
Thus, which is what's coming, and we're in trouble. And you know, the spooky thing is, you know, I wish they would have mentioned the planets in the 80s. If they would have told everybody that this was coming, then I think we could have prepared for it in many different ways, including building underground. Instead of, you know, them building underground and spending trillions of dollars on their hidey holes for the elite class.
Elon
not
Musk,
us.
Elon Musk, isn't he the #1 tunnel digger now?
Yeah.
Oh, I would believe it. I believe it.
I believe that's
you
what
know, those building machines. You just look up who bought those big, you know, it's the big bore machines.
Yeah.
You know, and I've been in one. I know they're real. And I had the golden ticket, but I walked away because I didn't think it was going to be cool for everybody else. And I'm a firm believer in everybody else too, because, you know, even 1980, I felt everyone had the right to know this information. And then, of course, I got stopped. My entire career got stomped on. And I could have been a lot of things, but they, of course, wanted it their way, not mine. And I didn't want to live on an Air Force base for the rest of my life.
Right.
Being escorted wherever I went, and they handed me keys to my house and my car day one. And, of course, it was on an Air Force base. And so I tried to deal with them on a tolerable basis, but over time it just didn't pan out, and so I had to walk. And they brought me back to Montana in handcuffs. But anyway, I was young. Live and learn. I really wonder what I would do today if they actually communicated with me in a more adult manner. I don't know. They were kind of pissed at me because I was an arrogant little teenager. Anyway, you know, when you're 18, you know, you think you know everything.
Oh, yeah.
And I found out really quick I didn't. And it's haunted me my entire life, I promise you. And I spent years in hiding over this as well. But now, you know, ever since the non-disclosure agreement I was over in 2010, I've come out and talked as best I could. We tried to stay current and not go into classified information and just share that science that we've discovered together. And hopefully all of you folks are getting on board with this and enjoying it. And I do try. And I'm trying to share what I can. And I hope it's important to you, because it's important to me. And that's why I still do it 14 years later. Nemesis in 1983, Popular Science. Yeah, and they call, and see, this is part of that 80s and 90s disinformation when they say Nemesis. Nemesis means your direct enemy, which of course makes people think, oh, it's going to crash into us. Thank you, Kay Grant. Yeah, the Reagan era is what put a change to everything. And I really think prior to Reagan that we would have ended up in a little bit different scenario today. Because when Reagan came into office, that's all of a sudden literally when any connection to contact that, my people were watching me were greatly diminished after that. I hope I fell through the cracks, but I don't believe public speaking has helped that. But after Reagan came into office, everything changed. And I was even supposed to at that time continue to work for government agencies, period. I was only allowed to work for the government. And then they changed that. And then made it local into city employment, as well as I was a federal employee for a while. And then I got moved to the city. And then after that, I pretty much never heard from anybody. I've had rough hints and spooky hints ever since. But and I had a visitation once there a few years ago that we can't still explain, but it was rather scary and nasty. And I was thinking about that again last night before bed. Like, do I get to go to sleep, or is something going to grab me in my sleep? Occasionally crosses my mind, but welcome to my idiom. Anyway, so Russ, tell us what you've been seeing lately. Have you been watching any planets or anything?
I've been uploading some content, but I keep sending it to this new messenger chat we have. I was just kind of talking about it, like, man, I'm kind of robbing the pages of my photos by just private messaging. But I did notice that, like, last year around this time, when we would start getting passes and we could start getting the captures here in California, we would get them for 5-6 day runs, and then you'd get maybe a week of nothing, clear skies. And lately it's just been like 2 clear days and then 2 passing days. It's like a lot shorter periods of time. So I feel like the wobble.
Yeah, the time factor is speeding up. Everything's changing, and I'm seeing stuff I've never seen before, and I got to sit there and really hardcore ponder what the hell I'm looking at. And I found that I'm getting way more information from the worldwide sightings, because I've got a plethora group where everybody sends pretty much the same pictures, and you see it 5-10 times, and you go, oh, okay, I get it, And then I got to go outside and remind myself how much the transition and change. And like I said earlier, because now that we've gone past the summer solstice, the outview has changed again. And pretty sure we were even going, God, when we come to understand it, then that's, of course, when it changes. Please continue.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just listening. I do believe I had sent some photos to Rebecca. She said she might have something put together of some of the stuff.
I'm working on them right now, actually. So it'll be just a few minutes, and then we'll have them. So, yep.
I've noticed it's definitely harder to identify the planets because, just a couple years ago, it was rather difficult to identify them because they're filling the sky. But now it's even harder for people that have been in this for a few years. And I'm like, well, wonder what one that one is.
Now they're so big and so over the top of us.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the rules have changed. And
I just want to go back to this
locked
picture
up there for a second.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one was taken by Christopher's dad.
Yeah.
And he is in Maine. And this was couple days ago, right, Chris?
Yep.
Uh-huh. And this was in the southeast to east at sunset. So across from the sun,
Yeah, that messed with me at first. And I had to sit there and I had to ponder it. And I went,
me too.
I thought it was something else, and I went, no, he's right. This is right. Yeah, and they're rotating over the top of us differently now. Like I said earlier in the program, when I was driving around this morning, and I headed west, and I actually saw a facial illumination of absolute Atu and a Melsaru and Nana encased in clouds, and I knew because of the encasement, and then I went, shit, God, that is Nibiru in the western sky in the morning, which really means it's majorly moved away from the right-hand side to beyond Earth. So if you want to see Nibiru, look west in the morning, and it's every time I turn around, it's changing. It's like, wow, it's so cool.
Okay.
It's just, and it is really hard. And now in California, it's much harder to see in California because you're lower altitude. The higher up you go, the easier it becomes. But at sea level, it makes it very, very. You're staring through a murky mist rather than actually seeing the land masses.
And then
And up here, we can see the land masses.
Sadly, in the morning,
And Jesus gets a better view because he's higher.
Right.
Please continue.
When I look at the west in the morning, almost about 130.
Okay, you got to say that all over again because you're skipping out.
Oh boy, I don't know.
Find your internet. You're walking around and you're skipping out.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
That's better.
Now, yeah. Either that or you're being limited because you're giving your rendition and they're messing with you.
That's what they did last time to me.
Yeah.
But anywho, we have these foothills.
Say that again.
Yeah, what did you just say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, tell us what you just said.
Yeah, we can hear you now, but while you were walking around, you were breaking up.
Yeah, so we have these foothills on either side of us being down in this valley. And so we're only about 200 feet above sea level out here. And those foothills, they're blocking the view of being able to see out towards the. So we're really down in the valley. And it sucks, you know. It'd be nice to get those late horizon shots. But, oh well.
I know.
Well, you know,
some
what's
people have
over the top of you too?
Not me. I don't.
Now that the sun is staying illuminated until almost 10 o'clock now, and now that the overhead illumination of the summer solstice has changed, even after sunset, you can see the illumination of the bottom of these planets that are overhead. So that early window within the first half hour of sunset and after sunset is a really important time to watch right now, because you'll get a better sight than all day long, because you're going to see the rounded illumination underneath the bottom of these overhead passing planets. And look in the northwest, look in the north, look directly above you, and then look in the east as well, or even to the southwest or the southeast or south, and look everywhere. Do the 360, all right, within the half hour of sunset, and you're going to see illuminated planets above us, which is why the illumination and the light in the sky, especially it'll be in the northwest sky as well, after sunset, will be illuminated, and it'll be odd. But a few years ago, when we had the same condition and placement where Nibiru was years ago before it went away and then came back, there was this freakish nighttime illumination that ran all the way up in Montana up here to like 11:30 at night, and it was so unbelievably weird that you were going, wow, do we live in the Arctic? What? And you know, that has to do with planetip and the fact that the other planets are here and being bottom illuminated. So now is a really good time before sunset and then well after sunset to get a really good view. Go ahead.
Still at nighttime in Montana with the nighttime illumination, was it to the west and was it reddish?
Wow.
Yeah, it will be. A few months ago, we had the reddest ever. Now, Isatum is red. So at sunset, Isatum is pretty much over the top of us and also in the north by northwest sky as well. And then it's going to move towards the northeast at sunset, followed to nighttime. So yeah, there will be a red planet visible in the north by northwest sky at and after sunset and directly above you.
Well, it was like
So keep an eye out for that in that red coloring.
yeah.
Yeah, you're skipping out again.
And you could look to the west and snap a picture, and you could see like black sky, and then you look to the west right above the horizon, and it was just red. It could be 12:30 at night, and it would still be red.
And that black sky comes from a body that is actually blocking the light, and it's right there. And everything beyond it to the north and the northeast will be black and dark because there's a huge planet in the way, and it's shadowing everything in that view. I'm out of Coke, and I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, speaking of shadow, like this picture, where was it? Sorry, guys. Oh man, I went too far forward. But on the left, that one, which is one of Christoper's.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. I mean,
you could totally
everything is there. You can see it.
Right.
Yeah, and you could definitely see, like, when I was looking at it, you can see it's rounded. It's like literally coming down into our atmosphere. You can see it's round. It's wild.
You feel like you might be able to throw a rock up there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. There are times when they look, I mean, like it's like impossibly close. You know, it's just like they're right there. So they're, man.
And
yeah,
it's insane when you ponder these planets.
6 months ago, I would have freaked out.
Like,
you're cutting out again.
You're skipping out again, Russ.
Yeah, just so you know.
You're gonna have to get a tin hat.
Yeah. It's like both him and Sam must live in, you know, outlying areas, I guess. I don't know if that's what the reason is.
Oh, that's that wonderful internet.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, darn. It'll get better. It'll work out. It'll be back.
Oh, that's it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
you know, if we tell silly stories about you know, my barbecue or something else like that, we'll be fine. But the moment we start to describe what's going on where other people can relate to around the world scenes, that's when we start running into trouble.
It's almost like you have to do
Like, you know, and I hate to jump.
Sneak attack where you never know what you're gonna go live on, so that they're not sitting there watching the Nibiru followers anonymous. They're following some other people.
Yeah, we got to bomb them with 3-minute shorts rather than 9-hour programs.
Yes.
Huh. I'm trying to fast forward.
And Rebecca and I have been talking about that. What did you ever do anything with that recording that we did here?
Well, I have worked on it, but I meant to talk to you about that because I feel like we can do better. There were just some things that it was so spur of the moment. Do you remember?
I agree.
It's like an idea I had.
Not only that, we were gossiping.
Uh-huh.
We were doing more gossip than work. We really were.
Yeah, it was like it was so spur of the moment. But it's anyway. I wanted to record Sam, like asking him just small questions and make short clips, you know, and just make.
That's cool.
But we weren't really prepared at all. It was too spur of the moment, and I felt like we could do better if we just, you know, organize it. So, but I still want to do that.
Well, we can do that again anytime, you know.
Sorry, what do you want to do? Sorry, I had to go.
Okay, so say like ask Sam one question and get the answer to something, you know, that's a common question, like what about gravity or what, you know, just some basic questions, and then make a short 2-minute video for TikTok, for everywhere, you know, but keep it really short and quick, you know, and make a bunch of them, you know, because it's a numbers game, y'all. I already figured it out. The more I post and the more I talk about it, it's out there. So
my suggestion would be maybe, because some of these shows are so wonderful and full of information, but interested in going
We're not getting any of that.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're getting every other word.
What's going on? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, go stand next to your router if you have one, or are you just on cell phone?
Yeah, maybe. I know. What's the resolution for that? I don't know. You turn off everything else. That's a start. Maybe. Or you reset your router.
Oops.
I love this one here.
Yeah.
Y'all, look at that. It's so perfect. Oh my gosh. It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I could sit here and because over the years, I have to admit I have become proud of the drawings, even though all the trolls are going, you know, I eat crayons, and you know, and my 5-year-old can do better drawings than you do, and all of that. Over the years, I have actually become very, very attached to the drawings. And there's such a great way to go back. You know, somebody sends us a picture from 2019, and then I can go back to 2019 and on that exact month that they did their capture, and it all matches still to this day. And that's what's really been amazing about all of this is the documentation has been unbelievable, and I'm quite proud of it. And that's why we do what we do and why. Yeah, I love the fact that lead asteroid has moved over farther to the right.
Huh.
And it is being sighted under Isatum and in front of Isatum's yellow moon as well.
You know what? I didn't see it before, but it looks like to the left of the lead object, there's a square. You see that? I see it now. It's like there's a cube there. Right to the left. It's like touching.
Yeah, it could be the long box cube right there. Yep.
Yeah,
that those two flat illuminations right there in a line, that could be the side edge of the long box cube quite easily. Well, yeah, it amazes me. I'm always seeing stuff that I didn't see before. Always, over and over again.
That's one of the
and
best
it's
parts,
insane
I
how
think.
the transition now Nibiru is crossing in front of Atu and Atu's moon and Uri. The whole group is wheeled around towards us from the right, and I've tried to draw that in previous monthly drawings. And it's just a matter of actually placing the changes in your head regularly, and then you'll become an authority. So we're going to try it this way. Go ahead, Russ. Go. Talk to us.
I took myself off the Wi-Fi. I'm going to just go off of cell phone service.
Hey, there you go.
We'll see how it goes.
It's working now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so frustrating.
So your
the
suggestion
first time I
was?
on the show.
I'm sorry. Yeah, tell us what your suggestions were again, because that's where you were skipping out.
Oh, I know Rebecca already does so much editing, but since she's usually on the show for the whole duration, she would best know like how to cut these 6-hour shows into a 6-minute video or less, and take out that wonderful information and just get it all lined up for the people that are accelerated learners, you know. Some people need it slow.
Yeah, I do know.
And
actually, okay, I've been looking into that. It seems like I found a service that would, like you punch in the times of whatever you're wanting out of that video. You punch in those, I don't know, but like right now I'm writing down the times of whenever Sam says something significant, you know. It's like, but it is difficult to take a 6-hour video and get it down to a couple of minutes. It's tricky too, so it's a lot to work with.
Yeah, it'll take you a couple of hours to actually go through it, and that's the thing that people in the background don't realize about how much time we actually do involve ourselves in all this. And I have to go, on every day and take all of the reports from everybody, because there's a lot of people that get upset at me if I don't answer them regularly. And then we have to all this material to go through, and we have to file it and save it and this and then do our other homework as well. And Rebecca's job is twice as hard as mine sometimes. Whereas I'm just pulling in information that everybody's sending, but she has all this editing, and that's why she is as busy as she is, including being cat mom.
I love it. I know. Gosh, that my phone is full of mittens pictures. I'm not kidding. I mean, I just capture everything. She's.
You're gonna have to get a phone.
Yeah, well, now you have to train her to sit on your shoulder for the show.
I know. I got to get that one picture. Yeah, she did that at the doctor's office. She climbed up,
so
and sat on my shoulder like a little parrot. So it's cute. Yeah. I love working on all this stuff. I can't stop working on it. You know what I mean? Even when I could do something else, I don't for long. You know, I drift back over to something or another for the show or for whatever. So I can't stop.
Colette thinks I need to update my thumbnail pic. I was actually thinking about that today. I hold so still, don't I? And for new folks, the reason I'm frozen is my microphone and camera do not work at the same time. My upload speed is horrible. My download is bad enough, but my upload's even worse. So we post a picture of me, and that way my microphone works better. Not as much as good as we'd like it to, but thank you, internet service.
Right.
Yeah, they were talking about smells. It looks like in the chat room thing here. They're talking about smells on the planet.
Oh, I'm sorry. That would be me. No, it's a joke. Yeah, well, oh, sorry. That was me. Yeah. No, I hadn't heard much about that, but we've been talking about the sounds a lot.
Yeah.
Lately. I even posted some stuff on the hum.
Right. About smell.
The house hum.
Like,
well, there's a lot of crazy shit going on and all kinds of different.
A lot of people.
Well, there's volcanoes, doing all kinds of stuff.
I just wondered if you named bad smells or like interesting smells.
Right.
Wow.
Well, now we're also, with the increased heat, we're going to have different gases coming up, and we're going to have different pollution smells. We're going to have, I was sitting in the house the other day, and I'm smelling people's hot tires. As the sun is and the smells are changing, and eroding plastics put off a toxic smell, and rotten garbage puts off a toxic smell, and of course now everything that we knew as our climate norm is no longer normal for anyone, including May, and then in April and May and all of that went through the tornadoes and everything from South Dakota to Texas, and all of that weather that went through, that was completely different than normal. Freak storms they've never ever recorded like the like of, and we're going to see way more of that again all the way through, literally going all the way up to October and more. We don't even know. I remember last year we went literally to beyond October where we're having freak storm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead and we'll look at the
we gotta post
what's going on out there. It's crazy. It's constant.
We have to watch, SOT, S-O-T-T, SOT weather, and keep checking, radar and worldwide events. If you don't look it up, you're not going to get it on newsfeed from any normal news service. You have to go up and look up. I did not know that the power stations in Eastern Europe and Asia were going out until somebody sent me that information. So you got to go and look this stuff up for yourself, because you're not going to get it off of national news. And if you do, you're going to get 15 seconds at the most.
Right.
And look how fast everybody forgot about the wildfires in the panhandle of Texas that went through about a month ago. Already forgotten. Now we move to the New Mexico fires and the Los Angeles and the San Francisco fires and that, and then that'll be forgotten in a month. So we have to pay attention to what's going on. It's going to be nasty. It is nasty already.
Look at that. That scares me.
God, I'd be crying if that was my house.
That is.
Look how fast flowing that water is. I mean, look how much there is. Are they on a floodplain?
I don't know.
Obviously, yes. The riverbanks are probably all the way over to the trees there. Yeah.
My God.
I know they say that if you're off grid and stuff, you should be near the water, but you don't really want to be that near the water.
LA Verde Cardigo.
Wow.
I don't know what Cardigo is in Spanish, but Verde is green. Look, tornado. Or is it planet necessity passing by?
These people are
green it is up there.
towards it. What are they doing?
That's adrenaline right there.
That's something, man. I don't.
Or really good car insurance.
Right?
You know, my sister just moved back from Oklahoma, and she was so happy about how much cheaper everything was over there, and she was just dumbfounded that car insurance is like twice as much as California out there because of those storms.
Oh wow.
She said it's the only thing more expensive is insurances out there in Oklahoma.
And they get away with it. Corporate greed. Yeah, the storm surge that came into southern southwestern Texas at the coast there on the Gulf Coast did inundate a whole lot of flooding, and they briefly covered that. But there's a lot of people that have now. Granted, most everyone there has their houses are raised up, as you can see. They're all on pillars.
Right.
They were prepared for it, but they are. This is a reoccurring thing, and every one of you people. Well, you'd think that they would have put their tidal walls up higher by now. I see we lost Russ.
He'll be back.
But, they put their houses up on pillars, but why didn't they build a higher tidal wall like Japan has?
Yeah.
Now you're breaking up.
Yeah, it's
No,
really
it's a
hectic
conspiracy.
tonight.
Don't do that. Yeah, well.
Have we got solar activity again, Sam?
I have not seen any information on that in days, so I can't comment
I
on
haven't
that.
seen anything on my
I didn't look.
feeds. I just
So.
wondered. It's really scattery, this.
I was
reception.
dealing with
Yeah.
my front porch for the last couple of days outside. I've been doing outside yard work rather than inside housework. Which we also
hear
did
you.
a major
My
revamp on my
yard's
kitchen, so we cleaned the stove and all that.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And Nova's in the background
think we're
going,
all
which is already dirty on the stove. So she's mad I dribbled on her stove that she cleaned.
Who's that, Nova?
And we had a ham steak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's back there hollering from the kitchen. Look what you did to the stove.
They're helping you clean, though.
Yeah, they wanted something, so I got a few hours worth of work out of them. Teenagers,
Yep.
Oh, the pollen here. I'm seeing snow here, of course, but yesterday we had such bad pollen. This is what the skies looked like yesterday outside my house. It was like it was snowing.
Wow.
We had the bitterroot cottonwood trees just dumping out mass volumes of cotton floating in the air the size of your thumbnail, and it was like a dream world, and it looked like smoke. There was so much cotton either looked like smoke or snow. And this, of course, is the wildfires going on in, I believe, New Mexico,
Wow.
and it stalled for me, so I can.
Yeah, I know. It's been Stolly Wally for this whole.
I'm lagging so bad.
Yikes.
Yeah. And your voice sounds like brr, brr.
Oh,
frustrating.
Oh no. Oh no, it's embarrassing.
Hi, and welcome to live television.
One of those days. One of those days.
I don't want that to happen to me. Oh man.
Just look at that.
Yeah, the day after our last podcast, I woke up and we have like a sliding glass door that goes out to our patio in our room, and I could smell smoke. I thought, oh my God, is the building on fire or something? And I opened the door and it was orange. The whole neighborhood was orange. It was crazy.
Is this the other morning you said?
Yeah, right after the podcast the other day, Sam said there was going to be fires. Sure enough,
oh boy,
I woke up to it.
Oh no.
I never thought I would see fires when I came here. I never thought I'd see fires again because in my mind, everybody had always said to me, oh, you better take your Wellingtons and your Brawley and your woolly knickers. You're going to the Highlands. It'll be doing nothing but snow. And when I got off the airplane, I was told to look politely in the bush. That's as much snow as you're going to see. And there was not much snow. So, but that was January, toward the end of January that year, 2029. But yeah, I've seen more snow since I've been here. Every year, progressively, it's been more and more and more different.
I hope this guy's pulled over.
This guy's driving.
Yeah,
I
I
know,
hope
right?
he's pulled over because he should not be driving at this stage.
I know. I'm thinking, what?
No, can't see nothing with that. Wow. At least an e-bike doesn't have a windscreen. That's messy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all seized up.
Oh, there's going to be smoke. I could actually check and see what kind of smoke is going on over California right now. There is an app on that null school. I will go to particulates chem. We'll start at chem. Wow. Wow. I'm seeing a chemical amount over the United States larger than I've ever seen before. I'll go the particulates. Oh yeah, it's amazingly high. I've never seen it this high. Wow, we're putting out more smoke. Canada is putting out a whole. Their Canadian fires must be going on big time. We are darker particulate chem-wise than I've ever seen. Directly over the United States, from literally the West Coast to East Coast, than I've ever seen before. So I think we have a lot of fires we're not even hearing about.
Oh yeah.
And then production industrial. I don't know, but there's a lot of smoke over the U.S. So anyway, I'll come off of that. Never seen it. I mean, we're putting off more than China, and China is industrial smoke from hell, and they're not putting off hardly any at all, which tells you their production is way down. Honey, I think the toilet's overflowing in the upper bathroom.
It's like something out of The Exorcist or something.
And I will reiterate again, be very careful when you buy a used car. Take off the rear tail light and see if it's been flooded out or not. Or you buy, because there's going to be so many cars on the market that'll have a rust and electrical damage from hell, and you won't know it until it rusts out. And because anytime you get seawater and cars together, that's when you end up with a lot of rust. It's why it's not wise to make steel at sea level, by the way. If you make steel in the middle of the country, it's better steel than if it's made next to the ocean, because that salt air gets into the production and then it'll enter rust. And that's why the United States used to make the best steel in the world, because we did it in Pennsylvania and Illinois and Ohio and all of that. And that was landlocked with no ocean air. And that's why early Japanese Toyotas used to rust out so bad, because they're made at sea level and with ocean air. And they do have good quality steel, but then they high carbon it, and then they fold it and bend it and bend it and bend it and beat all the particulate out of it, but not in their cars. Anyway, I divest myself off topic. Sorry, we're at 2 hours. I get silly from then on.
Ed Recollett says that he or she has heard that by 2030 it's going to be all like electric vehicles.
I don't believe that up here in Montana, because when we have cold weather, electric batteries do not work. Period. Yeah. And you literally got to start a fire underneath your car to get it warm up enough just to actually be able to turn the engine over. So I don't frankly believe that electric vehicles will be the answer in Montana at all. Unless you have, you're a millionaire and you got a heated garage. And then, yet at the same time, I wouldn't park an electric vehicle inside of a garage right now because you can burn your house down with it. China just went absolutely crazy and started confiscating inappropriately manufactured and remanufactured or readjusted electric motorcycles by the thousands. And because they keep lighting on fire all over everywhere in the middle of the night at charging stations, and they're burning people out of their homes and stuff, because if you put in a fake battery from not the manufactured company, then they have a tendency to light on fire because they're putting cheaper batteries in, etc. So there's a whole bunch of trouble, occurring all over the planet with electric vehicles lighting on fire. And I would look into that prior to ever purchasing one. And like I said, you have to have an electric garage and a charging station. Because if you don't, now if you went EV and gas, if you went a modified where they do both, then perhaps it would be better. But I don't think, frankly, the technology is prepared for EVs. I apologize to the companies that are trying to sell them, but that is my opinion.
All that.
Yeah, coming soon to a theater or town near you. Yeah, Germany and Europe are flooding again. Deutschland, Maisbach in Deutschland. Germany's flooding again. I saw that last week. And it's going on everywhere. This is around, our jet streams are screwed up. The amounts of water that's coming down, the amounts of water that's going up, the burn off and the melt off in our atmosphere from what even the sun shining on the oceans has changed. And that's why our jet streams have changed. More powerful storms, more powerful hurricanes, more powerful lightning, more powerful wind, more powerful heat-cold transition areas where you get more hail, bigger hail. So, climate change is quite real. Why it's happening is a different story. So I think it's a combination of both. There is a level of sequestration of carbon, but I don't believe it's anywhere near what they say it is, to a point of tipping the Earth into climate change, although that was recorded years ago. But I think it was partially fabricated, knowing that the second star would get here and we would heat up. And I think we are being directly kept in the dark, pardon the expression, or the pun, over the second star.
Night, Alexander. Be safe.
Night.
Good night, Alexander.
Yes, thank you for your work.
Thanks for hanging out
for your
with
amazing
us.
video.
Till
Thank
next
you for
time.
trying to teach me about how you did that. It's really cool. Very interesting.
It is. I like how he turned it dark like that.
Yeah. He was trying to explain
got
to
the
me in
skills.
the group thing that we've got how to do it. So I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'll go give it a try. But
Okay,
tomorrow,
maybe I'll try too.
After painting my shed, I really have to get going on that shed. I mean, I swept it all off, and I've still got I've never done this before. Kind of like, oh my god, but And then I look at all these videos and I think, all these poor people that look at the damage, eh?
Look at it.
The damage. Like you just said at the beginning of the.
That takes years to recover from.
We're so blessed if we're not in this situation, but it can happen in the blink of an eye. Just to be aware of being in a.
We have to connect to our old ways of living. We have to rethink, we have to become part of our environment instead of separate from our environment, because our environment is coming in, whether we like it or not. And, this is why, the example is Earthship building in New Mexico. Look that up.
Yeah.
We could be off-grid, self-sustaining if people would have known in the 80s even that this was coming. We could be highly more prepared. And hobbit houses and that sort of thing, and dome houses that don't, if you got a rounded house, then your corner of your roof isn't going to get ripped off by these high winds. And geodesic domes, for instance, they can handle up to 300 mile an hour wind.
That'd be quite awesome too. Oops.
You went sideways, Gillian. And at 300 mile an hour winds, they're actually pressed downward. They're downward pressed rather than ripped off. And if you had a dome, and each year, even if you were covering it with canvas and wood, And each year, if you add just a thin layer of cement to it over the years, you could have a cement dome. And of course, you'd have to build it strong and structurally. But a dome actually being as round will actually hold it, tolerate a huge amount of weight. I've all my life wanted a geodesic dome. I could never afford it. Thank you, Montana wages. And all the rich people moving in and making the cost of living here insane. We are as expensive as California. It's spooky what's going on here now with the move-ins. We got all these move-in politicians, and they're just killing us. They really are. They've stolen our lands and taken away our hunting rights, and they're still trying to do even more. And it's spooky. Money moved in here, and they killed us along, and it's forcing the people who live here out. And and now we found there's nowhere to go out to.
Yeah.
The housing is very short, and it's very expensive.
I was watching a guy on TikTok, and he travels from state to state, mainly showing like the worst areas of each state. That's what he does. Anyway, he went to Hawaii, and basically the same thing had happened there. Like, people moved in with all this money, and it took away the entire culture. And now the people that actually live there, from their heritage is there, can't afford to live there, and they're stuck there. They can't. They are coming to the mainland because they can't afford to live where they've lived for hundreds of ever. Anyway,
it's awful.
It is.
Right. And that went on here in Montana as well, and we refer to that as Californication.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they come in and tell us how to live, and then when a house across the street sells for a great deal of money, then your property taxes go up here, and they've got it all rigged for the money people. And the money people are the ones that set the rules, and so the little people get forced out, and then you wonder why there's homelessness and drug use, and then of course the meth is moving up throughout the country. I'm sad about what's happening in Seattle and Portland and Eugene and Astoria and San Francisco and you name it. All the cities down the Pacific Northwest have a huge drug problem, and there's no funding. Because the rich keep the funding and the poor don't get any. Although there are some cities that have gone overboard completely nuts, liberally. But then they couldn't get the police funding to do anything about it because, of course, we're immediately releasing these unfortunate folks who are unfortunately addicted to these drugs and in most cases have mental illness problems. And there's been absolutely no funding for mental illness whatsoever. It's literally like we backpedaled to the 1940s. And this country really needs to come back on track and start thinking about the people rather than the corporations. And I'm complete agreement with we've got to stop the monopolies. We've got to stop this insane money going to all these corporations when all of us are suffering just to drive down our roads with the chuck holes and the bridges falling in and nowhere to live. So and bad water and bad not up to par electricity, and the basic needs have been completely foregone, and they're talking about building these new parks and the new roundabouts and all this crazy shit when they should actually drop back and take a step backwards and actually refocus on what's really needed, and that is infrastructure and people and schools and hospitals. I mean, what the hell is going on? I mean, did we walk into bizarro world? Because the things that all of us have been working for all of our lives are still not here, even though we've been promised for 2-3 decades, better world, better union, better this, better that. And they have unable to pass any hardcore infrastructure. Now, Biden did that last year or the year before, and it's great. But we don't even hear about those construction projects going through yet.
Right.
Stalling and money, bad Congress, bad House. We have the lamest judiciary, the House and the Congress in history. They're not doing anything. They're not passing any bills. They're not forwarding any laws. They're sitting on their asses talking about impeaching people that aren't doing anything wrong. And they're so caught up in the drama and the showmanship that we're actually paying them a bunch of money to be a bunch of frickin' clowns. And it's on both sides of the party. I thoroughly believe that we're handing out money for nothing, and we have to rethink how things are going. We've had an example on the far right but we also have to look on the left and then balance in the middle and get back to the people eating, people staying healthy, not dying from these heat waves, being able to drive across the bridge without it crashing out from underneath you, or having homeless people steal from you left and right because there's no place for them and they're trying to live. And so they're going to steal whatever. And I don't agree with it, but I don't blame them. If society has taken everything you have away from you and you have nowhere to live, you're going to do what you can to get by.
Yep.
And that's unfortunately what's been going on in the Pacific Northwest. And it's kind of sad. I think we can blame our education system for that as well. But that's merely my opinion. Anyway.
I watched this man at the grocery store. He just walks out with an entire shopping cart full of merchandise, and they just let him go. I don't know how he got all of that stuff out of that cart, because the dude went into the parking lot and disappeared with all that stuff. It was awesome. Yeah, they don't do anything. They just let people steal. And
on one hand you say good for him, and yet at the same time that's going to come back to consumer response. We'll end up paying for all of that loss. They'll raise their prices in the store, and then the good people will have to pay for it, while the unfortunate people who apparently need it enough to risk being people in jail actually eat better than I do. So there is more spent on a prison imprisoned person than what they give in retirement funds to the elderly. And we created this system. We paid our taxes in all of these years, and they're not giving enough to retirees even to get by on, and they end up selling everything they own, including their property that they earned and worked for, and thought they could retire in, and find out they can't, and then they end up in some crazy home with this understaffed and in poor condition and nothing. We really let our country go, and I think all of us, everyone is to blame. I'm not going to blame them. It's all of us, because we've allowed this shit to happen, and we have to change this. We don't treat our elderly well. We don't treat our handicapped well. We don't treat our veterans with handicaps or toxic exposure or post-traumatic stress disorder with any respect whatsoever.
That's terrible.
I think it's a crime. I could scream. And what do they want to talk about in politics today? Some really scary finger pointing and some nasty behavior. Like I said, we are in bizarro world where all of a sudden it's okay to lie and be a 5-year-old and create all these drama things just for show, so that their guy can win. Not cool. We have to rethink how we live. Again, only my opinion.
Sorry, something happened to my tablet.
You can argue with me. You can
I know. I think about stuff like that all the time. Yeah. I'm lagging dramatically.
Well, we throw away so much food and so much money that goes to corporations and everything, and they got billions. And
so
all these people with all this money, well, that money should come back to the people that really earned it.
Where do you start?
You don't.
Right? I mean, what are you supposed
by
to
keeping
do?
them small, so that they don't have billions and billions of dollars?
Right.
No, well, I agree with that, but they should actually, there has to be a pay it forward.
Okay, here's what.
There has to be a pay it forward. They have to pay it back to people.
Right. Yeah. Right. But one thing I thought was positive was that there's a lot of businesses closing this year, like hundreds of stores for each corporate, and they're like Walgreens, and it's all the corporation stores. And each are closing, dozens or hundreds or anyway, this year. But to me, that seemed like a good thing, because we don't want those corporations. That gives opportunity back to all the pop shops to come back. If there's a need for those items,
local.
There will be, people can step up and be like, I can open a store and I'll sell it, and it starts all over again, and the corporations can go away. So I see it as a good thing. So anyway.
We're changing our market. You know, we're losing the malls, and we're going to Amazon delivery. And, yeah, you're stalling out again. Yeah, she walks away. That's okay. Yeah, we.
She said something about a router. No. You're rabbiting away about a router.
I can't believe we're in 2024. I'm still stuck on 2010.
What? I know.
Yeah, how'd we get here? Bang.
Bang, just like that.
I'm going to be another damn year older. I don't know how I got here in the first place. Last time I turned around, it was, like I said, it was 2010, trying to tell everybody about these planets. And it's been a wild ride ever since. You know, it's like the past time has just zoomed by. And we spent 14 years watching the planets. I can't think of anything else I'd rather be doing. But wow, how we got here is amazing. And the fact that this hasn't gotten out, we're talking to 500. Yes.
Have you heard about how we had 13 months in a year at one point? Because that came up as well this week on news feeds and in groups and that. People talking about how
prior to the Roman times. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we're supposed to have.
We have noticed how the
28 days and 1
monthly and
day.
the yearly cycles have looked weird. I've noticed that the calendar is off for the events of an example from when our deep freeze in February here in Montana normally happens has now been happening in December. And for years you could bank on, okay, it's the 15th of February. It's going to be 40 below next week, promise you. And up here that has started happening earlier and earlier. So our weather is off. So how you equate that into a 13th month calendar, unless you yank one from each year and stack them all up in the shuffle the deck, whatever, I don't know. But I can sure tell you that it direly seems like our calendar is wrong for many reasons, both give and take, long or short. I can't describe it fully, but I know that, again, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto, because we are not running on our normal clock by any means. Because look, here it is, June, and May, April. We had weird events of weather already, April, May, June. So where we're going to be in August come October, no clue. We could see an early winter, we could see a late winter. I think early winter, but we'll see. Let's pray for it, because we're probably going to be so hot we don't know what the hell to do with ourselves. So we'll see what happens.
I hope the hot button.
I think it's going to be hellacious. I think this is going to be one hellacious summer, and I want to be wrong, but everything in my gut tells me we are going to fry. We're in trouble, and yeah, I want to be wrong.
Yeah, you're talking.
I want to be wrong.
125, 130 degrees. That's not good at all. That's
defying everything, and it's going on.
Yeah, how much is that in Celsius?
Yeah,
because I only understand Celsius.
That's not good.
50, 60 degrees Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
How hot is 50 degrees Celsius? How hot is 50?
Flipping hot.
Well, it was 53 degrees Celsius
it says,
in some of the Arab
states. It says 57.2222, whatever. That's
is what?
Like you just said, Alicia.
Yeah, okay.
57.22 degrees is 135.
Yeah, and there have been some of that in the desert this week in Arab countries. They were 52, 53 degrees Celsius. And that's frying, and they're getting it first because they're at the equator, and they get it first. And look what's going to happen to South America in their weather as well, and they're having already freak shit that they can't account for, and their weather's off, and their coffee plantations and everything else they normally grow for years now hasn't been growing normally. And like that earlier video where the guy's going, usually I mow my grass twice a week, and I haven't mowed it in 3 weeks, and my early spring grass is already burning, and it shouldn't be, because it doesn't burn until August here, so it's already months early. and it's the sun effect, and where the location of the sun is and the orbit of the sun has also direly changed in the last few weeks. So we're seeing a transition. Even I was talking pre-show with Rebecca about this as well. We're seeing things that have transitioned quickly within the last 2 weeks. And that, again, also has to do with the placement of the Big Dipper within the last 2 weeks has also gone from pouring outward and literally vertical to now it's horizontal and planed in my northwest sky here in Montana. I saw it this morning. And Cassiopeia and all the other, I went out and did the pre-dawn walk about 3 o'clock this morning, and I looked at the stars. And they moved in the last 2 weeks. So... Yes,
I have a video.
It's all changing, and the Milky Way. The Milky Way is really cool where it is because we are going to the upper plane of our galaxy, and that there's a whole thing for everybody to look up because that's even bigger with what's going on right now. We're in the transitory of the age of the end of the Mayan calendar, and we are going on into the next stage, and that was at the end of the Mayan calendar in the 13th Baktum. And now we're coming from the bottom ecliptic of our galaxy, and we're going up through the heavy part of the magnetosphere of the galaxy, and soon to erupt or burp or appear up on top of our galaxy, where we're going to be for the next 300,000 years. Wow. And then we'll do a dive down again, we travel like a radio wave. An absolute correct number, but I think it takes like 4 million years for us to go once around the galaxy.
Wow.
It could be 1 million, but I think it's 4 million years to go one circle around our galaxy.
Imagine
makes you feel pretty small, doesn't it?
distances like that. Wow. And speeds that we're going at as well.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, and we're traveling, really, really fast as it is by our standards point of view, I'm sure, compared to, some things. And, the binary system and all of that. Oh, I see Lana's here. Hello.
Hi, Lana.
Hi, Lana.
500 deaths at the Hodge. Thank you, Lana. Yeah, they are. I watched a video on that really about 4 o'clock this morning. Doing my homework. Yeah, and I didn't write it down, but thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of people dying in the Arab countries right now from this serious heat that they're having, and they had a lot of flooding too. So I imagine their humidity level is far different than what they're used to. They're used to desert dry, which would be like 20%, or in like Montana's cases, I got 19% in the house right now, so it's bone dry, but. They got super hot and super moist probably going on. I'd actually have to check their jet stream. I haven't looked at Arab country jet streams in a few weeks, but I spend my time on, members. I look over Las Vegas and Oklahoma and Scotland weather, the people I talk to regularly. So, yeah, including Arkansas weather. I watch that regularly too. Okay, it used to scar me. I lost the okay. Sidebar conversation going in the comments column. I'll leave alone. Age of Aquarius. Yes, I posted that song this week. And Rebecca's on mute and talking to somebody. Oh, you can't.
I know.
Everybody's looking down and working.
I know.
Yeah, we're all working at something
actually,
because
that's okay.
I would like for a moment to tell you all I have a video that I labeled OMG Gorgeous. That's what I named it. Because it was that great.
Let's see.
So I was going to play it for you all because I love it.
Okay.
We all need to pick me up.
Please do.
I do. So
and then I'll answer
so
Rodney's
here it is. OMG Gorgeous.
I automatically know what this is. Notice the color of the lightning. I know what this is. That's a Saturn yellow moon right there.
Wow.
Hey, take it that
Look at
thing.
how big that is.
Holy moly.
Yeah, there's the base cloud of that. That is the bottom of necessity.
Yeah.
That's
You don't want to see the bottom
necessity.
of necessity. I love
like
the
the
music.
track. Notice the background color. Now this is of course necessity again because it's green above. Wow. Core cloud forming, rotation. This is the bottom of the Saturn's yellow moon again. Notice where the light coming from.
Oh, look at that. Is that oil?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a Saturn's yellow moon in close past now.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That money, that's the bottom of Asteroid. Close passing necessity. See the core cloud forming and coming out.
Oh, look at it. Wow. It's got those layers.
And it's green.
Uh-huh.
And the asteroids underneath it. It's incredible. That's the Saturn's yellow moon in front of the Saturn. That's the bottom of that too. You can tell by the purple. And look how oddly illuminated everything is on the grass. Look how that is not normal.
Dark.
That's light sneaking in from a very cut off scenario coming across the horizon right before sunset. And that's the discharge of Asteroid moon right there. Notice the color of the lightning and the color of the sky is purple. God, I'm so excited and I can't wait for everybody to understand this. I mean, you know, and yet every week after week I go through disappointment because nobody does. No, I'm kidding. Like my mother, my children don't love me anymore. An old Dutch Jewish boy, you know. Anyway. My mother was a character. Asti plan. Oh.
Did she have an accent?
Oh yeah, a very thick Dutch accent.
So she didn't sound American.
And she
ever.
liked to think she did. Oh no. Yeah, we were, and of course they came over right after World War II, and we were regularly treated with discrimination because everybody thought they were German, and we weren't. We were Dutch, not German, and we still got ridiculed publicly repeatedly as a child. There used to be always people that got mad that we were Germans in their restaurant, and we weren't Germans, and my parents would have to explain, no, you know, my father was in a concentration camp during World War II as a young adult, and so we, you know, we're on the opposite side of that, and yet we still got discriminated against because of the accent, because of ignorance that people didn't understand. That's a bug. I don't know, maybe it's not.
What is that?
Yeah, where do I it looks like, you know, I mean, we could say it, you know, it could be a craft, but it, you know, there's no way to definitively, you know, it did look like a bug at first, but no, it's not.
Somebody's drone.
I'm smelling a hot oven here. I'll be right back. I gotta check something.
Chicago? Yeah. Wow. Look at that.
He sits here in the room.
Yeah, Jesus said he's sorry you couldn't join us today, but he'll see us all next week. So, how you doing, Jesus?
I did realize I was on mute, so I'm here. I was talking, and I was like, "Can y'all hear me?" It was just silent, so I'm like, "No."
No, we're just not. We're not going to answer you.
There he is. Hi there, Jesus. That happens. You know, I know.
Yeah.
So for sure, next week you'll be here. I know. I know you'd be here if you could be. I know that for sure. So, okay. So, what'd y'all think of that video?
Great.
Wow.
The OMG gorgeous, right? I don't know. I felt like that was the perfect name.
Right? Those last images of Chicago, incredible.
Yeah, right. Right. As a photographer on Facebook, he had these gorgeous videos, and he had them all turned. They were all actually turned up and sideways, you know,
Okay.
so you had to, you know, so I flipped them, and anyway, I love that video, so I'm going to share it all the time.
So was the little black thingy that moved around at the end, was that somebody's drone?
It could have been.
Sorry,
that makes sense.
Did we lose Russell? Obviously we did, but did he leave?
I've been.
Yeah, I was gonna. When I came back, I was gonna talk about. Obviously, Russell had left, and I got to say sorry that. Hopefully, you're not frustrated by your connection issue. We apologize, and we hope to see you again soon. And whatever you want to do, let us know.
Oh, Russell, shame, it's frustrating. I got booted out 3 times now, so.
Me too. Well, once, but I don't know.
Yeah, when we started the show, I got booted out 3 times before we even started. So
it's a pain, but it happens.
Persistence pays off, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
besides that way, I'm not singing. You know. No, Sam, don't sing.
Oh, come on, Sam! You're going to sing us a song.
Oh, I have had. It's been a couple weeks now in a row that I've been having all these old songs from my childhood parents' era songs that they listened to popping out of my head, and it's like, where the hell did that just come from? And you know, I'm an absolute firm believer now in the planetary effects that are messing with us with the Saturn's yellow moon going over the top of us and everything. Because I mean, I've had some of the screwiest shit go through my head lately, and I've had the weirdest dreams.
Oh yeah,
and body aches. Even my 17-year-old daughter's walking out here going, "Dad, my butt, my hips hurt," and we got the same problem. My hips have been killing me every time this weather comes in, and we're all suffering from exhaustion and tiredness and all of this, and if you two are suffering from that out there in YouTube land or TikTok world or whatever, if you're feeling this, you're not alone, because I think we're all feeling the effects. And of course, then there's new gossip about Mount St. Helens charging up again, and Mexico, Caldera in New Mexico, and all of this. And
what about Italy, Sam? Have you seen anything about Italy?
Bad.
Yeah, I looked it up last night and this morning, and they are on warning notice to a few 100,000 people in the immediate area that they are seeing signs of increased transition, and that's not a good thing.
Because
5 million
they live
overall.
in the calderas.
Right. I just don't.
Right,
I know,
in the radius of blast, they're expecting 5 million people.
Yeah. You think the government could? I don't know. It would be a massive.
I think they've even started buying up people's property and getting them out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're buying up property and not reselling. I don't know, but
right.
Yeah, well, Italy has also decided to create a whole bunch of new laws about tourism, and they've made it almost impossible. And I do not recommend that you actually go to. And I give them again. This is my opinion. Please, Italian government, don't sue me. But apparently, they're not as happy with tourists as they used to be. So they're passing a whole bunch of new tourist laws that can bring them in a bunch of money, because everybody's doing what they've now outlawed. So before you go to Italy, well, a lot of Europeans do, check all the new laws, because there's a whole bunch of new shit going on. But we can't give. I love Italy, but I'm not giving them credit for Being in my world, they're in the rest of the world's in bizarro world as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what the hell happened to people or where common sense went. But I was just telling Lana the other day, this is not the society I grew up in. And I'm not, trying to sound like the old guy going, stay off my lawn or any of that crazy crap. But this is not the world that I grew up in. And common sense seemingly has left the building with Elvis. I don't know what the hell's going on. For example, that shooting yesterday in Arkansas, south of Little Rock, some idiot with a shotgun starts shooting people for no reason at a meat market, at a meat circus, a meat bazaar. It was a tent where they were doing. Yeah, we still don't have that information, but he shot over 10 people and 3 people died. And I mean, where the hell is this coming from? What is going on with people where they go into a parking lot and take a shotgun to people? It's beyond me. I don't know what the hell's going on, and it's all over the world right now. I mean, let's don't even get me started about what's going on with Israel.
Right.
But you know what? I mean, even the Hopi legends and the Colburn and even the Bible, they all talked about how in these times they talk about the electricalness of our bodies, but you don't actually realize it when you're reading it at first until now, when you start studying and realize that you're electrically linked to your planet and to your environment. It's messing with everything.
What is the official date?
Full moon, Sam.
Irene, what's the official date of the full moon this month? Even if we're past it, just give me the date, please. I did not look that up this month, and I have fallen off track of the moon. I have unfortunately been caught up in yard work this week and didn't do a lot of my. I did some homework, but not a lot. I was getting rid of an old porch, my front porch, which is my back porch, and my back porch, which is my front porch. I rebuilt the other one, but now I had to tear this one away because the bottom step was rotten. It was dangerous, so I had to remove it. And that's what I've been doing all week, which is not a lot because I haven't done much really. It's been, I too am suffer from the exhaustion and the tiredness and the back aches and the trouble and the sound. I posted on my personal wall. I hear that sound that only 2% of the people on the planet hear, and I hear it every day, nonstop, and it's driving me nuts. And I looked into some of the background information. And I found, and they believe it's like underground gas mains making noise, but I think it's more than that. So, but I'm willing to take some of their science because I do live in that area where we do have a very large underground gas main going right by me. Wow. Within a mile of me, so I'd be inclined.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's a toss-up. Let's see. Let's count the rings. There's 1, 2, 3. So it's necessity core forming. It's just now forming its drop snorkel. And by the lighthouse, I would have to say probably on the east coast. Wait a minute. So its sunset would be west. Yeah, that could No, if we're looking at the sunset, that means that direction to the left is south, and to the right would be north. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to figure out where this is, but it's at the sea. Either it's the Pacific or the Atlantic. That I can tell you for sure. Anyway, that's most likely. And we got some pictures from Montana where we had necessity directly at the High Line. And it's absolutely necessity, and you can't argue with it. And yet, for the life of me, I don't see how those other people out there on the planet Earth don't see the bottom base clouds of this. Oh, that one. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. That's like a big...
I'm trying to find a shadow here. And I would bet you money that's the base cloud of Nibiru.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Because it can't be Saru, because Saru would have to be to the left of the sun. So this is beyond the sun because the light is coming from the left-hand side, I believe, according to the face of that house. So this is beyond Earth in the southwest by west sky of the bottom of Nibiru, the base cloud of Nibiru. And everything blue in the upper half of the picture above that white orange cloud is planet Nibiru.
That is awesome. I knew it was a
It's
face
very
cloud.
intense. Yeah. Nibiru.
And I have
Okay, guess what time it is?
What?
It's pizza cutting time. I'll be right back.
Okay. No, I was going to say I have seen several occasions where Nibiru has these fingers, and you can see that there's these little lines, vertical. So yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see him there, especially on the right-hand side.
So, I need to put them all together into one video. So that's a project. Because I have.
Yeah, I seen something with fingers just last night. I wasn't sure if it's Nibiru or if it's Nipicity. I really wasn't sure, but it was making beams up from the sunset. It was really beautiful.
It looks like the sun is to the right here, so that would be this is to the left. Probably Atu's moon in front of Atu and Yuri. Would be my.
I wish I could send pictures now, but it's on the phone that I'm busy using for StreamYard now.
What stands out the most on this picture is the different colors of blue. Like, look at the top.
Yeah.
And then look down there by the buildings. It's like a gray,
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same. It's just a drastic change. And then all that dragging, you can tell something is like moving by. And this
Wow.
Wow. Look at all that.
It looks, it's almost like it's, it's not skies like we used to be able to see, this endless sky. It's like it's a wall of water or something, or you can see it's a solid, it's just a solid state. It's
right.
It's just incredible.
And look at the dark blues. Yeah, it's like inside there. It's really dark. There's there. So, goodness sakes, it's right there. So probably Nibiru, upper right of our sun, is blue like Nibiru is. I sat there in front of it, that tan color. And those could be sea trails or they could be asteroids. Based on what's going on, I'd say a bunch are asteroids, really.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Russell. Oh, I keep going the wrong direction. He's sorry he can't make it back on. It's okay, Russell. Yeah, I'm lagging bad too. I've had all kinds of issues today. So we'll do it again. You know that. Yep. Next time I'll be ready for you. I'll have your slideshow ready. So, but thanks for joining us while you did. Just let me know when it works good for you. Yeah, we'll make it happen. We got this down. We really do. Look at that. That's definitely, I think the lead object, just because of the size. It looks like, that's what the size of the lead object kind of looks like. And then you can see, look to the right, there's another smaller one. And then below it, a little yellow one. What? I'm not sure. I am not sure. But
the notion that there's asteroids passing in our skies is just so wild. We know they're there, but every time we see a picture of it or every time we see it with our own eyes, it's just so hard to sit there and believe it.
Right. But that's a good picture. I mean,
and NASA's not admitting to any of it.
no, you can't even.
They don't even dare. Because it's so repetitive.
Who did we talk about?
There's Russell. Sorry, guys, I am not going to make it back on tonight.
Yeah.
No worries, Russell. Thank you for being here.
No worries, dude.
Do it again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries at all. If just other people out there knowing that you're part of this is what's important. Other people out there all seeing the same thing. We're not just a few nut jobs and on the East Coast or West Coast or anything. We're nut jobs from around the world. No. Everybody get out your tinfoil hat, right, Christopher?
Yeah.
I don't think, frankly, you'd ever catch me putting one on.
I know.
But yeah. I've already had my poop hat. I can't go back,
Yeah, I don't
of
know
course,
who
it's
said
a
it
reference
last
to
week
you know
or
what
last episode.
some of the doctored pictures. Yeah, yeah. Boy, look at this. I think we have in front of us here. I think we're sitting here staring at Attu and Attu's moon with Nepacity in the background on the left.
Wow.
And look at the lack of illumination, and then look at the light blue sky. And the light blue sky tells me it should be midday, but not in this town.
Not in this
Overhead,
town.
passing planets. Oh, I earlier today I was reading Montana Skywatcher 2 comments, and I'm not going to make fun of this lady by naming her, and I'm not trying to make fun of her at all.
Of course.
But she says, you know, another one of those moments where you're reading somebody's comments and they see a picture that's really stunning, and they go, "Where is this?" And I just always type in Earth, you know, because, you know, it's so hugely happening around the world. That's the best answer I can give to, you know, everybody's
Right.
like, where is this captured? It's captured on Earth, you know, because it is such a large event and you have to think bigger. And although I can understand where they would want to know where it was captured.
Right? I mean, sometimes they're so
Yeah.
not Earth skies at all. I'm like, are these people that are sending in their photos, are they really on Earth?
I know
or
exactly
are they on
what
some
this
other
is.
planet? You know?
You know what this is? But let's go ahead, Christopher. Let's analyze this picture. What does the center straight line look like to you? What are those clouds doing? What do they look like?
It looks to me like it's.
Does it look flame-like to you?
Yeah.
Flame-like clouds?
Flame-like clouds. Okay. So.
And what do we know at that angle?
Right.
Yellow
Right.
moon.
Oh, yes.
Very close, very flame-like, and the central pointed thing in the middle, all the way from the bottom to the middle, headed toward the right, is the ion tail coming right directly off the faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon in flame-like pattern, but hellaciously close to Earth, and there is nothing out there,
right,
at all from all the other planets that looks exact this, and we know that for a fact. There's no clouds that look like that except the Saturn's yellow moon.
And it's the same every time. The faceplate, the way you have the
except
faceplate
now
angle,
very big.
It's always at that same angle. You can literally overlay your picture onto this.
And look at the
it will
faceplate.
line up.
You go over to the left side, to the left of the windmill, to the left tree, the one on the bottom at the horizon, and you can see that gray-black round faceplate.
Right.
Of is Saturn. And you may have that drawing, Rebecca, or do you want me to send you a copy of it?
Get it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here it is.
I can send you a copy probably faster than you can find it on, you know. Trying to get to Facebook here. It's really slowly stalling.
Look at it.
Oh man. I'm not even getting Facebook here, so I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, you got it. You beat me to it.
Okay.
Yeah, and the faceplate and that flat area, the tipped axis, the open core, the flame-like little clouds coming up the center, the ion tail going around a Saturn's yellow moon, which goes around a Saturn on both sides, and that is the winged planet, the red winged planet, not Nibiru, but see the dead centers, the tower in the center going from the bottom left to the middle right. That is the ion tail wrapping around the face of a Saturn's yellow moon. And you can see the angled axis faceplate all the way at the bottom there, the gray-black area.
Yeah.
Just as drawn. And just really big now in our faces,
why I had
period.
a hard time with it.
And look at the illumination issue on the trees. It's dark.
Yeah.
Even though it's daytime.
Right.
And there's no clouds anywhere in the sky that look exactly like this, except is Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail and the flame-like clouds and that central path that comes off at the 33-degree, 37-degree angle or whatever it is, axis tip faceplate, ion tail going off to the right, over and over.
It
and
looks
over,
like the inside picture of a body, like you can see. You can see
It's
blood vessels.
Oh, you wouldn't believe what happened. I try not to go to pareidolia because I could, hand you 15 different faces in this easy.
I know.
There's a video from
There are
Russell.
times that I scare the shit out of myself knowing what I know, knowing what is really out there, and I can scare the crap out of myself, and I'd rather not, thank you.
I sent you
This
pictures,
is- now,
Rebecca,
guys,
of what
in the
I was
future,
trying to
whoever
tell you.
filmed that-
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Sam. Yeah, look at that
That is
thing.
underneath the bottom of the pesky. Whoever took
said
that
this
last
one was
film,
from Russell?
please pan slower in the future. Pan slower. And never film through glass.
Right.
And if you want to see the passing planets, use gray-black sunglasses. Go outside, look for the dark areas first. Then use a copy of Montana Skywatcher 2 and 1 monthly sight drawing. If you can get a copy of it, print it out for yourself or keep a file on it. Put it in your whatever storage you have, laptop or computer or phone tablet. And that way you can do a quick reference. Remember, the planets are generically, for the most part, on the same side, each side of the sun. The planets on the left usually stay on the left. Planets on the right usually stay on the right. However, now that they're going over us, it's a little bit more tricky. And you have to learn how to learn that and discern that. And we're always trying to help as many people that contact us individually as possible, although there are a lot of them, so we are quite busy. I talk to a lot of people every week. I know you do, Rebecca. And I know Christopher's trying to learn that more. And he's gotten a whole bunch of his families on board. And do say hi to your father again and thank your mother for
I'm
being
pretty
here
much,
as well.
I'm surprised at how, initially people were calling me whatever they wanted to call me, and now it's like, oh, check out this picture I took. Wow, okay. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that one that your
Well,
dad took
that too,
is
like
exceptional.
you,
Surely he's
that you
seen
took
curve,
the fast road to
right?
that just like you
Point
did
that out.
coming in. You learned quickly. So, your family's quick. Oh, and by the way, Gillian, you have to, while we're doing this middle of the road thing here, name your city. Gillian, is Nairn?
Nairn, yeah.
Nairn, Scotland. Okay, we hear through the grapevine that there's some wonderful folks in Nairn, Scotland that are actually listening to our show. And I wish to give you a special aloha from tropical Montana, United States, of America, and say hello to you. And I'd like to thank you all for listening. And whether you not fully believe this or not, but if you're farmers and if you're people of the land, and I believe you folks in Scotland generically are, great country. I wish I was there. I'd love to come visit you. But anyway, I'm glad you're here, and thank you very much for being here. And if any of you want to contact us, please do. And we will even mention your pub if you're into watching and maybe even showing our live shows in your pub. And we'd promote your pub for you. So
I
thank
don't know
you
if
for
anyone's
being
in
here.
a pub, Sam.
Well, I'm offering because that's generically where people would be collecting in a group and having internet and maybe a widescreen TV. If they show it at the sweet shop, well, that'd be great too. But I'm just starting with one target, and we'd like to welcome any advertisement you wish to send us. We'll give you a free plug from the United States if you'd like. Contact us. So anyway. That includes Las Vegas too.
Right.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, we still got to get you with your microphone out and your umbrella on the Las Vegas Strip and ask people if they've even heard of Nibiru.
I know. I'm gonna have to get a. It's looking like we're gonna need a tent, a little air conditioning unit for it.
Yeah, an awning.
And it's just so weird here, Sam. Like, it's not bright, but it's hot. There hasn't been clouds for days, and it's just an odd. The light is just not right. It's not right at all.
Well,
And then,
the illumination is really weird, and the sun is being pinched off. And there are a very large planet on the left and a very large planet on the right. Currently, we're getting more of a Saturn on the right because Nibiru has moved on, and so that has changed a little bit, which has made it also extra eerie because it's different than we even saw a few weeks ago. And then we have stepped into the summer orbit corner, where we're now in our summer solstice orbit. And that, like I said, it changed our view of even where the Big Dipper was and how that huge could happen. But now we got to account for that for the next couple of weeks and figure out what's changed. And it's going to be cool. It's going to be very, very intriguing. And I like a good challenge. And it's also great because it's always changing. And so it's, more discovery. Yay! My addiction, slap up a vein and all of that crap. But so we're going to see new transitions. I'm very excited what's happening. Also, people in the desert regions, oh my God, what you guys are going to go through. You did get your air conditioner fixed, right?
Yeah.
Christopher?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we don't mess around with that.
I haven't put mine in the window, but I think I better do it right away.
Yeah, apparently it was like...
And, I have central air, but we could
stuck in the
use
condenser line and it just shut off. But it's fine. They tuned it up.
That'd be all that mold and mildew crap that comes in from our water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you got to watch check your
replaced it,
condensation
like, 2 years
and your evacuation of condensation.
Yep.
Well, you literally have to nowadays. Because the manufacturers, you have to literally have them serviced every year.
Yeah.
Every year with new Freon and everything, and it's horribly expensive. And we're in a new era, boys and girls. This is not what we grew up with, but we're going to have to climate change our attitude. And I would actually express to people, if you're going to build a house, I would look into Earthship manufacturing. Now it's completely, nutty construction. You can bring it up to value, but in actuality, you can repurpose huge amounts of recyclables from tires, because most of the construction is building a wall of tires that holds the dirt in place, that keeps the coolness, and it's partially built underground, but most of your structuring is done through tires, or you could use cinder blocks or bricks or whatever, or cement or rebar, you name it, or even some of that foam housing. They're now taking foam construction and then they're encasing that in cement as well, which also has a great R value. But actually we have to, in the further years to come, completely rethink how we're living on planet Earth, because everything we know, and I promise you this, and this is one of those where I'm going, I am not wrong, but everything we know is no longer what we used to know. It's all changed. And we spent the last decade coming to here. Carol Ann is a very good example of that. She does her homework. She's a wonderful, I hate to throw out woman scientist, but she's a wonderful scientist. And I think she's reserved and has a tendency to follow along with agreeing with me rather than casting her own opinion sometimes. But there are a lot of people out there that see and already know. I mean, we're just even where we've come since 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the planetary movement, and those people who've been along for the ride and seen this transition and watched our weather come and watched the events and the flooding and this and that and the volcanoes and the earthquakes and all of these, shadows going past Earth and the planets and the cubes and the Empire Orb and all of this going on at the same time, and come to a culmination where we're all at. They know, and everybody else should know. And hold that picture right there. Look, go ahead, please, if you can.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, look at the right-hand side. Let's not even look at the sun. Don't look at the sun. Look at the dark area in the upper right corner, all the way from middle left to the telephone pole in the right horizon is the side of planet is Saturn. The Saturn's yellow moon is in the upper middle, from middle left to middle right. Do you see them now? Don't look at the sun, look at the dark areas. And it's right there. It's between us and the sun, and that's why we're staring at the back of these planets. That's why they're dark. Learn to look at the dark areas first. And that white cloud in the center is the ion bleed off trail.
Right. When I took the picture, I mean, I could see it. You can see how round it is, and I can't explain how there's dimension to it. It literally is like pushing down. Like the ion tail that he's talking about.
Right, and that's what this drawing
it's
has.
incredible when you see
The
it with
June
your
drawing
eyes.
has the vertical cloud. Yeah, with the June drawing, the vertical cloud is going vertical, not horizontal. It's going upward. And in last month's drawing, in the May drawing, it was going horizontally.
Yeah.
And that's because it's come closer to us and now is going over the top of us. So we're seeing a more vertical ion pathway. And that's a great example. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yeah. Now you need to, it's suggested that you take a copy of each month's site drawings for a general term of what's going on. Now I have drawn these in knowing that Attu and Attu's moon were overhead. That's why I've made them smaller and pushed them up into the corner. They are going over our left shoulder during the day.
Okay.
Nibiru is now going over our right shoulder at morning. So all of this is the only way I can draw it. And I'm trying to show you what planet is on what side of the sun. And there are transitory conditions. We'll have to explain that through live videos only, because there's no way I can do 3 drawings per month for everybody to even understand. That's why I put it on one sheet, and it's worked for, a decade. So, and the vertical cloud coming off the face of the Saturn shallow moon, which is huge, and is going vertical up. Now at the top, there's a circle, and that I would believe is the lead asteroid, because we know that the lead asteroid is going farther to the right in front of his Saturn shallow moon, and it fits.
Yeah.
I think there's probably 20 more pictures of this. I'll pull them up and
there's a few star destroyers, and the cube is there also. The long box cube is dark. It's dark. It's just to the right of the ion tail. And then there's some star destroyers in the central orb, because I'm looking at it on a 40-inch screen. And there's stuff there that's in the darkness that you can barely see. It's all up there, you guys.
I know. Look at all those.
Go ahead.
Yeah, look at that circle thing with a cross in and the pip in it. What's that? What's that thing with a circle in it? It looks like a cross in.
I don't know.
There's like in the middle, right? There's a fat ball at the top, and then just under that to the right, there's like, if you enlarge that, that's like a circle that's got a cross in it with a fatter bit in the middle of it.
I don't see what you're talking about, but I would believe you. There's all kinds of stuff in this shot.
Yeah, maybe it's
the green
just me,
asteroid
like
is
the other
there.
people
It
see
is the
faces
green
in
dot.
that.
There's the green asteroid is in the left blue area, or excuse me, light blue area. It's only a green dot, and the rest of it isn't showing. But we're seeing the backside, some kind of stuff behind a Saturn yellow moon is illuminated in the upper right, and that's that wispy little 3 patch of clouds. But then the tail below it, I would have to call literally where, God, there's something there. Like, don't know what. Could be normal clouds. But look in the dark areas, and you're looking at Saturn's yellow moon in front of a Saturn. And then what's going on the left-hand side next to the sun, by the telephone pole on the left, is a cut-in of Uri or Saru. Could be Saru more likely than Uri, because Uri's probably up higher. And so that's cut-in of Saru cutting in. Well, yeah, the tan asteroid would be the middle left. And I think we're seeing Lorraine.
There's so many
and
of them.
Maybe Matim.
I know. Look at all those trails.
Yeah, there's a small circle up there above the telephone pole that could be easily
Just
Matim,
like
because it's almost purple,
this.
weird light illuminated. But anyway, there's all there. There's so
They're right
much there.
over your head, Chris. They're just right
Yeah,
there.
and this is like literally the day before or the day after you came out with the drawing with the vertical ion tail.
So this is your picture, Chris.
Yeah, this is Christopher's, yes.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's
I
like
got lucky-
3
I got lucky
heads,
with
like
this
in the
one. That's
middle
pretty
there, like
cool.
1, 2, 3. It's like 3 heads, man. Sorry, it's like.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. I see something too.
Well, I draw what I see in my head, and I knew that it was going more vertical because I know it's coming closer to us and going over the top of us, and therefore it's not horizontal
Going over the
leading
top,
away,
you can
and now it's
see
going
it.
over the top of it, so it's leading vertical. We see in our out view is vertical, and I've seen many sightings from around the world that were sent in where even earlier in the day, oddly, Saturn Shell Moon was below the sun and yet way smaller too, which is showing a new transition because we know that Nibiru, Saturn, and Saturn Shell Moon are now coming forward while Uri and Atu are going beyond us. And so our out view and then Nepesity is more in the middle and doing a close pass again. And then Ceres coming up behind all of them. So we know they're going over the top of it. So our view is transitioning again, which is really cool. And notice the color of the light and the color of the background in this shot. This is an Atu related discharge between asteroids and Atu's moon striking Earth. And the funny thing is it's way far out there in space. And you can tell by the color of the lightning. Now, this is a little white, but this is actually purple lightning. And we know that purple lightning only comes from the higher elevations above in our ionosphere, which is way up, way. It's like almost 3,000, 4,000 miles above us. And so when the asteroids come in and they are static charged and they touch our outer atmosphere, which is full of moisture and everything, bounce off our outer earthy perimeters and connect to Earth and discharge. And that's we live in an electrical universe, not a gravitational. They don't crash into us because they repel each other. And they're out there and we're in here and we don't necessarily mix electrically. And we learned that years ago watching shit that we thought for sure was going to wipe us out, and it didn't. So we watched it over and over again with the early asteroids. And I thought 2013 we were going to get pasted. No, God, we're in deep shit and we're all there crawling holes and die. And then we watched it happen and happen and happen, and it didn't happen. And it was like, oh, okay, repulsion, And we had so many examples of it, we couldn't ignore the data coming in. I think this is the sun shining in the bottom of Nepesity's base cloud. Shining through these. Now remember, the base cloud is not directly usually touching the bottom of the planet. It's usually below the planet. And this again, this is an easy one. The light is coming from our left behind us. Notice the refraction off the car windows in the middle left horizon. This is Atu and Atu's moon. Gone beyond Earth. Yeah, wait a minute. What? Earth to brain. This could actually, wait a minute. Remember what I said earlier? If this is 10 o'clock in the morning, that could easily be Nibiru.
Yeah.
It looks bigger and immense coming from a smaller point in the middle.
Because the finger base clouds is pretty wide, and it is not normal Atu's moon. So I'm going to correct myself and say this is bottom. This is the base cloud of Nibiru, which is due west when the morning sun is shining behind us. And I saw that today as I drove home from the store. And pizza night, the girls have to have Coca-Cola. So do I. I couldn't talk this long without a couple of Cokes. And normally I don't drink pop. Anyway, see what you guys are making me do. You're making me drink this horrible stuff just so I can talk to you. Oh my God. All right. I'm composed. Thank you. All right. Sunset that red. Yeah, go back to the red.
Red.
Sunset after sunset. Go one more. Yeah, right there. That coloration is from Isatum, because we know that Isatum is right there on the right after sunset, and then the Isatum Shell Moon could quite easily be in the middle left, right there, that clouded area.
But look at that! It looks like it looks like there's a thing right there on the right, like a red ball right there. But it's
that's an illumination. That's an illumination centralized halo. That's a focaling showing that the light is poking through underneath something. which is why it's creating that dome. That is like the rainbow. The rainbows are caused when the rain goes through the light, and then it creates a refraction circle inside the water. So this is in the atmosphere, and there we see a refraction because there's a planet over the top of the sun, because only half the sun is showing. So therefore, the light is creeping underneath, probably Nepenthe, and creating that refraction illumination at the side view of the photographer. Now look, also, it's not a sundog, because it does not go below the horizon line to the photographer, which tells you it is a stellar halo, not a sundog. That's the difference.
It's really cool. It's beautiful. Whose is this?
I do not know.
Looks European. It looks European. We got a bee box in the middle. We've got 3 silos in the shed, and a farmhouse in the distance. It could be East Coast. It could be England. Could be Scotland. Could be Ireland. I see some pines. Some other trees.
It's really beautiful.
And only one bee box. Pollinate that alfalfa. We've seen this one already.
Would this be Nepenthe?
Not that I'm complaining, but
yeah, no.
Yeah, up above. I think the light is shining under the bottom of Nepenthe, and this is the base cloud of Nepenthe.
Yeah.
Wow.
And notice the axis tip.
Yeah.
You can see that tail
It is
and
now
those
tipping
bands.
the other direction in the last 2 weeks.
Tip to the left now.
And I've often wondered about the bottom, but it shine through off the bottom. This again would be look at that. This is the bottom of Nepenthe also. This is just as the now see the rounded and then the base snorkel and then that weird. We've caught this from space where it actually illuminates in the sky, just like that round circle area with the down weather angle at the bottom right. And this is right as close past formation of the snorkel drop is beginning. This is beginning to form the snorkel that's going to drop down and then suck up our atmosphere until it pulls past Earth and then dumps all that atmosphere collected back on, which we call the rain bomb, which we've also documented for many, many years. And that snorkel development, sometimes it's a wide open core, and then it comes close to Earth, and then all of a sudden that rotation starts to formate, and then the snorkel drops and then sucks up atmosphere. We first started seeing that in, I think, 2017, 18. I think it was like moreover in early winter 18. And then all of a sudden around the world, we saw these big, massive snorkels occurring all over, which were hugely, way bigger than any previous supercell we'd ever seen. And yet that's what they're still, oh, look, a supercell. No, these are planetary close passes, you idiot. How dare you even, I mean, this thing's 30 miles across and you're calling it a supercell? No. I think that Nepenthe is smaller than Earth. And because her rotation is so fast, that is what creates the formation of the snorkel, because of her high velocity spin. This again is the bottom of Nibiru, I believe. Well, yeah, we keep going back between these 3 pictures, Rebecca. You're confusing me.
I'm lagging so bad. I can't even see what picture it's on right now. It's stuck on my end.
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, we can wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
I'm getting there. Here we go.
Okay, the light pinch. Yeah. There was a video on that where they're calling, the sun is creating this shaft. No, it's not the sun. It's being between bodies. There's a body between us and our sun, and that's why the light is shafting, because it's the light coming between. On the right-hand side is the Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn. On the left-hand side is the side of Uri and the side of Saru. And the shaft light is pinching between those very close passing planets, between us and the sun, which is why the shaft light is there, because it's pinching and erupting out between these big, huge bodies. And if you look at the blue areas first in the right-hand picture, it tells you everything. Don't look at the sun.
I agree with
Look at the
Liliana.
dark areas.
She said that you can see it well. You can see them passing or moving around, basically, in time-lapse videos. And I say that. Jesus said that.
Right, and the rotation and everything else.
Man, I love watching
And
time-lapse.
people for years have been wondering, why is the sun flickering? Well, because these planets between us and the sun, the light is shining through their atmosphere, and they have cloud, no cloud, 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 no cloud, 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 no cloud. And so the sun is flashing because the pinch and the variation of the atmosphere is shining through between these planets, because all these planets, whether they have oxygen atmospheres or not, the Titans do, the gas giants do not, they have gases. We don't know what's around Saturn, we don't know what's around Nepacity, but they have atmospheres of a sort, and all of that light shines through those atmospheres. And as the planet rotates in the pinch, the light between us and our sun is changing because they have rotating atmospheres, and that's why it goes flash, 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 no flash, cloud, no cloud, cloud, no cloud. And people have to take into account that there are bodies between us and our star, and that's why we're seeing all these freaky pinch-offs and square suns, or hourglass shaped, or bell-shaped, or Christmas star, and all of that. It all has to do with being objects between us and our sun, and they are right next to us, and they have been for a decade. And I could actually break into an absolute roll on the floor laughter, and I apologize for being arrogant for saying this, but I could roll on the damn floor and laugh for how amazed I am that all of you guys don't see this shit. I'm terribly sorry, but I mean, oh my God. And is it believing and then you see it, or is it seeing is believing? Which is it? I've watched them come in since, and I expected they were coming. So I immediately went, oh shit, they're here. So therefore I saw them with much greater ease. And I'm up here, in Montana, just under 4,000 feet. And so, I don't know what the hell to tell you. I can't believe that you guys don't see these yet. And I've watched them for 14 years. And so I apologize. I don't mean to be, crazy, nutty, Sam or whatever. But my God, and just the darkness. And go ahead, Gillian, you want to say something? I'm going to find a cough drop. Number 2.
Oh, no, we're just trying to move because I'm stiff. Huh.
Oh.
I couldn't move because the dogs were lying on my feet.
Well, where are we? Oh, listen, you got a foot warmer.
Wow.
Okay, we're at 2 hours 26. I cough drop number 2.
I was going to say,
I can't see it yet.
Tiamat.
Yeah. Okay, look at the shape of the sun, guys. Look at the dark areas first, not the sun. Don't look at the sun. Look at the dark areas, right, left, and above. There are objects between us and our star, and they are cutting off and reshaping the light. It's that simple. It's so easy. It's scary.
If this one photo doesn't prove to
I saw a video where
everybody
these
what's
guys go,
happening,
we're having a
then
weird
nothing will.
going with the sun. I'm sorry, Christopher. Say that again, please.
I'm just saying, if this picture here can't convince people that there are planets passing or objects passing between us and the sun, I don't know what will. Look at this photo. This is incredible.
But, you got to learn to look at the dark areas. You go opposite of what your normal brain tells you. Everybody will, oh, look, it's a square box. It's the sun. And then they won't think anywhere past that. But if you start out as looking at the right-hand side and that blue object on the right, not the sun, that blue object in the middle next to the sun, cutting off the front of the sun, and then Uri, and because that's Uri in this on the left-hand side, it's smaller, and Uri's cutting in on the left-hand side, and Saturn and Saturn Moon are cutting in on the right-hand side. That's why it's square, and Nepacity is over the top of it, and it's out view, and your brain just has to look at the dark areas first, and then all of a sudden it'll go boing, there it is.
Yeah.
And you go, how did I not see that? because everybody goes, oh, look, it's the sun, and then they don't see the rest of it. And I learned years ago you had to opposite your vision. You had to sort of look outside the box. And I've been teaching this for well over a decade. I mean, we go back, and we've got thousands of these examples. That shit doesn't happen by itself. It's not an anomaly. It's a constant. Which is proof, fact. And just because you're a decade behind this information, it doesn't make you less of a person. It just means that you were busy. Oh, Joyce Box, Tiamat was destroyed, wasn't it? Now, Tiamat, there's no way to prove Tiamat. Tiamat is a hypothetical, and it was believed to be destroyed long ago. But Tiamat is an explanation for the asteroid field between Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And they're trying to account for that. And frankly, I'm going to disagree with the Tiamat existence because I see our binary solar system as stable, as not paradoxical. And Tiamat breaking up would therefore create a level of paradox for the future of our binary system. And I think our binary system has existed for anywhere 6-8 billion years.
Wow.
And Tiamat supposedly is not that. Is like maybe 100, 200 million years ago in the I'd have to actually weigh again. Look, I haven't looked it up for many years, but I've known about Tiamat forever. But I've never fully believed. Now there is possibility that Earth was larger at one point in time, and some of it was refracted off. We don't know that fully for sure, and that would be a catastrophic. The asteroid, not the real Apophis. But there could have been one of those events, yes. It's entirely possible, but that could also be by design to reformat Earth's byproducts and our commodities, because catastrophe is part of the equation to planet Earth. But reforms its chemistry. And so it reboots its gold and its silver and its platinum and its magnesium and copper and lead and zinc and all the stuff that we mine here on Earth, including oil and all sorts of stuff. Lead, mercury, what? Oh, I thought somebody called my name. Weird, I'm hearing things now. So the reboot of Earth, she must have been talking to her dog. The reboot of Earth is pretty much cyclic along with the passing of Nibiru, so that the commodities can be refreshed for the next passing when they will come by and pick up more. So we could aid their economy, which is why we're factory planet Earth. And so it all ties into the cycle of on just under every 4,000 years this occurs. And people all say it's not a single one-time event. This happens over and over and over and over and over again. So the Tiamat theory goes way back, gets pushed farther way back. So therefore, there's no way to prove Tiamat ever existed. However, it is a theory. And thank you, Joyce, for asking. I'm not trying to down it. I'm just trying to say I have a personal differing opinion.
Cool. What would you say about this pic? This is from Tara, and I was thinking maybe Atu or Yuri. What's going on?
Well, it could
There's
easily
also a shadow.
Yeah, we could be looking at the rings of Atu and Atu overhead, and this could be us seeing the sunlight through the ring of Atu. And that's something we don't talk about very often. Atu has a ring, and it does go around Atu's moon. And we don't see it very often, but we've had hundreds of examples over the last decade. So this could easily be, the side of the asteroids below Yuri and the ring of Atu. It depends on where it was taken. Yeah, it is rather unusual, though, because that straight cloud is way upper, not our atmosphere.
Oh, she's in Texas.
And there's a direct orangish object cut off just above the sun as well.
Yeah.
could be Saturn's yellow moon quite easily. That's why there's flaring on the sun. So I'm cutting it off from the top. And most likely it's Saturn's yellow moon. There's an orange hue to it over above the sun.
Wow.
Yeah, and look at that odd facial shadowing of what's going on the right, and there's weird shadowing going on here. Correct. Yeah. Well, and this is part of what Christoper was talking about. The light isn't right.
Yeah,
the light is not right out there, people. And if you don't notice, I don't know how you don't. This is why I started laughing and chuckling. Is like, if you don't notice that everything that we know, this is not the sky I ever grew up with. This is completely, absolutely not the sky I grew up with. And I've been a sky watcher all my life because I've been a painter all my life, and I used to want to paint the skies and be able to do it right and correctly. And this isn't anything I grew up with.
It's like the sky.
That again is, look at that little wavy cloud. That wavy cloud is directly to Saturn's moon related.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a close pass of a Saturn's yellow moon, and those are, look how fast and numerous those waves are. They're not wop, wop, wop. Those are wop, 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 wop. Going around that object that's cutting in. Look at the cutoff flare on the tip of the sun.
Oh yeah, look at the ripple.
That's Saturn's yellow moon cutting into the sun and illuminating the faceplate. The faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon, and it's coming in vertically, and the ion trail is going up to the upper right, and it's cut in, and that's that flame light cloud, and the light is all changed by it. Prime example. Repetitive patterning. Good soundtrack.
All sorts of interesting music.
I'm back to my cough cup. Yeah, I did not finish my second cough drop, and I popped it back in my mouth again. So do lead on, Rebecca. Do lead on. All right. No, yeah, we do that. Wow.
Not getting any more food.
Hey, sorry.
Joy, thank you. There's a channel called Not My Childhood Ties. Well, they should find out about us. Anyway, go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh, you're good. I'm not able to move. I'm stuck on this screen, actually.
Uh-oh.
So I know.
Well, you could always go out and come back in, and Christoper and I can, talk about something.
I know.
So Christoper, do you go to Starbucks or do you go to a local coffee shop?
I don't really. I got the Starbucks like at the grocery store, but I don't normally go out and.
No, I don't like Starbucks
like that.
either.
I mean, I love coffee. Don't get me wrong, but I'll make it at the house.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, and
that was partially why I asked because I wanted to publicly down Starbucks and have them yell at me.
Right?
Yeah.
It's hard.
Right.
And then if I do start drinking Starbucks, I'll be drinking it out every day, and then next thing you know, it'll be like 4 or 5 times a day.
I don't like particularly going and waiting in line at Starbucks either, and then getting overcharged on top of it.
I actually forgot that.
I
actually did work at like a Starbucks in the grocery store, like right after high school for like 2 or 3 months. I tried getting a job at the grocery store, and they just kind of put me in the Starbucks thing. It was not a fun job. People are crazy with their coffee orders, and then I've never met you before. But you're yelling at me because I don't know how to make your coffee. This one guy, I'll never forget it.
I did that at the airport for a while on the side. We had a side deli, and then us bartenders had to go out of the bar into the side deli every once in a while when they didn't have a deli person. And I had this one lady at the airport, and she insisted that I make her coffee absolutely like 89 or some degrees temperature. And she wanted me to show her with my thermometer that I absolutely did it exactly the way she wanted it. And she sent it back
It's
three
like, come
times.
back
This
here and
is
do it
not hot
yourself.
enough. And I said, lady, you're about to find out just how hot this is.
Right?
And then I
Here.
handed it to her and I said, I can't get it any hotter. I'm sorry.
Right?
I've tried 3 times, and if I can't raise the temperature yet, all I'm going to do is ruin it. Drink your damn coffee, or you're going to really find out how hot it is.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I had this one guy.
I
He wanted
pour it
his,
on your damn head,
ice
you know.
drink blended 4 times, and he came back and he started yelling at the other girl that was with me, and this isn't blended 4 times. I can tell there's big pieces of ice in here, and it was people are nuts. It's like no.
I'm gonna be really crude, and that's when you put a straw in your butt, and then put the straw into the coffee, and then fart in the damn thing, and then hand it back to him.
Right
now it's blended.
It's
I apologize. That was rude, but I apologize to the fairer sex here now listening. I apologize.
Yeah, but we
it was rude and
we
gross.
would, like, make our own, variations of Starbucks drinks. They're probably pretty gross. But
I used to do what I was working at the bar at the airport. I'd make quad mochas.
Oh, that's nice.
And man, if you drink 4 shots in a row, just one, you get like a 10, 12, 14 ounce quad mocha, and you drink one of those things, and you're flying till 10 hours down your shift. It's like woo, goodbye. Anyway, let's go back to planets. Where are we at, Rebecca?
Yeah.
I apologize. We got into crazy
I'm having a good
topic while you
time
were
with the
gone.
comments over here. Yeah.
Old work, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
my
I worked at
goodness.
the Red Lion. I ran bars. I ran
Rodney doesn't
restaurants,
mind
yeah.
paying $8 for coffee. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
If
You
it's-
know,
It would
it's
have to
really
be
good.
really damn good. What
really
about
good.
those monkeys in Indonesia that eat the coffee beans and then they poop them out? And then the people go out in the forest and then pick those coffee beans up. And then they break the monkey poop off of them.
That's true.
And then they come in and they sell it to you for $32 a pound.
Right.
Then there's actually a blend of coffee that is made exactly that way.
Okay. You just
And
can't
do
get
they
it.
know that
Yeah,
it's done like that? That's done. Ugh.
I think they do. I think they do.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee. I'll never even think about drinking coffee.
Yeah.
Well, then perhaps you're lucky. And just a good proper Earl Grey.
I always
for you
found
then,
coffee was way acidy, but people say that tea's more acidy. I don't know.
I've had more problem with coffee than tea, I must admit. Although I have had enough tea where I actually threw up before.
Yeah.
But I don't
What
ever
was it,
recall
normal
throwing up
tea?
coffee.
I was on like a green tea kick.
No, I just had too
a
many.
while ago. Yeah, and I got kidney stones.
I
from
love
it.
my green tea. I drink a lot of green tea.
Oh no.
Yeah, at night, once
What
in
does
a
that
while, I
taste
will drink
like? It
green
smells
tea,
good.
What, green tea?
Mm. Yeah, what does it
Like you
taste
locked
like?
up the moment I asked.
It can taste pretty bitter
That's
if
good.
you can burn it really easily.
Oh.
You can't like boil the water. You don't want to like boil the water when you're like brewing it. You just want to get it just hot enough. If you boil the water and put that green tea in there, it'll turn really bitter and gross. But it's supposed to be really good for you. But
Yeah, I think actually, come to think of it, I might have tasted it
Yeah,
if you
full
say it's
antioxidant.
bitter. Yeah, I may have tried to take it once or twice. I mean, I was given a lot of tea, like, in boxes and stuff.
I do a lot of Earl Grey. I do a lot of black
Oh.
raspberry. I do mandarin orange from time to time. I do the green. I do the Lipton. I do the Oriental teas on occasion. I have quite
I like the,
a lot of tea actually.
I've actually got
Wow.
quite a tea collection. I've been sampling some. I've had some that's like a chocolatey one. There's a fruity one that's pink. It was quite interesting.
I think the best green tea is it's like
I like
it's like a
Maria
jasmine,
sent me.
Maria
has sent me boxes of lovely Alaskan tea, and because they're so pretty, I almost didn't want to. I just want them to sit on top of my microwave and look cool, but. I'm so tempted
Raspberry
this
tea,
particular
berry
last
tea,
couple of days to drink
lemon tea.
some of the fruity concoctions that are in there. I'm actually itching to taste one now that I'm talking about it. I'm thinking, yeah, I could actually brew that. You can actually chill them and put them in your water bottle for work.
sun tea.
That's cool.
Yummy. And when I work in
Yeah.
the garden tomorrow, I think I'll
Are we
do
out of
them,
pictures,
like,
Rebecca?
No.
yeah, are we ready
Are
yet?
we out of
See
pictures,
another
or we-
video?
Yeah, yes. Actually, here is a
Okay.
Monique Cervais. I think that's supposed to
That's
have
Yeah,
right.
great work. Thank you. We have not said thank you enough to her for her work for the last few months.
I know.
And actually
It's awesome.
bunch
She
of
does
stuff.
amazing
I've been
work,
using
too.
a lot of her material.
Here is some of her videos.
Cool.
We can talk about that.
Wow.
Salamander asteroid group and asteroid. On the left-hand side, on the underneath of Uri. This is the 180-day
Wow.
close pass cycle between the asteroid and the gas giants coming over Earth. There's Atu's moon and Atu above that. In out view. I think this is a few weeks old. It could be new, but I could be wrong.
I
Wow.
think it's mostly new. Yeah, as the video gets older.
It's stalling, unfortunately, for me, but that's okay.
Wow. That's big.
Yeah, there's a lot of big circles over the top of it. Some big, some small, and the thousands of smaller ones. And a whole bunch of ships.
I guess new people will say, but where are they seeing the ships? It's really difficult for new people to see the shapes inside
Yeah,
there.
well, you're looking for tiny little triangle things. Parked next to big square, dark blue things. And it is a process, and they are sea trailing above her. That's the sea trail going on.
How can you do that in space, though? They're trailing in space. How do they do that? Well, we can imagine. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, how high up can you go to do something like that? I'm just like blown away thinking about that. Oh.
That is right. Now, you can just begin to wonder, like, all these different ideas of how they could possibly do that. Whoever it is.
Look at that thing. That's enormous. Look at that blue. With all that misty iony stuff around it. Oh, and now Samuel's disappeared. Oh, kitty. We've had a really glitchy evening.
My whole day has been like that. Yeah, I've liked the whole show, basically.
Have you got lots of videos for us to watch?
Oh, there's still more. There's still a few more. And I was making yours. I was putting yours together.
Ah. Yeah. I sent you a whole bunch of extra pictures with the beams and stuff. Did you get those? I put them in content stash.
I got some pictures.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't been to there in a minute.
I put some in content stash, and Maria's put something that she's been asking about in there as well. So.
Okay. Let's see.
See, Maria's put coffee. It's just underneath the picture Maria wanted to show you. Can you see?
And
yeah.
Wow.
But that video of Monique's video is amazing. It's just stuffed full of big blue things. Her head must be sore with all that atmospheric pressure.
Yeah.
That stuff pushes down on your skull like unbelievable.
It does.
It really does, actually.
Sometimes you want to, like, literally duck your head down, you know?
Sometimes you want to go and
Feel like it's
lie
gonna
down
hit ya.
because it feels like it's pushing you
Yes.
down, and you think, no, I can't be tired. I can't be this again. But
Right.
it really, really does affect you. And you hear people, you know, even if you're on the high street and that, saying, "Oh, I'm really tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. Oh, this bag feels so heavy." There was a lady the other day when I was out to get cat food, and she was just so whingy walking past me. There's like a wee chair thing on the corner of the high street, so I got up off it so she could sit. Poor thing, she was talking about feeling so tired, and she genuinely looked tired but sometimes if you look at the way people are walking, their whole body language actually says that without you even knowing the people.
I know, right? Isn't that wild?
I just wondered if other people see that too. So you also see it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I
Yes,
think
okay, so I'm glad I'm not going nuts.
No.
All right.
No, definitely. Yeah, body language is, super important.
It is.
Yeah. And I think I've noticed, like, people are just incredibly emotional right now, too. I mean, whatever emotion you're feeling, it's just on the extreme side of it. I've seen on the news there's been a bunch of reports of like bad road rage incidents.
Yeah, but just before the podcast now, all I could hear was sirens, and you never hear sirens much here. Every single siren that you could possibly hear, I just
got
heard.
booted out.
What?
Yeah. I was just answering the question that Gillian asked about the ships up above at the high atmosphere. And I just said, well, they have ships we don't know about, and off I went.
Oh.
Bye, Buto.
Bing.
Boing.
Yeah, everything in the house shut down here, and we were my internet bumped completely off and then back on.
Sorry, Sam.
Like,
wasn't even the hamster wheel. Poor hamster wheel.
No, you know, it's those overly societally enticing hamster nipples that they worry about. Can't show
Those
hamster
poor
nipples.
hamsters. Yeah, my poor hamsters.
Yeah.
Wonder what generation we're on now.
Well, you know, hamsters just sitting there is one thing, but when you see their underbelly as they run on the wheel, that's hamster pornography. That does not meet community standards.
Yeah, we'll never forget that one, will we?
No, I spent, like 45 days in Facebook jail over it.
I think I had that was my first 3-day shocker. I thought I was going to bounce for sure. I absolutely thought I was going to bounce for sure.
That is the edge in the side of Uri right there. Wow, look at that. Oh my God.
Yeah, look at it. Stunning.
Wow.
I get back to do the same thing, dog.
If that was reversed, I'd say this almost looks like it's reversed.
Insane.
That really looks like a Saturn's eye on tail. Christopher, did you see this? Can you run this back?
Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back.
This looks reversed.
This is exactly
Look at that. That looks reversed. I think we're seeing a Saturn's yellow moon.
No way.
I think we're seeing a Saturn's yellow moon here, but I think they've got this video mirror reversed because we don't have anything doing that right now. Now play it. Christopher, do you agree?
I mean,
yeah, that's.
But listen, I mean, it's Monique, and I don't think she would.
Well, if I am dead ass wrong, and which is entirely possible.
Yeah. I mean, she knows
then
better.
we have.
People like that.
God. All right. Once you tell me the source of it, then that makes it better.
Yeah.
My God, that would mean
looks like that.
That would mean that the red asteroid. Well, we wait till we get to this part, this pull-out part. That would mean that would be the red asteroid or the tan asteroid right there on the left-hand side of the sun. And look at, or both. Maybe it is the red and the tan in front of it, or is it? Or is it the lead and the red in front of Atu's moon? I mean, my God, look at that. That's unbelievable. Cool. I'm going to declare myself dead ass wrong on that. But I mean, that looks mirror of what a Saturn's yellow moon is doing. And that's what grabbed me right away, was the dual thing going off that big round object just left of the sun. It's like, oh my God. And what is that?
Yeah, it's got two drag-off tails.
What is that big currently?
What about Matin?
Saturn's yellow moon just.
What about
Matin? The sun for some reason.
Well, it can't be.
Isn't it Matin?
No, Matim is smaller than that.
Okay.
Smaller?
Yeah, Matim is smaller. You should check this month's site drawing. It's drawn in.
Can't be smaller.
That is so unusual. Okay, that is the light is behind us. Craft.
Wow.
That's the ion tail of the Saturn right there. See how that's the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon, which is on the right-hand side. And you got the red asteroid in the left. Right there at semi-horizon, just above the grasses on the left. And then the other asteroids underneath that big dark spot right there is Uri. And Atu's moon will be up right there, up above us, very large.
Ooh.
And the asteroids orbiting under Atu and all of that. And probably craft from the Texas Cube as well. Because those look like way high objects, and yet they're leaving very unusual, non-normal clouds. Saturn's yellow moon, just over the sun, and that is that rounded object again that is very large right there, which has to be Atu's moon. Has to be, but then that means it's gotten smaller in the last week, which is weird. And now I'm dizzy because I'm looking up and around and in circles. Gerp,
Yeah,
be my
Charles
bucket.
doesn't.
I've got to be safe. Yeah, the carnival, right? Yeah, that's Atu's moon right there. You can see that. You can see the little puffs and the craters. And that's overhead on the left. And now my thing is stalling. Or is it video stalling?
That's the video.
Yeah, quite cool shit. Never saw skies like this my entire life. And look at all that small stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, that is unbelievable. Nice capture.
Mm-hmm.
Although it keeps locking up on me here. Yeah, we're going to see some really cool shots of Atu's moon because it's getting to the size now where it's much easier recognizable. And we'll get to see the hills and we'll get to see the craters. And then now that Saturn's yellow moon is coming in and doing the pass and all of that, it's going to be different. Look at the illumination above. And it's more illuminated above than out at the horizon. That's an awesome sky. I'd be getting ready for rain. Saturn's ion trail going to the right, underneath the bottom of the Saturn, and Nibiru in the background right. Next to the sun, there's a lot of stuff in this. And that's that winged thing underneath the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon, and yep. Okay, and the skull asteroid's on the far middle left. Just peeking around behind Atu. Only half of it was visible. Right.
That black
and they didn't
spot.
show it
There
again.
it is. There it is.
There it is.
It's
There it is.
right somewhere there. It should be. It's on the left-hand side of Atu, and this is Atu and Atu's moon. God, she just spun me out again. Please pan slower. Us old folks don't need to be on the Carnival. There is again. It's Atom's yellow moon with lead asteroid in front of it. So this is new. And then there's the blue asteroid. Is dead center, middle left. You can see it plain as day. You can see it in this shot too. Wow, it's crossed over as well. It's all moving so quickly. Very fast. Summer solstice. As of the 20th, things changed. Look at those asteroids underneath the big stuff. Yeah. Texas Cube.
Wow.
Side of Uri. And with Nepacity in the background there, there's some Nepacity base clouds right there.
Very
Over
cool.
here would be a Saturn yellow moon. Straight up is Atu's moon. God, it's so big over the top of us anymore. It's insane.
Yeah,
It's
your
really made it a
camera
whole
is
lot harder.
too small. Photo
It's way
cameras are
harder.
just, the camera and the phone is just too little.
Yeah, that's Nepacity right there. Just above the sun. And that is probably lead asteroid. That's Atu's moon, and the red asteroid coming in from the upper left. That is the stuff underneath the sun crossing. That is the side of the blue area is the side of Uri, and behind it, the illumination is Saru. This is probably the edge of Atu. Yeah, I bet money that's the stark edge of planet, very deep purple edge at two. And over the top of us. That again is the side of Uri, and the asteroids in her salamander object cluster group in the upper left corner. And the face of Uri is all the blue area, and Saru is the light blue area in the middle bottom right. Saru behind. And I can barely hear anything now. So I don't know if it's me or you.
Yes. It ended.
Am I cutting out? Okay.
He said yes.
As long
I've
as you
been
can hear
cutting
me,
out
then
all
I'm
day.
fine.
I don't know about you, but all day long I've been over here. Everything I hear is choppy. It's just like everything you all say, it's choppy.
No good.
Yeah,
No
the whole
good.
thing's
Boo.
just been. This has to have been the most lurchiest night we've ever had.
Yeah, this is one of the lurchy. That's a good word.
It was like that 2 shows
Lurchy.
ago. And also
Yeah.
two
That
or
one
three
night
shows
where
ago,
Sam was
Troy was with us.
yeah.
Hi, who was with us? Who was with us? Carla. Oh yeah, poor Carla never seems to get peace either.
Yeah.
Like,
and then I don't know. It's 2024, y'all. It should be better than this. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm paying, high-speed wireless. You'd think this shit would work.
I know we pay lots of money for.
Oh, God forbid I might get what I pay for. I mean, my God. And it's gone up. It's gone up well over twice what I originally signed up for. And every month it goes up again, a few more dollars at a time, and a few more dollars at a
yeah,
time.
but they don't even tell you; it just goes up.
Yeah, it always goes up every
electric company
month.
told us that everybody in Vegas, I don't know what it went up, 20%, 10%, 2%, whatever it was. My bill, I got my AC fixed about 2 years ago. We replaced it. It went down to $64 a month. My electric bill last month was $459.
That's
terrible.
I don't even know what to do. I don't know.
My electricity bill last month was $89.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I'm assuming.
We generate power. We generate power
townhouse.
across the country. We send power to Washington. We send power to North Dakota. We send it, I think, down to Wyoming and Idaho as well in these high tension towers because we have all of these dams generating the power, and we have currently a coal power plant on the eastern Montana that I think they should actually leave alone because there's It's an old power, but it works, and it keeps all those people in that area employed, and it produces a great deal of power. And being that it is in the middle of nowhere where we have nothing but high winds, there should be a meager economic edge handed to it. Let it run for a while yet, because we need it. Because if they put it offline, our power bill will be like yours.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't take our
I don't
plant
know why.
off right now. I can't afford it. I mean, our food's already killing all of us.
Yep.
And I warned you guys last year that the food cost was going to be insane this year. And I watched stuff. I pattern watch, but no one listened. I'm kidding. I hope people listen, because unfortunately, I talked about that in my Radio Wasteland shows. And for those of you out there who do not know, I did a show on YouTube, Radio Waste Samuel Hofman series, and you'll probably get a link to it. Unfortunately, YouTube has broken those major links up. You can't do it the way you used to anymore, and that was just a few weeks ago that they changed everything again.
Right.
And now it's made it harder to culminate information in series. You have to literally type in every one, because they don't give you the sidebar where it used to open up my link to 87 direct shows. You can't do that now all of a sudden.
Oh, that's nice.
It sucks.
Oh, lovely.
YouTube, I don't like what you did. You screwed it up.
Right.
You made it harder to find information, not better. So,
okay.
with that said,
That's well, you know what? They
Sam
messed
about
up.
Mars video I sent you.
Oh,
Audrey's
yeah.
asking about the
I have
Mars
it.
video.
I have it, Audrey. Wait, let me make sure.
I don't know
Sorry,
anything
Audrey,
about
it's
a
in my
Mars
notes.
video.
I do have it.
Dun 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 dun.
Little.
Hey, we have a mic chirp again.
Has a question. That's right. Here it is. Thanks for reminding me, Audrey.
Well, I can't see anything because I forgot my tablet's dead.
Your tablet died?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my tablet. See if it's alive yet.
Oh.
From one of the Nibiru planets that Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. Surely Mars has a small atmosphere. They have a certain amount of oxygen, but not near enough to sustain life.
She wants to know if these are clouds
And
from Mars
they
or
don't
clouds
retain.
from
The problem with Mars is if Mars had a stronger magnetosphere, it would actually hold in its gases. And then it does even have a collection of ice under the ground and surface in the North Pole, South Pole, etc. that does have oxygen retention within everything. But they would have to increase the magnetosphere so the outward electrical would hold the atmospheric gases in, because currently Mars, because of its such small magnetosphere, actually radiates out its gases. Which is why there's no life on it other than microbial that we know of.
That was it.
And if you go back through the Anunnaki tales, there was at one point in time one of the gods was stranded there for transgressions in between dynasties. And then they came back to pick him up later. And so, that's an old legend. We don't know the reality behind it, but it's also in Anunnaki Sumerian tales. So perhaps there was. And in Swahili, Adam means man from the red planet, and so you can take that as Mars, or you can actually take that as the legend of Nibiru or whatever. But Nibiru is not red; it's blue. Ocean planet. Saru is green blue. So the only red planet that we know of, with a winged planet, which everybody's still lost in. Some of the people are just now learning the story. The actual winged planet is Saturn and the yellow moon. And it puts an ion trail around both sides of Saturn and can be seen by space. And we watched it in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then it came back to us. We've been drawing drawings of it ever since on the re-arrival of Nibiru and Saturn's yellow moon. And they've all been accurate. And I'm loving every second of it because it's been so exciting. And here we are today. Now seeing, like that earlier picture where Saturn's yellow moon is filling the entire photograph, and the only flame-like clouds we've ever seen are exactly that. So it's highly exciting that this is all going on, and it's a proven scientist scenario where we're enjoying our interpretation of the evidence before us, and yet other people may not understand it at the level we do, because we're all Nibiru-aholics, and our 0-step program of how not to get over this, and no, we're not a cult, and no, we're not crazy conspiracy theorists, because a decade ago we proved this.
Sorry, guys.
4 years in, 3 years in. So what's happening? What did I miss? I was talking.
Okay. So, yeah, you're good. I can't change screens. I'm stuck.
Well, that's actually February 15th, 2024. That's not a bad picture to be stuck on, but
no, great month.
Yeah. I have pictures and video from Gillian I'm loading, so it'll be ready soon. Y'all know Sabrina. I was hoping she would be here today, but I do. Next time she's here, we'll play this again so she can watch. But I do have a compilation from some of her things because she takes some really cool pictures. She gets tons of light images.
It is very interesting that we currently actually kind of do match February right now.
Okay.
In February.
Yeah. Did not know that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. It's literally like currently, although, the vertical ion trail instead of the horizontal. Pretty much everything is really close to this, except it's all bigger now.
Right. Okay.
Transition has been unusual since 2019. Oh my God, the change is just huge, and yet only when you go back through the site drawings and the old pictures do you ever even realize how far we've come with the re-arrival of Nibiru and everything coming back. Because for years we couldn't see her, although we were staring straight-faced into Atu and Uri more than anything else. And then Nepesity showed up on the scene in 2018, and then we were being close passed by her and messed with and all sorts of other shit. So it's been an interesting transition, and it's going to continue as they go away. It's going to be really cool. And then I'll have to start drawing to the right of the sun or something. I don't know how we'll draw it once they start to exit. We'll come up with an exiting drawing. But now remember, look at the dark areas first. Lead asteroid in front of the Saturn yellow moon.
Wow.
Over the spiral or the red under the sun. Red asteroid under the sun. Ion tail of the Saturn yellow moon. Dead center going to the right. Uri whiteout. Sea trails.
Oh, happy days.
And a clip. There's also a cut into the sun happening on the right. That's a Uri cut in on the left. And I've got a drawing for that one too. It goes back months. About 6-8 months.
Yeah, I just took these ones now. It's so weird when you see the planets at night. And it's like 1:14 in the morning and it looks like it hasn't even gone and got dark yet.
Illumination under the planets.
Yeah, I just took a picture of that now. But it's 1:14 in the morning.
Yeah, oh well, we are at a different illumination angle of the summer solstice, and now it's going to be some awesome captures. I keep stressing, watch sunset, watch, a half hour, 45 minutes after sunset, watch what happens in the west, northwest. north, southwest skies. Watch what happens. If you can see, use it. If you're not clouded in, you're not being rained on, whatever, use those skies. 'Cause the best viewing we've ever seen in our entire lives is happening right now. Look at that cut in. There's a planet from the upper right corner all the way cutting in half what you're viewing right there. Same thing on both sides here. There's a planet on either side of the light pinch cutting in from the upper right. Why it's flaring like that? That's what makes the light wrong. That's why everything's so dim. You just know that the light is wrong. This is why. There's planets cutting in front of. Let's add to Neptune's moon. That's the side of Uri and Uri and Saru probably. Saru is going to be big here this summer, I think, too. This is Nepesi covering the top with Saturn yellow moon in the front, I think, upper right corner. Or it could be a Saturn and all that. We got stuck. All right. Yeah, the light pinching is all because there's things cutting into the light. And it's not atmospheric because look to the skies. These are all clear skies mostly. That's some yellow moon cutting into the light on the upper right. Right and left. Look at how dark everything is on that pine tree and the house on the trees.
Yeah,
The light is
buildings
wrong.
look dark too. Everything's very
Yeah,
shadow.
everything's wrong. The illumination is wrong. Looking up underneath the asteroids and the planets are illuminating from underneath that sunset. Probably the blue asteroid is right there next to the sun. That's a cutoff right there because there's an object in the upper right corner, cutting off half the sun. The Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn on the right-hand side of the sun. On the left, that's the side of Uri on the left upper left corner. All that blue area. And see the stripes? There's the Saturn's yellow moon just behind the light pole on the right. See the ion tail? Again, back to the stripes of the Saturn on the left. I mean Uri, excuse me. Spinning it out so fast I can't keep up with myself.
Yeah, well, it's 4:15.
Yeah. And we're gonna, we'll run out of material here soon, and then we'll end the show, and then I'll have a voice. I'm already chewing on the one I've got, so we're doing okay so far. And Nepesi over the top of the sun again. And Nepesi over the top of the sun again.
Nepesi has been really active.
Well, she's close again over the top of us. And I saw, that sighting that came in from the skyline of Montana. And I believe it's well up even higher. And right last year, they were doing a facial side pass. And the year before it was different as well. Yeah, that is a very large atmosphere right there. That is probably the side of the Saturn's yellow moon right there. Normal cloud illumination. Light, so this is probably the bottom of Atby's moon. Little blue blip in the middle right is probably the blue asteroid. Again, the bottom of Uri and Saru.
Wow.
Side of Uri. Saru and behind it. Being facially illuminated just above the sun. There again, side of Uri and Saru. Facially illuminated on the side of edge of Saru. Just above the sun. The Tim should be right there.
Where?
Just to the left of the sun, and it's a small circle. but it usually shines. It has a very bright, intense spatial illumination, and you can sometimes see the mountain ranges in the darkness of the black background, showing just to the upper left of the sun, between Uri and Saru, in between one of those folds. Just look at the monthly site drawing, learn where it is on the monthly site drawing, and then go from there. And then you'll see it more often.
Wow.
Yeah, you got to learn to check, learn your cutoffs, sir. These are cutoff refraction. Excuse me. Yeah, all of these are refractions. That's
no,
why
I was
you're
going to say, it
seeing
looks
the
like
flaring like this, because there's something cutting into the light.
It looks like what, Rebecca?
Yeah,
Yep.
basically. Well, earlier we were talking about how the sun is like. Actually, I think this is a different picture. I'll find it. She had a picture, Sabrina did, where it was another picture where the illumination was branching off to the right. You know, so there's another confirmation from somebody else with sunlight doing that. There's something bulging out on the right side. That's what I'm trying to say. This is not the right picture for it. There's a different one. I'll get it.
Yeah, it may be still too early to actually, determine whether or not the suns are separating, although the activity on the sun has entirely increased. So it falls into the possibilities there. And you can directly see the side of Uri right there on the left, on that last picture. Great shot. Thank you. Excellent captures. I like the Batman hat too.
Yeah.
La, 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 la.
Cool. I know. She looks like she'd be fun to hang out with. I don't know. I feel that.
That's where you insert the shot of Batman spinning bat. What was that? Like a batarang, bat boomerang, and it would spin, and then it would go da la 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 in between commercial breaks, and then it would come back at you.
I've never seen a flare like that before.
It's a cutoff refraction. There's probably shining through the bottom edge of the opacity. The sundown, and 45 minutes to many hours afterwards, you're going to see the greatest show on Earth. And that was the time.
Well, this was Maria's picture I've just showed you. It's
cool.
on the content stash. It's really amazing.
You'll be looking west and northwest and southwest.
Oh, okay. Just that one picture. Okay.
Well, I'm not currently on Facebook, so I don't know if anybody's sending me anything. So, because I'm only running StreamYard, and that's it. That way, I don't blip out.
Yeah, no. When because maybe I'm using the three devices. Maybe the Wi-Fi's freaking out with the tablet. That's why it expired. I don't know.
I've noticed that if you have too much. If you have too much storage used on your device, that StreamYard will not work well at all.
Yeah, it's
Maria's picture looks like she's got a giant planet on the right, and then she's got a square, that square cutoff thing, and she's been adamantly trying to show it to us.
Yeah, I know, and I'm having trouble on my end.
You know how you take just one picture? It's just one picture, and everybody else takes 500 pictures, and
there's a roadblock at every angle. I know. That's how it's happening here.
Good night, Irene.
Our pictures are our babies.
I know. It's like you're looking for that one particular picture.
Take my shoes off.
Uh-oh. No, you've heard me grumbling at the dog tonight.
Rebecca.
The one, she's maybe gone out to come back in again because the driving her crazy.
Yep. Oh, how many? God, I've been out 4 or 5 times today alone.
I've been booted about 5 times. StreamYard just goes, oh, look.
I do ponder. I do ponder what it's going to take until this gets out far enough where it becomes an accepted scenario, because we are the nut jobs, the nutters, and people don't know how to react to this information, and it's not like we've made this stuff up. I mean, there is so much information, and I could have a team of writers.
endless patterning for years, Sam. It's just not possible that we're wrong. It's just not possible.
Yeah, it's not possible that we're wrong. And
And
we've
just
we've
because we
had
know about it doesn't
thousands
mean
and
we're not having
thousands
the
of
same
examples.
crisis either.
And I'm amazed that I don't understand what it's going to take till people actually embark upon the fact that we have proven this over 14 years now, and me knowing about it for 40 plus, and I don't know what it's going to take. I do not know. I mean, and we're going to keep going on doing our thing, but I mean, how many people can one person or 5 people or 10 people contact? Unless it actually goes someplace with everyone else. So we have to somehow manage to reach out to them to get them information on. And TikTok and Twitter and whoever out there that you're watching. Only if you share this with a couple of your friends, is this ever going to get to the snowball nudge down the mountain. And we're doing our best for you, and we work hard at it every week and have been. And it is our obsession. It's not like we can actually walk away from this, because I don't think we can. I think we're all addicted. That's why we have Anonymous, the 0-step program. I'm going to laugh about that forever. For you Nibiru-aholics,
Can't help
here,
it.
have a shot of Nibiru.
Obsessed.
It's on me. Everybody take a whip on me. No, anyway, that's from what was it? The Mission Mountain Wood Band. God, Earth to Brain. Had to reach for that one. Go play Mission Mountain Wood Band. We used to have great concerts up here till they screwed it over. I mean, God, everybody wants to drink and drive with no seatbelts on, back like we did in the 70s. Yeah, let's all go up in the mountains and drink 3 kegs of beer or 50 kegs of beer with 1,000 people playing music. If you want to really, here in Missoula, we used to have the Aber Day kegger.
That's like,
and you can look that up on. You're skipping
Oh,
out.
it's glitching again. I can't even hear the words you just used.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We used to have a thing called the Aber Day kegger, and you can look that up on YouTube. And we had some of the best concerts up here, and they would have hundreds of kegs of beer, and everybody would get together in this valley, bunch of hippies dancing at the bottom of this mud pit, and there was a hill, and you could sit up on this hill and stay there for 5 days or 3 days. I don't even, it was like 3 days, and listen to all, and everybody played there.
Nice.
So you go look at the 1970s Aber Day kegger, Aber, A-B-E-R, Aber Day kegger, Missoula, Montana.
Did you take tents with you?
Excuse me?
Did you take tents with you?
Some people thought that far ahead, yeah.
The mozzies would eat me dead.
Simple day.
Well, they added up Upper Miller Creek, which now has nothing but houses on it in that whole area up there now. But and all these hippies would be driving out of the mountains just drunker than hell every night. It was insane, but it was the greatest keggers I ever went to. And we always tried to sneak in. We were underage, but we always got caught until we were actually old enough to get in there. But it was and now of course nobody does that. Nobody goes and drinks a couple hundred kegs of beer. Small population up there, and they'll let them drive. I can't even imagine. In fact, we barely had seatbelts in the cars back then,
Right.
It came up straight away. Aber Day Kegger documentary.
Oh, watch the
Kegger
movie.
of all keggers in Missoula, Montana.
Yeah, watch the movie. I'm in one or two of those audiences. And I'm
really?
up on the hill sitting there, the guy laying down with a big pitcher in his hand being beer drunk from hell, with hair down to
Did
my
you have the
middle
big
of my
hair?
back.
Did you have the big curly hair?
Yeah,
So
you've seen my hair, 70s hair pictures, and people used to call me Plant Man because I had hair just like Robert Plant. And everybody said, "Oh, where'd you get your perm?" And it wasn't totally natural for me. I had natural blonde curly hair, and it was huge. And we had the 80s hairdo, And I chuckle at it today. But I actually, you guys have seen my band poster.
I was going to
one
say,
of
I can
them.
pull that picture.
And one of
We
the early
have
ones.
it.
Yeah, it was just.
Oh, it's highly embarrassing, but go ahead. I mean,
Get it.
you want to see me back at age
Yeah,
18?
I always
18
thought
or
it was
19.
hilarious. Imagine you playing with your guitar and the kegger up the hill like.
And I will admit that was over 50 years ago. Wow. Holy shit. 50 years ago. Wow.
Was it before you wrote your paper?
Oh, I take it back. Less than 50 years.
Was that before you wrote your paper?
No, that was like 40 some years ago. Yeah. Well, no, it's right up. That picture is taken right at the time right after I had written my paper.
Wow.
Right before I got in trouble and then could no longer be part of my normal world and had to change everything. Because after they brought me back to Montana in handcuffs, my entire world changed.
In handcuffs.
Can't imagine.
Yeah.
Handcuffs,
Spent a
like
few
why?
days on a bus with a Virginia State trooper, and
Like, what did you do wrong? Like, why handcuffs?
Why handcuffs?
I am a federal government rated dissident because I refuse to work for the United States government, and according to them, my education belonged to them, and I should loyally, for king and country, as they would say, be willing to work with them and go where they wanted me to go, and they wanted to send me to Italy over time, and they were interested in my work, but they didn't want to hear my explanation, and then they got argumentative with me, and I told them to shove it. And then over time I tried to work with them, but they weren't going to let me go. But then over time they saw it was just completely non-functional, so then they threatened me with what if I spoke, and then the 30-year non-disclosure agreement, blah blah blah, and how they would deport my family, etc. And therefore I was not allowed to talk about the binary solar system or own a copy of the periodic chart in my home or ever do chemistry again, because in their opinion they owned my education, et cetera, and I could go on and on about that. But then after I came back and my roommates announced to me that I'd been gone for many months, and I didn't barely even have that information in my own head, even though I knew most of what was going on, but not. I was released, and then I went into many years of hiding after that, knowing that there was a lot of unanswered questions that was going on, and the rest ended. It's all for my book, I guess. We'll leave that part, for the campfire.
Right.
But I'm still going on about that thing that happened here in my computer room even a few years ago, where I got. I knew something was behind me, and I could feel it electrically, and I could smell it, and then something grabbed me that was invisible, and then I got face planted into the keyboard and cut open for whatever reason, sampling or whatever, or reinsertion of a tracking monitor or whatever, and I broke away from it and bled all over the house, and being attacked by something you can't see that actually physically attacks you, and you bleeding. Had I not bled all over the house, I don't even think I'd believe it to this day. But you don't up and bleed after getting face planted by nothing into your keyboard. You're drooling on M and B and V. And then I broke free because I was on a chair with wheels, and I used my legs to push free of my hold. And there's my old band picture. I'm of course
And
the one
hair.
on the right. Yeah, and in this photograph, most of my hair is down my back, and you don't see even how long it is.
So you never really cut
Down
it,
the middle of
ever?
not since I was probably not since I was 12, and I had a few trims, but I had long hair since I was 12. And prior to that, my dad would butch our hair all the way, for summer. Every summer, we'd get a straight butch haircut in the late 60s. Where they'd run the clip.
Short back and sides, as we call it.
The summer, you stayed cooler because you were little kids, and they just buzz your hair off, and it was an inch tall, and that was it. And then in the 70s, after my dad stopped clipping our hair at age 12, I kept growing it. And I have natural. At that time I had naturally curly hair. I still do, but it's not near as curly as it used to be. And I'm still very blonde, which is odd for my age.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
I'm
have
done.
a lot of red in my hair, like red.
Yeah.
In the sunlight, my hair has red in it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Stratosphere.
Did we talk
There you
about
go.
this picture? I just want to make sure we covered this one. If you all saw it from Maria in Alaska.
That's Maria's one.
What is this?
Well, the area above the sun in the upper left to middle is probably Atu's moon with Saru. God, my brain isn't working. With Uri on the left-hand side, you can see the stripes of Uri in the light.
4 hours.
Just next to those
You can't
3
see
trees
it's
on the bottom
curved.
horizon.
Yeah.
You see that curve?
No, but it's there. And Atu's moon is in the upper left corner, and that cloud is around the front of Atu's moon. And perhaps the red asteroid, and perhaps the spiral asteroid in front of the red asteroid, which would be weird and unusual.
I wish I had a view
But in
like
Alaska,
that.
who knows? Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
You know, I expect the moose to come out into the marsh here at any time.
It really is. So.
Look at the squareness of that above the trees.
I want to go. Especially if it's like 7.
Huh? Can't hear you, Rebecca.
Oh no! Hang on.
You're
Can't
back.
hear Rebecca.
You can't hear me?
Now
I can hear you
My
now.
mic is on.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you glitched out.
Oh, I did. Huh. I've been glitching
Yeah.
the whole show.
Oh, yeah, I think everybody's internet is hopping tonight.
Yeah, it's been like choppy. Okay, so here is some. I'm saving now. This images from Gillian, and it's some of them. Gillian, you sent me some others after I saved this. So here's here's a good portion.
Did you guys say good night, Irene?
Photo bombing. Night,
Good night,
Irene.
Night, Irene. Good night. See you next week. And
Yeah,
yes,
angels
Rodney,
are
it's
real.
so true.
Truth is addictive. It's scary addictive. Scary,
Uh-huh.
scary addictive. Scary, scary, scary
It's here to
addictive.
fool people. It's
I want to
true.
know
It's
more.
sad,
I
too.
need more.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought these dogs would never stop. Psychos.
I guess I play a lot, right? Sure they do because they have each other. I wish Little Mittens had somebody to play with. All of my other cats are older, not playing with her. I need more toys.
What's Mittens up to? Finally, these two have suddenly gone to sleep.
No one's going to have kitten.
Rebecca's
I'm trying
now
to
on
get this
fast
video, y'all.
forward.
It's, I don't know. I'm not good on her. It's how she's doing and she's eating. I know. She's
What an interesting night.
Hello, David. Yes, Rodney, it is easier to fool people than to convince them. And we're not trying to convince people anymore. We're just providing the information that we've gathered. We're proving it was long ago. And we've already, we've laid in our doctorate, our 10-year doctorate on this. We're on our 14th year. And the only people out there suffering is not us. So we're fully on board enjoying it. And I just hope and pray that other folks get the opportunity to come to our water park.
Yep. It's fun watching the show, man.
Slide the slide. Yeah, jump on the slide, man. Let's go. Go into a larger solar system, into a larger universe. It stalls on me, bummer.
Yeah, look at all those beams that just beamed right up. Golden.
Remember, it's being illuminated from underneath because it's becoming sunset, but it's odd illumination everywhere anyway. I don't know why this screams Holland to me, but it does. I don't know why, because it may not be.
It's mine.
Stuck on me. Oh, okay. Scotland. And Rebecca's gone. And is it stalling for you guys, or is it just me?
A little bit.
Kind of glitching.
Okay. That's probably Nepacity, with the white illuminations being the asteroids. The big three orbit below Nepacity.
That's my garden. Huh.
Hi, garden. Need some water and let dog do. That's where you get the patches from dog pee and all that. Little acidic. You can throw out baking powder.
Hey?
If you want to change your soil to regrow your grass, you throw out a little baking soda onto those empty patches. It'll change the acidic level, and then the grass will grow in.
Okay.
Solid waste is very acidic. Just a light amount every once in a while. Baking soda is really cheap. And just go out there and sprinkle just a little bit of baking soda, water it in, go out, then you can, a box, you can do it like 5 different times. You just break it up and add a little bit at a time. And then that'll drop the pH level from acidity so the grass can actually grow.
Yeah, because there is no grass really here. It's like moss or something.
No. Puppy patches. Anyway, I apologize. I brought it up in the first place.
No, it's all right. Look at the straight lines up there.
We also have to take into account that our yards are not going to be as pristine as they used to be, and everything is about to fry, and we're not even into the middle of summer yet. And so anything green we should be thankful for. I'm still kind of irked that they've done what Idaho has decided to put a water curb into the counties where they grow the most potatoes on the entire planet. And they're cutting their water. Like, what? Are you nuts?
Yeah.
All that way, some businesses down at the bottom of the state can run their fountains. And then they're using
so
21
much water every day.
2021 water tables. They completely, it took them years to get this worked out. And by now, their science is wrong. And so they're going to make the potato farmers give water to the southern half of the state 5-fold of what they needed in the first place, and yet that 5-fold is not going to be put onto potatoes. And it's the largest areas that grow potatoes that they're affecting, and that to me is economically stupid.
Yeah.
Let alone, not even current. So, hi, Kitty. Don't know if you can hear me, Rebecca, but it is over. Okay, you're back, and you're on mute still.
I was trying to check on my internet to see why it's lagging so bad. I don't know. Nobody had any answers.
All of us are. All of us have got.
You got proof it's lagging right here.
Anyway, yeah.
I would call them and tell them, look, I want a discount on my next bill.
You know where that's got me in the past? Nowhere.
Yeah, that's not going to work, but you could try, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Never. Right. It's been rough. Okay, good.
Currently, I'd like to just get hold of a human, let alone complain to one.
I know.
I have called my internet company, and I think the last 10 times I've never gotten anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you try and get hold of power utilities, you get the automated service, and then the problem that you've got isn't on the list.
For you. Right. And then they tell me what my current speed is and how everything's working, and let's check your internet. And then they do.
You're lucky
and I can't
if
get a
they tell
human to
you.
complain to.
Have you guys resorted to using, like, instead of just talking to somebody, having to do a chat with, like a text message chat with somebody?
Yeah, you can either WhatsApp or go online and text with the people.
I don't have.
Seriously,
I don't have a
talking
cell
to you
phone
like
to
this,
do a text
it's
chat with.
terrible. It's like I can't talk to a real person.
I don't.
I have to sit here for 2 hours texting back and forth to who knows, and I don't know.
One of them AI machines, like
Right.
trying
Is it
to.
like
Well, since COVID,
exactly?
all of
I'm
a sudden they
thinking,
thought,
is this really a person?
well, ever since the big virus, everybody has realized that they don't even have to give customer service anymore. They can just spin people around in circles and still make their money and can be completely understaffed and save all of that budget on employee costs. And because everybody got used to it and we got through it, well, let's keep doing that.
Right.
I mean, even, my local Kentucky Fried Chicken has yet to open their internal dining room. Now it's out it's out the drive-through only.
Okay.
And so they completely bypassed having any contact with customers inside the building, and they've let that entire half of the building, the dining room, where the locals in that area that I'm sure would go for lunch and enjoy that, no longer get to do that. They have to do drive-through, walk up. I don't know what the hell you're going to do. But I've seen that from that's one extreme to the other, and I think we've since the C virus, I think that we've seen a huge downturn in customer service and availability of actually speaking to a human or human contact, and they found out they could keep getting away with it. A lot of I talked to my neighbor today, and we both agreed that we stopped even going to our local Pizza Hut because they were so full of shit. And the service was so horrible, and the phone, you couldn't even call them. And then I went to the window, and the lady says to me, "Well, you have to put in the app for order." And she says, "I can't take your I can't take your order at the drive-up window." I said, "Why not? I'll come back."
My order.
I tried to call you on your service, and they don't even work at the same building. This is a hired, paid answering service, and then they somehow computer type the order to them. Or something.
The in Asia.
I got hung up on by a guy that was from Asia that I could barely understand, and he got mad at me and hung up on me, so I couldn't even order a damn pizza. So then I drove the 1.5 miles, 2 miles to the Pizza Hut, and then the lady wouldn't take my order at the window, telling me just use the phone app. And I went, "I don't have a cell phone. I can't do that. Can I place an order for one
Sorry,
pizza?"
sir. It's our policy.
Yes,
order. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't believe
my
it.
Job.
I couldn't believe it. It's like, you have got to be kidding me. No, use the app. And then she slammed the window. And I went, "Okay, I'm done.
Oh boy.
That's it. I'm not ordering anything from you ever again, And thank God my kids have actually liked the frozen pizzas way better than the $20. And the price was never the same. It was either $20
Anyway,
or
you could put your own ingredients on top of them.
$5, or $15. It was never the same price ever. And it's like, you've got, and
pizzas and a delivery to your house, you're looking at $60-$80 for some pizza.
Right.
No.
Right. That's why I drive over and pick it up. I do carry out. And still I was paying $20 for carry out. It's like, a month ago you charged me $10 for this. Why am I paying you $20? Well, it was a coupon then. I was like, why can't you keep your coupons? And they change it, and they change it, and they change it, and they change it. They're just raking. So we finally said, okay, let's say we're done with you, Pizza Hut.
Yeah, what happened to the dollar menus? People need that.
I think that the whole entire world has seen that they can get away with far more and not have the staff that they once had, and which is like a boot in the American worker. And we talk about all the new jobs going on, and what kind of jobs are these new jobs? And they're in services and food, goods and services and food. And there's no real, let's reopen some manufacturing, get some factories running, make some cars in this country. Because we barely make anything here anymore. We have to. And that way we know we can back it up. And if I want to take it back to the store and actually get hold of the company that made it, and communicate, hey, this is a piece of shit, and I don't want to, I don't want to buy this anymore. And why did you sell this to me? Because we can't tell that to China right now, because they just it ends up in a landfill, and they're shipping that crap over in big ocean liner containers. That's costing God only knows how much in greenhouse gases and you name it. And overall, price gouging and hand transfer to the next guy, to the next guy, to the next guy, and everybody's profiteering off the shit that we pay for that doesn't last 2 years, or it breaks the first time you use it, or doesn't do what it's supposed to do because it's a knockoff of what used to be. and it's a fake, it's a knockoff, and it doesn't work, and you can't put it together. I'm reminded of some kids' pony castles. These children had to have these pony castles, and I saved for months to get them. And we ordered them, and they were My Little Pony castles, and they were little purple castles. And on Christmas Day, they loved opening up this package, and then I spent the next 4 hours trying to assemble 2 pony castles that the moment you touched them would fall apart.
Oh, no.
And I could never even get one of them done. And then I finally got the second one, the 2 of them put together. And then I had to tell the kids, don't touch them. And they were like, Dad, we want to put our ponies on these castles. And the moment they did, they fell apart.
Oh, no.
And so, here I spent, a fortune of money that I couldn't afford, but they wanted those, they were, 5, 6, 7 years old. They wanted those pony castles. And for the life of me, they cost a fortune, and they never worked day one. And I've, of course, never forgotten that. And then, try assembling a bicycle on Christmas Day, and then try to assemble 2 of them on Christmas Day. Don't do it. I learned the hard way. Here's a gift card. Thank you. Merry Christmas. I'm joking, of course, about gift cards, because I don't give them those at Christmas. But anyway, we completely digressed off the forest.
All right.
I'm getting long in me stories. Forgive me. Okay, go ahead, Rebecca.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm actually stuck.
And then you
on
cut
my
out.
screen right
Say that again.
now. So I can't do much.
Man, you're cutting out some more.
Probably have to finish.
Yeah, we're at 4 hours, 50 minutes. We could cut it at 5 because you're cutting out again. And I'm telling long-winded tales by the side of the fire,
Right.
Next thing you'll be on, and Grandpa with his little cane.
Careful, I got a birthday coming up. I already feel bad enough about that as it is. I want to go backwards now for a while.
I can't wait for that.
Where'd this last decade go? What happened? I was just watching the planets. That's all.
Yeah, we're doing planets, and now we're talking about little pony castles. But that's all right. Little girls like pony castles. I like pony castles.
I was talking about America making things again, and actually, be accountable for what they made, and actually work. If you're going to put it in a box and you're going to sell it to somebody for $100, that damn thing better work.
Right.
Oh yeah, I just bought something from China on Amazon. I just bought something from China on Amazon, and it hasn't got any nail screw holes in that I can put the things into. So now I thought, I've gone and bought this outside raised bed greenhouse thing, and I've got half of it in the garden with the potato bags in, because it was on my video. You seen it. And I can't get the second level on with with things. There's no holes. I'm like, the bits are on the table over there.
You have to drill your own.
That's all right. I'm a Scot. I don't give up. I bought a little screwdriver girl set where you can put them in, whether they want to go in or not. They're going in. They're going in. Yeah.
Don't crack them.
I'll try not to mess up the wood. I mean, I'm going to be
Sometimes you have to pre-drill. Sometimes you have to pre-drill, depending on the wood.
Well, I don't know anything about any of this. This is the first time for me. It's going to be like,
if you ram a screw in, there's a very large chance you'll break the wood along the grain.
I'll be phoning you, Sam, going, please help me fix it.
No, just go to YouTube.
Oh, just go to YouTube.
Pre-drilling through pine. You might have to buy yourself a small hand drill.
I got it.
Oh, well, cool. A very small blade, and then you put the smaller blade through the wood. That way, it doesn't. The screw can sometimes expand and then break the wood. But if you pre-drill a hole that's slightly smaller than the screw, and then put it in, then it won't do that.
All right.
Alvin calls it a pinhole, but yeah.
But you pre-drill a hole, and then that way your screw won't. But it's got to be similar to the size of the screw, just a little bit smaller. That way the screw has something to bite into and stay in place, and yet not expand the wood so far that it snaps.
You'll hear me raging if I break something because I'll be so frustrated. Because, but everything's a learning curve. It's like since I came here, I've learned so many things that I can do that I didn't.
Well, the trick to learning is learn one step at a time and don't let it overwhelm you.
Yeah.
If you think about the overall, you're never going to get it. But if you take it one step at a time, before you know it, you've accomplished something, and it's that simple. And you just have to believe that you're at the right place at the right time, and then it just falls into place and becomes easy.
Yep. And wear your barefoot shoes so that you're speaking to the earth.
Yeah, every once in a while, go out, put your feet on the ground, barefoot, and everything else will fall into place for you because the cosmos is talking to us. And those of us who are listening will be prepared better than those who are not. And we are in the middle of a very large transition in our planet, in our history, in our past, in our future. So it's all happening. It's really cool. And I can't believe everybody doesn't see this as plain as day to me. And it's, because these were never the skies I grew up with. These are not the skies that I know. And I don't know how you don't see that. My age versus yours, whatever. Or people are too busy to even look up.
Right.
Oh, geez, here's another device that's about to expire.
Huh. Right.
Did we watch Jesus's video from I think Wednesday?
I actually, it keeps pausing. I haven't.
Man. If you guys haven't seen it and you're watching the show, go.
We can watch it next week.
Watch it. It's really awesome.
Yeah, and I re-encourage people to go to our YouTube channels, go to Facebook, see our videos, our work stuff that we talk to people around all week long. Go back and watch some of the older videos. Rebecca's got tons and tons of shorts everybody should see on YouTube channel.
We have so much.
Tons and tons of work. Go through it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. And it's all really good information.
I'll take it for next week. I'll make sure they're ready
and she works really hard at this. And you guys should, be sure to give her the like and the subscription so she can up her viewership and get that plaque. We got to get her that plaque, you guys.
Plaque.
Yeah, got be that YouTube plaque hanging behind her back there next to her sun, stars, and moon, and her lava lamp and all of that.
Yeah.
When does that happen? When you pass like 100,000?
I have no idea.
Each milestone you get a different plaque,
right.
And if you get a gold one, you got like 1 million.
Wow! Yeah,
I think 100,000 is where you get the silver one. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually look that up. But if you are a YouTuber out there and you are semi-famous, you're more than welcome to come on the show and talk to us. Even if you don't know about this one, learn. Or if anybody else out there wants to be a guest, holler at us, try to contact us. But
silver is at 100,000 subscribers, and gold is 1 million subscribers.
Wow!
How many subscribers have you got?
And diamond is 10 million, and red diamond is 100 million. Red diamond.
How many
there you go. That's what we're shooting for.
That's right.
Yeah, we've got to talk. I think we should be talking to 100 million people on this planet.
Yeah.
My God, this is the coolest damn thing that ever went by. And Christoper, you can look back when you first started seeing Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum coming in and getting bigger and bigger, and seeing the flame-like clouds. And oh my God, Sam's drawings are right. And oh my.
I remember when you
God,
drew
look, this is
it
real.
in February.
It is.
Isatum's yellow moon crossing over the sun, and you put your drawing out that day, and within like 30 minutes, there goes Isatum's yellow moon right over the right side of the upper right side of the sun. It was awesome. I'll never forget that.
Yeah. Totally, Wendy. I actually have it in my notes to go back and look at your pictures. I want to make a slideshow out of your pictures for next week. So that's my plan. So I'll definitely be going back and looking at them. So
She sends a lot of material, so you're going to have a
yeah,
big
she
volume to choose
does.
from.
I don't know where she's located,
Yeah,
but she really does she has a good view. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Really good view.
Where's Wendy?
I don't know. Where are you, Wendy?
I could venture a guess, but I'm sure I'd be wrong.
I don't know. I have no idea. She'll tell us.
I'm thinking Midwest, but yeah, I'm thinking. I can't remember if she's from Texas or if she's from somewhere else. And I do apologize. I should. I apologize because I know so many people. It really is becoming occasionally very hard to keep everybody straight. And
she's in
Connecticut. A lot of Connecticut. Yeah,
Connecticut.
we're all wrong. Yeah. Okay, we're talking East Coast, and the 13 originally East. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
Off on the East Coast. That's why there's no mountains in the way.
5 hours now, and it's 2 in the morning.
Yeah, 100 million is only 1/50 of the world population. So you guys out there are faithful followers. You have a lot of copies to send. Because if each of us send 10, and then they send 10, we'll do a chain posting, man. No, I'm kidding. Yeah,
like dominoes.
1/60th of the world population. So come on, you guys. We have to get this information that's documented, time proven, gathered for over 14 years, and we're not guessing. So how do we get this information out? Right now we're a little corner fringe, and we're not supposed to be. This is supposed to go everywhere. Right? You'd think everybody would want to know that we are not alone.
Right.
We're not alone, and boy, are we not alone. Holy cow, are we not alone? You'd think that some people would want to know this even for good or for bad, in my opinion.
I feel like
In my opinion, it's not necessarily as comfortable as I'd like it. Knowing what I know and seeing we regularly seeing them. All last week we were watching nothing but the long box cube on the right-hand side in front of us at the Saturn Jello Moon. So, let's hope people get on board with this. God, how many times have I said that?
A penny in a jar, you could be a millionaire by now.
Yep. I'd be wealthy on that one. Get on board with this information.
Yeah.
Get on board.
And we're right at 5 hours, 1 minute.
Right.
And we could end this Skippy show.
We can.
Robot
yeah,
talk
I know
for the
Julie
adult.
needs to go to bed, and we've covered a lot today. So
yeah,
I feel like
I go for the shower.
Considering all the lagging, oh boy, it was rough at times.
You were lagging on your end, but we saw you going fast forward. It was kind of fun.
Did you really?
Yeah,
everything.
You were super speed.
Oh no, it's embarrassing. Oh no, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and watch it.
Yeah. Oh great! I can't wait. Oh boy. Well,
yeah, it's only 7:03 here p.m. in Mountain Time.
Show 67 was a big
So
success.
I have time. It's not even dark here yet.
No, it's not dark here. 8:03.
What time is it there?
Nope.
7:03
p.m.
It's not. It won't be dark for ages. What time do you go dark?
Hour.
Around
or
10.
so.
Yeah.
We're about.
I didn't even go. It wasn't even dark here at 12. It was past 12 o'clock here, and it's still light.
Illumination underneath the bottom of the overhead passing planet. And I people tonight, if you got the opportunity to watch sunset or a few hours afterwards, look westward, look up, look northwest, look southwest, and you can probably see illumination on the faces of very large planets. Think sky fillers, not small little dots.
I just took pictures a wee while ago and sent them to Content Stash, but you can do them next time. Like you said, you couldn't get them all. But that one with the triangle and the white light underneath it was quite cool. I don't know what that is. I just stared at it now.
I'll get it. I will. I'll have it ready for next week. Cool. Well,
and we'll
guys,
see everybody next
Audrey
week. I'm glad you're here.
I'm impressed. Audrey is 3:03 in the morning. She's
Man,
up there.
Audrey.
She's in the club with me and Carol Ann as far as late night, early morning.
By the time I get up anymore.
Carol Ann
my
says
God.
that TikTok died for her.
She said what?
Yes, it did. TikTok.
Sorry.
I'm
timed out.
disconnected more than on TikTok died for me.
It did. On our live on
Well,
TikTok.
everybody remember the planetary passings can affect your sleep. It can make you anxiety. It can make you nauseous. It can make you tired, dizzy, all kinds of really weird shit. So if that is going on to you right now, it is not you, it's exterior. There are 2 major passing close body moons that are affecting us and our tides and our planet and everything. So stiff upper lip, and don't take a bunch of medications to try to cure something that we can't cure right now. We all have to surf through this anxiety and nausea and ears ringing and you name it. So be strong, and then I guess we'll wait to talk to you again next week. Yep.
Sounds good.
Your turn, Gillian. You
guys?
forgot to say yep.
Yep.
Come
I
on
was
now.
just saying something to Caroline and Audrey and them. They're all saying something on the live chat now. One's saying I'm a trooper because it's past 2. Caroline was saying she got booted. Marcus was saying at 4 a.m. I could stay up now. 4 a.m. Then there's going to be something cool happening in the west or northwest sky, and that just is so tempting because now I'll be lying there going, but it's all right because the dogs will have me up anyway.
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I sleep 2 whole hours because these things are up. Then I go to sleep, and then the cats get up, and then I go to sleep, and then I get up, and then we all go to sleep, and then if I do, it's brutal. I can't imagine what it must have been like if people had twins and triplets and shit. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Poor giants.
I had one that didn't sleep at all.
I'm
Nova
hyperactive
almost wiped
already
me out,
just
man.
thinking about going to sleep.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Nova was barely a sleeper at all for the first few years. She sleep 15 minutes and run for 8 hours, and then sleep for an hour and then run for 8 hours, and then sleep for 2 hours and run for 8 hours. And she almost killed me. So ever since the sleep schedule's been entirely messed up. But lately, since the passing of the Saturn Jello Moon and everything, I've been waking up. Normally, I wake up at 5 a.m. like clockwork. No alarm clock needed. Lately, I'm getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I can't tell you why. I did see some videos recently that did explain it because of the cosmic transition that we're going through. So be heartened, and remember, it is not you, it's what's going on above us and in the cosmos, and then it'll make you feel better. And be sure to take your vitamins, and don't slouch when I talk to you. That's a bad joke.
I'm not slouching.
No.
I'm talking on my other phone, man.
Okay, all right. Sister Ann's going to come out with the ruler and smack you on the knuckles. Anyway, I'm ready to jump off and go play Star Wars. You guys know.
Yeah, we're all dribbling now, like. Brr, brr, brr. Oh, do you know what I'm doing for Star Wars? I was watching Acolyte.
Lucky you, I haven't seen it yet. Big meanie.
I've only watched one episode.
Wow, you got me beat. So anyway, I'm still waiting for the damn Mandalorian. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm gonna leave.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Thank you, everybody, for showing up. And,
He's out.
He's out. Good show.
Bye,
That's the
Chris.
fastest
Bye,
he's ever
Julie.
gone.
Bye.
That's the fastest he's ever gone.
Oh, boy,
Bye, Chris.
God's
Like he's gone too.
Okay. They're ready.
Just us
They're
girls
ready.
now.
Oh, I know. Oh, that's funny.
Boys
I've never
will be
seen him.
boys.
He's ready to play. I know. Good night, Nancy.
Yeah, he's ready to rock and roll on Star Wars.
And David. Yeah. That was
Night,
funny.
night, everybody.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and click the red button. So we'll see you all next
Oh,
Saturday.
magic mojo. Time
Alright,
to go
looking
hug
forward to it.
mittens.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna show her to you all, but she's asleep. I can't wake
Aw.
up. So I'll go check in a minute. But yeah, she's perfect. Y'all, wait till you see her.
Yeah, the horrors have just gone to sleep. It's because I brought
Adorable.
the treat bag into the lounge, and Theo knew where the treat bag was, and he kept trying to jump up on the couch and get the treat bag. But where the treat bag is where I put all the jumbly bits of Chinese sticks with no holes in. And if he bumps that, then all that stuff's going to fall off my table because, yeah,
Our fur babies, right?
Yeah, he's just been so trying to I want. And I'm like, no more food.
Oh gosh, I wish y'all could feel her fur too. It's like silk. It's like
silky,
smooth and silky and slick. I mean, and she just kind of like melts into you.
Yeah, they're like velvet. They're absolutely like velvet when they're wee babies like that. I mean, Stella has still got. I don't know what it is about their coats just now, but I think because the seasons are so odd, because it's hot and it's cold and it's hot and it's cold, their coats are like a mixture of the hot and cold coat. And they feel so velvety.
Yeah, I know. That's.
Stella feels a bit more rough than Grace. Grace is like really, really soft. She's like fleecy. It's just so velvety.
Really. And one thing about Mittens, real quick, is as she got better, you know, her health got better. Her fur got noticeably shinier. You know, she was all kind of frazzled looking and dull and kind of oily. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, it's like a total different kitten now. And just 2 weeks.
Yeah, and those little eyes just cleared right up. I mean, it broke my heart to see those little eyes. I mean, the stuff coming out of them means that they had bugs.
I know.
Oh, I can't even.
I gave her so many little face washes. Yeah, trying to keep her clean.
Especially when they've got the kitty sniffles like that. They need to be washed the whole time. And they're.
Yeah. I'm so glad she's down our way here.
Yeah. She was meant to be your baby.
Cat show.
I know you wanted a cat.
We have a cat show. I know you knew I did. You knew I did. I didn't know I did, but the universe knew, I guess, right?
Well, you didn't even just get one. You've got two there, haven't you? You didn't even talk about the single guy.
We haven't talked about Tuxie very much, but there's a stray little. He's a kitten still, but maybe like 3 months, maybe. But Tuxie showed up outside a while back and has stuck around. So I'll have to introduce you all to Tuxie. And he let us hold him this morning. He is also a tuxedo cat. He's all black with a white patch on his neck. And he let us hold him this morning, which is monumental. So little Tuxie, I'll have to show you all.
Well, that means you're cat whisperers.
I know, man. That's too many cats, but I love them all. So, and then my neighbor has 2 cats. So we were out watching them yesterday morning. There was cats all over the place. It was wonderful. So they're having a good time. Mamas. Good night, Thunder.
All right. I was just saying good night, Gillian. Yeah, well, good night, everybody.
Carolyn. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take the break. It's been good hanging out.
Okie dokie.
Right? Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
It was fun.